10 years ago, right in the heart of the city, people froze in terror at the sight of something appearing in the sky. Without warning, an inverted castle materialized above Tokyo, and at the very same moment, dungeons began appearing all across Japan. From that day on, humanity began to awaken mana. Gifted individuals known as magicians rose up, conquering dungeons and earning both fame and fortune. A magician's talent was measured by the color of their mana. Most people only had one color, but every once in a while, someone would awaken two. Take the main character's younger brother, Kurosaki Kai, for example. He wielded both blue and red, and right now he was facing down a demonic creature. The creature unleashed its power, and Kai's excitement only grew when he realized it had no intention of running. The instant it lunged at him, Kai activated his skill Demon Spear and hurled it straight at the beast. With nowhere to dodge, the creature took the hit head-on. Once the monster collapsed, Kai walked over and picked up the item that had dropped to his left. Nearby, someone stood off to the side, lost in thought. Kai threw the item at the man's head and told him to pay more attention. As he stepped closer, Kai told him to hurry up and grab his things. Kurosaki Kai was also known as the Death King, level 89, one of the strongest magicians alive. Meanwhile, the man tagging along beside him thought of himself only as a talentless deadweight, an extremely rare colorless, unable to awaken any mana at all. This was Kurosaki Rei, level 1. Still, no matter what, he couldn't bring himself to give up on becoming a magician. That was the reason he worked as a porter. Deep down, he still clung to hope that his brother's pity in letting him tag along might one day lead to his own awakening. Holding on to that fragile hope, he followed his brother into the dungeons. As they pushed deeper, they finally arrived before a massive door. The rest of the party said they'd reached the boss room at last, and given how things had gone so far, the boss couldn't be too much trouble. The moment they stepped through, they scanned their surroundings and quickly spotted a figure standing before them. It was Kronos, the god of time and space, its level unknown. Kai barely registered the warning, practically buzzing with excitement as he declared the boss looked like nothing to fear. He readied his skill, Demonic Mortis, and fired it straight at the boss. But Kronos simply reached into a pocket dimension, pulled out a blade, and blocked Kai's attack without effort. Worse still, Kronos didn't so much as flinch while doing it. Kai was gripped with terror, unable to understand how his strike had been neutralized so easily. Kronos then released a crushing wave of pressure with nothing more than a glance, and Kai, feeling that terrifying force bear down on him, was completely paralyzed with fear. Unable to do a thing, he took the boss's attack head-on. His companions watched in horror as the mighty Death King was struck down by a single blow. Rei, seeing his brother destroyed, spiraled into panic, struggling to make sense of what was happening. He turned to face Kronos, wondering if the Death King had truly just been defeated. The others tried to flee the boss room in absolute terror, but they too were cut down one by one. Kurosaki Rei dropped to the ground, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Kronos called out to him and let out a laugh. "So, you're the colorless one?" Rei clenched his fists, telling himself this wasn't over yet. He hadn't done anything. He grabbed hold of his sword and forced himself to his feet, trembling, thinking that he couldn't die here, not now. With overwhelming presence, Kronos remarked that it found it rather amusing, a nobody like him, colorless no less, daring to stand against it. Rei tried to steady himself, repeating in his mind that he couldn't give up here. But the boss paid him no mind and began preparing its next attack. No. It said it would run a little test, then gave Rei no chance to react before unleashing a devastating strike. Rei couldn't believe he'd taken such a brutal hit, and helpless to stop it, the boss finished him off in an instant. Still, Kronos mused that perhaps it had gone a bit too far. It activated a skill to rewind time, restoring the protagonist to the exact state he'd been in before he died. Rei had no idea what had just happened, wondering if he'd somehow been healed. The boss kept building up its firepower before unleashing Flame of Despair, sending a massive wave of fire hurtling straight at Rei. While Rei scrambled to react, Kronos said it would give him a little more time to think this time. Then it began to laugh, curious to see what he'd do. The protagonist glanced around and spotted a sword, reasoning that an ordinary weapon would be useless, but one forged by the boss itself might actually stand a chance. So he sprinted over and grabbed it, bracing himself against the incoming wave of Flame of Despair. That was when Rei realized the blade could split the flames apart, and he charged straight at Kronos. But as he pushed forward, the intense heat began scorching his body. Ray forced himself through the pain while the boss watched from a distance. Until it was caught off guard, the protagonist had driven his sword deep into its chest. With most of his body engulfed in flame, Ray believed he'd finally landed a real blow on Kronos. But Kronos merely laughed and activated its rewind skill once more. Ray froze in horror as he realized he'd been thrown back to the moment right before he'd struck the boss. With his wounds now healed, Kronos remarked to him that it had been a decent show. Ray let his sword fall and dropped to his knees. Panic set in, and he thought everything he'd done had been utterly pointless, wondering if this was truly how he'd meet his end. Right then, a system window suddenly appeared before him, leaving him stunned. It warned that the presence of the god of time and space had been confirmed, and the seal on a dark skill had been released. Kronos sensed something was off. But the system kept going, announcing that a bonus skill, Steel Skin, had been acquired. At the same time, the boss's rewind skill had been stolen. Ray could hardly believe the warnings and skills his system was displaying. Meanwhile, the boss began to grow suspicious. Without hesitation, the protagonist immediately used the stolen rewind skill. That let him tear open the space and time around where he stood. The boss flew into a rage, roaring at him, calling him an insolent brat and demanding to know how a lowly human dared steal its power. The system then announced that a regression was about to take place. Time began to reverse, and Kurosaki Ray was hurled back to a moment of his own choosing. The moment he woke up in bed, he assumed he'd used the rewind skill in desperation, but he still had no idea what had actually happened. Then he caught his reflection in a mirror and noticed something strange. Leaning in for a closer look, he was stunned, wondering if this was somehow a younger version of himself. He wondered if this was all just a dream. Then he looked out the window and saw the inverted castle in the sky, puzzled by the fact that it was still white. Because he remembered clearly, the night before, that castle had been stained black. He recalled that the castle had remained completely white until 7 years ago, when it slowly began to darken. And once it was fully consumed by darkness, the gate of the inverted castle would open. From that gate, the god of time and space would emerge. That was when it all started to click for Ray. He remembered that during his battle with Kronos, he'd stolen its rewind skill. He grabbed his phone. The moment he saw the date, he knew everything matched exactly what he'd suspected. Looking back at his reflection, he realized he'd been sent back 7 years. He'd regressed into the past. Ray pulled up his skill window. Checking the list, he found only one skill remaining, Steel Skin. But he could tell the rewind skill was gone. Even so, he felt a surge of excitement. At least Steel Skin was still his. The protagonist also remembered that in 10 long years, he'd never once managed to awaken a single skill. But now he understood, with even one skill in hand, everything would be completely different. Right then, a message came through. Reading it left him a little uneasy, because he'd been sent back to the exact day of the magician's entrance exam. At the Magicians Association headquarters in Chiyoda, near Tokyo Station, Ray recalled that this was the national body overseeing magicians as they carried out missions inside dungeons. Stepping inside and looking around, he noted the place looked brand new, a natural result of the 7-year gap. It all made perfect sense. Then someone approached, calling him colorless and asking what he was even doing there. It was Oiken Goto. Ray knew full well these two were his brother's lackeys. Goto slung an arm around him and asked if he was really planning to take the exam again, while Oik bluntly added that no matter how many times a colorless tried, he'd always be useless. Ray had to admit they weren't wrong. This wasn't the first time he'd sat the magician's exam, and unable to let go of his dream, he'd kept retaking it despite knowing it was likely pointless. He shoved Goto's hand off and told them both to leave him alone. As he walked away, Oik muttered, baffled that a colorless would dare ignore them, while Goto was left wondering what had gotten into him. Elsewhere, the exam proctor and B-rank magician Hinata was reviewing some documents. The moment she spotted someone, she asked if he was really back again. She took a deep breath and told Ray that even though it was just an exam, she worried he might get himself killed one day. Ray just smiled and told her everything would be fine this time. As they stepped into the exam site, the proctor asked if he was sure he didn't need her to walk him through the details. He kept his eyes fixed on the teleportation gate and simply said yes. The moment he passed through, he thought about how he needed to collect 3 magic stones from goblins to clear it, an easy enough task for anyone who'd already awakened. He told himself this time everything would go smoothly, but it didn't take long before something terrifying began closing in. Ray recalled that, based on an incident that would occur far in the future, A monster like this had no business appearing in a level 1 dungeon. Standing before him was a Red Hood Goblin level 37. Hinata couldn't believe her eyes, crying out in disbelief at why a level 37 monster had shown up here. She immediately drew her sword and charged at the creature, screaming at the protagonist to run. Panicking, Ray realized this was bad. The level gap was simply too vast. He remembered clearly that in the timeline before his regression, Examiner Hinata hadn't been able to defeat this Red Hood Goblin. Sure enough, she began struggling to hold off the creature's attacks. The moment she realized she couldn't keep defending, panic set in. It didn't take long before the Red Hood Goblin broke through her guard and sent her flying. Ray kept replaying it in his mind, how she'd fought back then just to buy him time to escape, and how that decision had left her so badly injured she'd been forced to retire as a magician. So Ray believed all of it was his fault, that his own incompetence was what had ruined Examiner Hinata's career. But he immediately snapped back into focus. As the Red Hood Goblin advanced on him, he braced himself, telling himself this time would be different. He hurled a dagger, recalling that this goblin had a physical enhancement skill. The moment the creature blocked the throw, he understood it was simply too strong for ordinary attacks to work. So he leapt forward and drove a punch straight into the middle of its face. He hoped it would land. But the creature only grew more feral, gearing up for its own attack. Then suddenly the Red Hood Goblin froze, confusion washing over it. A system notification popped up right then, announcing that the protagonist had stolen the goblin's body enhancement skill, and his own physical strength had just been boosted. He sized up the goblin and struck without hesitation. As he finished it off, he remarked that now that he'd stripped it of its power, it was nothing more than a useless hunk of meat. The proctor watched in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom how the protagonist had taken down a Red Hood Goblin in a single hit. Ray drew a deep breath, thinking that just as he'd suspected, his skill-stealing ability truly was an astonishing power. Hinata called him over, demanding to know exactly how he'd pulled that off. Feeling a bit cornered, he decided it was best not to reveal anything about his dark power just yet. So he simply said it had been a coincidence, which only made the examiner angrier, and she told him to stop lying. She quickly changed the subject, though, saying that since something this abnormal had appeared, it would be safer to cancel the exam and report it to the association. Then the protagonist turned back, noticing something on the ground. As he picked up the item the Red Hood Goblin had dropped, he realized it still wasn't time for the anomalies to begin. He told Hinata he still needed 2 more magic stones. She spun around and snapped at him, furious, telling him this was hardly the time to worry about that. But something was already creeping closer, slow and steady. Ray turned to see what it was. He spotted a handful of goblins and figured they'd shown up at just the right moment. The creatures didn't hesitate for a second before charging in. But before they could even land a hit, they were wiped out completely in a single blow. Hinata was left in shock all over again at the sight. Ray gathered up the magic stones that dropped and asked the proctor if he could keep them. She had no idea how to respond. Later, at the entrance of the Magicians Association headquarters, Examiner Hinata handed the protagonist his magician's license. The moment it was in his hands, he couldn't stop staring at it. He found himself thinking that this moment had finally arrived after such a long wait. He knew he'd never once let go of his dream of becoming a magician. He also remembered 10 long years spent as nothing more than a porter. But now, he believed he'd finally become one. A true magician. Then he heard Hinata tell him to check the information about trading in his magic stones. Ray knew magic stones dropped from monsters, valuable as a clean energy source that produced no carbon emissions and could also be sold directly to the association. The moment he checked the details, he figured he'd taken down an A-rank monster, so this had to be a substantial payout. But when he saw the actual amount he'd earned from the Red Hood Goblin, his eyes went wide and he blurted out, asking if he was really about to receive 3 million won. No, Hinata answered, correcting him. It was actually more than that, given he'd taken down a Red Hood Goblin. Ray still couldn't quite believe it, saying he never imagined magicians made this kind of money. The proctor just laughed and said that if it were him, she was sure he'd be earning even more before long. While she was still laughing, the protagonist suddenly remembered something and said he had a request to make. After being led to a private area in front of a teleportation gate, Ray raised his hand and realized this space had genuinely been set aside just for him. It struck him that before all this, he wouldn't have even dared to dream of entering a dungeon alone. Then he pictured the examiner lying in a hospital bed, the result of her clash with the Red Hood Goblin before his regression. But now she stood right there, safe and unharmed. A wave of relief washed over him, and he believed that this time he really could change the future. Then, out of nowhere, someone activated a mana hand skill and seized the protagonist. A figure stepped closer and asked Ray just what he thought he was doing there. It was Goto and Oik. They wanted to know how a colorless like him had earned the right to enter a solo dungeon, and whether he even understood he was breaking the rules. Ray answered that he'd passed the magician's exam, which meant he had every right to a solo dungeon. That answer irritated Goto to no end, and he told Ray to stop talking nonsense. Oik, furious, grabbed Ray by the head and demanded he prove his abilities right then and there. As he gathered his strength, Ray recalled that Oik's power was compressing mana into a physical form, the mana hand, and he knew that body enhancement stolen from the Red Hood Goblin alone wouldn't be enough to break free. But an idea came to him fast. He planted his feet firmly, sprang up, and drove his head straight into Oik's face, badly wounding his nose. A system notification followed almost instantly, confirming that the protagonist had successfully stolen the mana hand skill, disabling his opponent's own mana hand in the process. As the spell dissolved, both Oik and Goto stood there completely dumbfounded, unable to grasp what had just happened. Without a moment's hesitation, Ray activated his newly stolen mana hand and squeezed Oik with everything he had. Oik broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it, asking whether the protagonist had genuinely awakened his abilities. Goto, seeing Ray preoccupied, seized the chance to charge in, snapping that he shouldn't get too pleased with himself just yet. As Goto closed in preparing a fireball, Ray activated extreme body enhancement and effortlessly snuffed out the attack entirely. Ray summoned every ounce of his strength. He drove a punch into Goto, sending him crashing hard into a wall. That only stunned Oik further, now seeing the protagonist could also use body enhancement. The two of them could only watch, bewildered, as Ray unleashed this astonishing display of power, wondering if he was actually a two-color magician. The protagonist took a deep breath and answered no, and as a new surge of power gathered in his hand, a notification announced he'd just stolen Goto's fireball skill. With that, Ray held the fireball in his palm and pointed out plainly that they'd both overlooked one more ability. Goto couldn't believe it, that the protagonist appeared to wield a third color, something he'd never even heard of before. Ray readied the attack and launched it at his opponent right after, forcing him to leap aside to dodge. In that instant, Oik realized the mana hand binding him had just been released. As the protagonist prepared another fireball, he asked if they still wanted to keep fighting. Oik and Goto exchanged a glance before bolting, screaming as they begged the protagonist for forgiveness. Ray let out a breath of relief, though he suspected if word of this ever reached his brother, things wouldn't end well. After all, he'd been treated like his brother's dog for as long as he could remember. He figured that if Kai ever found out he'd awakened his abilities, he'd definitely come after him, especially since his brother had already reached level 50 and stood among the strongest of his generation. Still, he understood Kai wasn't the only thing he needed to watch out for. A special dungeon was about to open soon. So he stood at the entrance of a dungeon and resolved that, for now, leveling up as fast as possible had to come first, no matter the cost. Stepping through the teleportation gate, he reflected that level was the very foundation of strength. And gaining levels would help him learn new skills, as well as expand his mana capacity. Even so, he realized something mattered even more, how much mana he could actually control. Suddenly, an explosion erupted right in front of him. A level 38 fire magician appeared. As he readied a fireball, Ray knew he still couldn't fully control it. The fire magician began preparing a skill of his own. The protagonist understood that a level gap could make an enormous difference, even between two people using the exact same skill. Giving Ray no time to strategize, the fire magician immediately unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Ray fired back in kind. Some of the projectiles collided mid-air, but the rest kept coming straight at him, so he leapt to dodge. The instant he regained his footing, he realized head-on combat was a losing game. But then an idea flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he sprang forward. As he charged the fire magician, he told himself that no matter how strong an opponent was, one thing never changed. Casting a skill always left an opening right after. So he activated body enhancement, knowing he had only 2 seconds while his opponent's guard was down. Seizing the chance, he threw everything into a devastating punch straight to the fire magician's face, sending him flying. The system confirmed the protagonist had successfully stolen the fireball skill. The moment the fire magician hit the ground, he scrambled up and tried to cast his skill again, only to find, to his confusion, that he couldn't use it at all. As Ray prepared his own skill, he reasoned that once a skill was stolen, the original owner couldn't use it again for a while, leaving him far less dangerous. Not wanting to waste the opening, he launched his freshly stolen fireball at the creature, and it was engulfed in a raging wave of flame. Ray glanced aside and noticed more system notifications flashing up. They announced he'd jumped 4 levels in a row. He concluded that taking down higher-level monsters yielded far more experience, and with his skill-stealing ability, he was confident things would only get easier from here. The system then confirmed the protagonist had reached level 12. Ray clenched his fist, staring down a corridor, and told himself his immediate goal was to reach level 30. So he pushed on, fighting monster after monster and climbing level after level, until he paused for a moment, stunned by how fast he was progressing. Even so, he was still only at level 27. He reasoned that made perfect sense. Leveling up would only get harder from here on. And if he wanted to hit level 30, he knew he'd have to take down even stronger monsters. After making his way deeper into the dungeon for a while, Ray reached its deepest chamber and stood before the boss room door. With that, he decided this boss would be the perfect target for his goal. The moment he opened the door and stepped inside, he saw the boss already waiting for him. It was a Demon Frost level 45, flanked by a pack of level 30 imps. Ray settled into a battle stance, thinking that every monster here outranked him, but if he could steal their skills, he'd still stand a chance at victory. Not wanting to waste time, he charged the boss immediately, leapt into the air and prepared to strike with body enhancement. But the moment he attacked, the boss threw up a barrier to block it. Ray was stunned and quickly fell back. He figured that made sense. Closing in on a boss was never going to be easy. He understood the mana barrier was what stood in his way, and stealing a skill now would be useless. The Demon Frost, growing furious, let out a deafening roar. Then, with astonishing speed, it closed the distance, forcing the protagonist to dodge its attack by a hair's breadth. He realized he had no choice left but to commit to the plan already forming in his head. Ray noticed the imps were now charging at him too, so he leapt up and drove a punch into one of them. That triggered his skill steal, and he came away with an ice spike skill. Ray readied a fireball and launched it at another imp. The moment he spotted yet another closing in, he prepared an ice spike and hurled it, skewering the imp clean through. Ray landed back on his feet, only to see the Demon Frost use its own skill to summon even more imps, making him realize the boss could call for reinforcements whenever it wanted. As another one approached, he thought that under normal circumstances this would spell trouble, but this time, it worked entirely in his favor. So he charged forward with confidence and quickly finished off the imp. Right then, the system confirmed he'd reached level 28, and Ray realized that if the boss kept this up, he'd have access to a nearly endless supply of experience. Then another notification caught his attention, informing him that his mana control had reached the required threshold, unlocking his fusion skill. At that exact moment, the Demon Frost lost its composure and let out a furious howl. Ray prepared an ice spike while simultaneously conjuring a fireball, then activated fusion, merging the two skills into one. He leapt into the air and charged the boss with everything he had. The boss unleashed its flame spear while the Demon Frost erected a mana barrier. The two powers collided in a violent clash, but the boss's barrier began to crack, and moments later the protagonist shattered it completely. He immediately activated body enhancement and drove a punishing punch straight into the Demon Frost's face. While the boss was still reeling, Ray noticed its protective barrier had vanished, and without a moment's hesitation, he followed up with his flame spear, engulfing the boss in flame entirely. It dropped a magic stone as it fell, and the system confirmed the protagonist had jumped several levels, now standing at level 33. Ray let out a sigh of relief and began mulling over his new fusion skill. It was an advanced technique that let him combine skills to create even more powerful ones, something typically only accessible around level 30. So after collecting the item from the boss, he sat down on the ground, reflecting that he'd once doubted whether he could even beat this opponent, and now he felt an overwhelming sense of relief that everything had gone so smoothly. Then another system notification caught him off guard, informing him he'd reached the level requirement to raise his skill steal limit, and his available skill slots had now increased to 5. Ray felt a surge of joy, confident that from here on everything would only get easier. Sometime later, right after leaving the dungeon and returning to the association's entrance, he handed over the magic stones he'd collected. Hinata was thoroughly impressed, exclaiming and asking if the protagonist had really taken down a demon frost all by himself. She was even more stunned to learn Rei had reached level 33 in a single day. A little embarrassed, he said it was probably just luck. Hinata looked skeptical, pointing out that clearing level 30 in a single day went far beyond what anyone could call luck. Rei could only laugh it off awkwardly. The examiner also emphasized that with his current level, he could easily become a B-rank magician right away, right up until Kurosaki Kai showed up, visibly stunned to see his own brother standing there. With a haughty tone, he asked if his brother had really reached B-rank, unable to believe a little lapdog like him could pull that off. Rei felt a wave of irritation hearing that. Kai then told the examiner that Rei couldn't possibly use any skills at all, since he was completely colorless. So he wanted to know if she was seriously claiming his brother had reached B rank. Hinata said not yet, but confirmed that he'd single-handedly defeated both the Red Hood Goblin and the Demon Frost. That didn't sit well with Kai at all, and he immediately turned to glare at his brother with pure malice. With a cold stare, he asked if that was actually true. He then reared back for a powerful punch, and an explosion erupted right at the association's entrance, sending everyone nearby scrambling in fear. But Kai's punch was stopped cold by a mana barrier his own brother had raised. Rei laughed and told him he ought to be more careful. Hinata immediately shouted at Kai to stop causing trouble. Kai looked at Rei and admitted that it did seem like his awakening was real. The protagonist confirmed it, but Kai stressed that having a skill didn't give him any excuse to get cocky. Kai then began gathering his strength, declaring he'd verify for himself whether his brother truly had any real ability. Hinata grew alarmed, shouting to know if Kurosaki really intended to fight right there on the spot. Kai said that if his useless little brother had genuinely reached B rank on his own, then there shouldn't be any problem at all. He turned to Rei and asked if the skill that had gotten him to B rank was nothing but a lie. The protagonist clenched his fists, thinking that refusing his brother's challenge now would only delay the inevitable. So he steadied himself with a burst of confidence and said he understood. Displeased with his brother's attitude, Kai snapped at him, calling him a damn insolent brat. The two of them then made their way to the Magicians Association's arena, and Rei reminded himself that facing a stronger opponent meant staying wary of the gap in controllable mana between them. As Kai prepared for the fight with his brother, Rei kept reminding himself not to let his guard down, not even for a second. He knew that at level 30, his combo chain was capped at 3 basic skills, while Kai, already level 50, could chain together roughly 5 in a row. In other words, if it came down to raw numbers alone, defeat was practically guaranteed. That was exactly why he knew he had to find a way to close that gap. So he decided to open with a preemptive strike using his ice spike. Kai didn't hesitate for a second, immediately readying a volley of fireballs. Both of them unleashed their skills at the same moment, the two colliding head-on and erupting in an explosion right in the middle of the arena. Kai waited for the dust to settle, only to be caught completely off guard. Seeing his brother charging at him with body enhancement active, he noted that judging by the yellow tint of the enhancement, his brother could only be a 2-attribute user. Rei calculated that after unleashing his 4th skill, his brother would likely have just enough mana left for one more. So he began preparing his own fusion skill. He conjured a spear of flame and charged straight at Kai. Kai watched the skill closely, remarking that combining blue and red might just turn Rei into a 3-attribute magician. Still, he let a vicious grin spread across his face and hurled a fireball at his brother. It slammed him hard into the ground. Rei was stunned, unable to understand why his fused fire spear, a combination of 2 skills, had lost to something as basic as a fireball. Seeing his brother wield a 3-color skill, Kai remarked that now he finally understood why Rei had gotten so excited earlier. But he added that their skill levels weren't even in the same league. He readied another fireball and shouted at Rei to start dancing. Then he fired off a relentless barrage of fireballs at him. Rei was forced to keep dodging sideways to avoid the relentless onslaught. But even while running, he kept conjuring fire spears and throwing them back. Kai immediately prepared another fireball of his own. He fired it directly into his brother's attack, and his fireball tore through Rei's spear before continuing straight toward him. The protagonist scrambled to throw up a mana shield, but Kai's fireball was stronger. It shattered the shield and sent Rei crashing to the ground. Kai just laughed as he watched his brother struggle, while Rei's nerves began to fray. Kai raised a hand and told him if he just bowed his head, he might just forgive him. Then he shouted, ordering Rei to apologize for daring to show off like that. The protagonist broke into a cold sweat, realizing that with his limited skills and mana, he had no way of beating his brother. As memories of the past flashed through his mind, he wondered if he should just give up and keep living as his brother's dog. But he pushed himself back to his feet and with newfound confidence shouted that he wasn't going to do that. Kai said he understood. It seemed like his brother wanted to learn the hard way, so he figured he had no other choice. He activated Overclock on his fireball skill, a power that burned through massive amounts of mana in exchange for temporarily doubling his mana control. With that, he conjured a swarm of fireballs all at once, declaring to his brother that this was the true power of a king, a combo chain of up to 10 consecutive strikes. Ray was gripped with fear, realizing this was the very power that made Kai so terrifying, the ability to temporarily wield far more mana than any other king. Even so, he shouted back a warning, saying he'd actually been waiting for Kai to use this skill all along. He charged straight at his brother, thinking that a chain of 10 consecutive skills was only possible thanks to Kai's overclock. As he closed in, he leapt high into the air. Kai laughed, calling him an idiot and asking if he really thought he could dodge an attack in midair. Then he launched the entire barrage of fireballs at him. But Ray activated his mana hand and hurled it downward, driving it deep into the ground. Kai couldn't believe his brother had another skill up his sleeve. The protagonist reasoned that even 10 consecutive strikes meant nothing if he could dodge them all, and that even a king was bound by skill cooldowns. With that, he used the mana hand anchored in the ground to yank himself through the air, right behind Kai. He spun around fast, planted his feet firmly, and drove a punch straight into his brother's face. He realized in that instant that Kai had absolutely no way to defend himself. The punch sent Kai crashing hard to the ground. A system notification followed immediately, confirming the protagonist had successfully stolen the overclock skill. Ray thought that now that he'd taken his brother's strongest skill, there was no turning back for either of them. Kai struggled to his feet, shouting that his brother was an idiot. Ray was a little taken aback and asked if he still wanted to keep fighting. Furious with his brother, Kai declared he'd destroy him, then conjured an ice spike, fused it with the flame of a fireball, and formed his demon spear skill. Ray couldn't believe it, recognizing it as the strongest purple skill, and wondered when exactly his brother had learned this technique. But he knew he had no time to think as the devastating attack bore down on him, so he dodged sideways at the very last second. Kai didn't let up, immediately conjuring 2 more demon spears. Even so, Ray realized that landing that earlier hit had only been possible because his brother had been underestimating him, and now that the Death King was taking this seriously, he was far beyond Ray's reach. So he had no choice but to keep retreating to avoid getting brutally struck by the demon spear. Without realizing it, though, he'd been pushed to the edge of the arena, pinned against the wall behind him. Kai made it clear he still hadn't gone all out, and asked Ray if he'd even noticed. Seeing he had nowhere left to run, the protagonist activated his flame spear skill. Right as Kai hurled his demon spear at him, the 2 attacks collided in a massive explosion. But the shockwave was so powerful that Ray was thrown back, slamming hard into the wall. The protagonist fought to stay on his feet. Kai told him that was exactly why he was called the Death King, living proof of his absolute power. Gasping for breath, Ray admitted his brother had a point. He knew the demon spear was one of the strongest skills out there. Kai warned his brother not to get too full of himself just because he could use a handful of skills. Hearing that, an idea struck the protagonist. Looking down at his own hand, he knew he still couldn't measure up to his brother. But he clenched his fist, wondering if he could unlock the true potential hidden within his purple skills. He kept watching Kai from a distance, realizing that until now, mana limits had only ever let him fuse 2 colors at once. So he decided to try something and activated Overclock, the very skill he'd just stolen from his brother. Kai couldn't believe his eyes, watching his own skill turned against him, and wondered if that was even possible. Ray saw a system window appear before him, showing that his mana capacity had just doubled. The system confirmed that thanks to the effect of Overclock, the protagonist's mana capacity had expanded, unlocking his Dark Fusion skill. Ray felt a surge of excitement, having unlocked a brand new skill at the exact moment he needed it most. As he readied another fireball, Kai kept his eyes on his brother, wondering what he was planning. Ray kept his focus on the current of power gathering in his hand. A thought crossed his mind. This would be a 3-color fusion no one had ever achieved before. So he began fusing his red skill, then his blue, and finally his yellow. Together, they formed a brand new source of dark power called Deep Flame Abyss. Kai couldn't believe his own eyes, witnessing that black mana take shape. Ray recalled that the 3 basic mana colors were blue, red, and yellow, and that he'd always been told he didn't fit into any of them. But he knew now that wasn't true. He'd absorbed and could actually wield this kind of mana. And with that, he realized what he truly was. A black magician. Kai grew uneasy, and as he unleashed his next skill, shouted at his brother to stay away. But Ray paid it no mind and charged straight into the attack, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. Then he used his skill to completely obliterate his brother's attack. As he closed in on Kai, he shouted that this couldn't be happening. Ray kept advancing without pause, sending Kai into a panic as he scrambled to prepare another skill. But before he could unleash it, Ray was already right on top of him, unleashing Deep Flame Abyss, and the instant the two skills collided, Kai couldn't believe his own attack had been rendered completely useless. A massive explosion followed. Ray stood still, waiting for the dust to settle. The moment his vision cleared, he saw his brother collapsed on the ground. Utterly exhausted, he dropped to his knees, thinking he'd finally beaten him. Then a system notification popped up, confirming that his Deep Flame Abyss skill had been created through Dark Fusion. Ray kept turning over the terrifying power of that skill in his mind. That was when Examiner Hinata burst through the arena door, immediately asking if Ray was okay. A little embarrassed, he told her he was fine. But Hinata was still utterly stunned, demanding to know exactly what skill he'd just used. Ray realized there was no point hiding it any longer. So he held out his hand. As he channeled the new power, he told her it was probably some kind of black skill. Hinata was completely floored. She said that if that were really true, this could be the first case of its kind in the entire world. Ray asked if he was obligated to report this dark skill to the association, since he'd rather keep it a secret if at all possible. Hinata looked conflicted at the request, but she stressed that doing so would be like throwing away an incredible opportunity. Confused, Ray asked her to explain further. Hinata told him that the strongest magician of each color earned the title of king. In short, since the protagonist was the only black magician in the entire world, he would be recognized as the Black King. Ray mulled that over for a moment, but then said he had no real interest in it. Becoming a king wouldn't instantly raise his level anyway, until he glanced over and saw his brother still lying on the ground and asked if he was okay. Hinata assured him that since Kai was a king, he'd recover quickly even from serious injuries. Still, she made clear she'd be taking him to the medical wing regardless. Then both of their phones buzzed with a message at the same time, and Ray could hardly believe what he was seeing. It was an alert about a dungeon that had appeared at the west gate of Ikebukuro Park with a recommended level of 70. Hinata could hardly believe it either. But Ray knew. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. His mind flashed back. This was the Ikebukuro dungeon, level 70. A place where, even though most kings back then were only around level 50, it took them just 1 week to realize exactly how outmatched they were. As a result, the Ikebukuro dungeon had been abandoned. But that abandonment became the spark for a disaster, a dungeon break. Ray knew that back then, the concept was still unheard of. If a dungeon went uncleared for too long, its monsters would eventually spill out through the gate. And so the Ikebukuro dungeon became the very first recorded dungeon break. Because of it, Tokyo was overrun with monsters and countless lives were lost. Ray knew he couldn't let that tragedy happen again. He had to find a way to stop the dungeon from collapsing. So he told Hinata he intended to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon himself. She was completely taken aback, telling him that even for someone like him, that was still incredibly dangerous. She explained that only magicians who'd reached at least A rank were permitted to enter dungeons with a recommended level above 50. Ray figured he still had some time before the dungeon collapsed and asked if the next A rank promotion exam was happening the following week. Hinata looked surprised, saying that made sense actually. Given his skills, she was confident passing the exam wouldn't be a problem for him. Ray asked if there were any other obstacles. Hinata explained that to qualify for the A rank exam, he first had to clear a B rank dungeon as part of a team, meaning he needed to find a party within a week and complete that dungeon. A little while later, the protagonist found himself in despair, having completely forgotten that he needed to form a team, exactly what Hinata had warned him about. The moment he opened his messages, he found a flood of people asking why they should even bother joining someone colorless like him. It was then he realized word of his colorless status had already spread far and wide. He also knew he had only a week to clear an unexplored B-rank dungeon, and the odds of pulling it off alone were slim. So he took a deep breath, wondering what he should even do. Then he heard someone calling out to another person. It was a girl with 2 companions telling someone else that she'd bet this would work him half to death. The protagonist watched the three of them speaking rudely to one another, wondering what was going on. The woman made it clear she'd only let the other girl join because she'd heard she was a 2-attribute user, though her fire skill was garbage. The girl immediately apologized. Ray stood there thinking he'd just witnessed something deeply unpleasant. He remembered being treated the exact same way himself, not too long ago. The woman kept mocking the girl, calling her Ichino's dead weight. The moment he heard that name, Ray's attention snapped into focus. He wondered if that girl could possibly be Ichino's Aya, because he remembered that in the future she'd become known by the title Scarlet Queen. But right now, she was still just a weak, unremarkable magician. He never imagined she'd be treated this way by her own teammates. Ichino said that if she got kicked out of the group, she wouldn't be able to cover her little sister's hospital bills. So she cried out that she'd try her absolute hardest next time. The woman told Ichinose to prove it in the upcoming raid, or she'd be thrown out for good. Ichino said she understood and would give it everything she had. With that, the group started to walk away. Ray was left wondering if everything would really turn out okay. Afterward, the protagonist made his way home. Curious, he thought about how Ichino's would go on to become the Scarlet Queen in just a few years. But before she reached that point, he knew she still had a long road of hardship ahead of her. As he recalled it, she'd suffered a serious injury in a boss fight right around this exact time and had spent years afterward in a coma. While he was still turning that over in his mind, another detail suddenly clicked into place, and he wondered if that very incident might happen during the raid she was about to join. He couldn't be certain, but something about it felt deeply wrong. So he decided the best thing to do was hurry. Sometime later, inside the dungeon, Ichino's party stood before the boss, its massive sword driven into the ground. It was a Dullahan level 45. The woman smiled, saying she'd just had an idea, then shoved Ichino's forward and told her to face the boss alone. Ichino's panicked, insisting there was no way she could beat a Dullahan by herself. The woman told her that if that was the case, she'd better start packing her things to leave the group, prompting Ichino's to refuse and say she'd give it a try. The woman said she hoped Ichino's would give it everything she had, and asked if she was really willing to do all this for her little sister. Ichino's hesitated for a moment, then turned to face the boss and said she understood. Trembling from head to toe, Ichino's still readied her fireball and hurled it at the Dullahan. But the attack didn't so much as scratch the creature, which simply stood there, unmoved. Ichino's grew increasingly anxious, seeing her skill had absolutely no effect. Just then, the Dullahan leapt into the air and slammed down with a devastating strike, the shockwave sending Ichino's flying. Sprawled on the ground, she saw the boss charging straight at her. As the Dullahan reared back for the finishing blow, Ichino's shut her eyes, thinking she really was useless after all. But right at that moment, someone rushed in, shouting as they activated Extreme Body Enhancement. It was the protagonist, and he blocked the Dullahan's attack outright. Ichino's watched in complete shock as he gathered all his strength and sent the Dullahan crashing into a wall. Ray turned to her and asked if she was okay. Ichino's teammates watched the protagonist from a distance, their leader desperate to know who he was. She knew the Dullahan was a heavy-class monster, and yet he'd sent it flying with a single blow. That realization sent a chill of fear through her and only made her more determined to learn his identity. Just then, the Dullahan rose back up and let out an ear-splitting roar. Ray figured this was exactly what he'd expected. That last hit hadn't been enough to finish it off. He studied the Dullahan and realized its armor had some kind of reinforcement, making ordinary attacks useless against it. He decided he'd steal that ability to neutralize it. So he activated his absorption skill. But the moment he focused on the Dullahan, he realized the skill wasn't working, and before he could react, he was struck and sent flying backward. Ichino's anxiously asked if he was all right, and Ray told her he was fine. He'd managed to block it with his sword. The protagonist thought it over and pinpointed the problem. He concluded that the Dullahan's armor was only an outer layer. He needed to reach the body underneath. Meanwhile, the creature raised its massive sword and unleashed a devastating strike aimed straight at the protagonist. Ray shouted at Ichino's to fall back. Then he activated a magic barrier to block the creature's attack. The resulting shockwave was so powerful, it sent the two girls beside the leader flying. The leader, meanwhile, activated her own skill and launched an ice spike, but the Dullahan countered with a single slash, obliterating the ice spike completely. The woman couldn't believe it. The follow-up attack caught her, sending her slamming hard into the wall. Ray stared at the boss, wondering if his own ice spike had really been that useless. So he began preparing his fusion skill, thinking he needed an attack that could overcome the Dullahan's reinforced armor. Ichinos was completely stunned to see the protagonist wielding black mana. Ray readied his attack while the Dullahan did the same. But the boss struck first, its attack barreling straight at the protagonist. He waited, letting the attack close in. Then, in an instant, he unleashed Deep Flame Abyss, completely obliterating the Dullahan's strike. With that overwhelming force still surging, his attack continued on toward the creature. The moment it made direct contact, cracks began spreading across its armor. A massive explosion erupted around it. The Dullahan had nothing left to fight back with and was finally defeated. It dropped an item before quickly vanishing. Ichinos stared in disbelief, wondering if the protagonist had really just taken down a Dullahan in a single strike. Looking at him, she thought he truly was an incredible person. She called out to him, thanking him for saving her life. Ray simply said he was glad to see she was safe. The protagonist picked up the item that had dropped. Looking at the girl, he thought that he'd finally managed to save Ichinos after all. Just then, her party leader stood up and shouted, demanding to know what on earth was going on. Eyeing him warily, she thought to herself that the young man in front of her was genuinely powerful. A sly smile spread across her face. She figured the reward should rightfully be hers. So she walked over to the two of them and told them to wait. She made it clear the reward belonged to whoever had registered the dungeon and demanded the protagonist hand over the magic stone. Ichinos quickly cut in, insisting that it was the person beside her who'd saved everyone. Ray said he didn't mind handing the item over to her. But in exchange, he wanted Ichinose to join his party. Both the girl and the leader were caught off guard by the sudden request. Ray smiled. Looking at Ichinose, he made it clear he only wanted this if she genuinely agreed to it. The leader burst out laughing, saying she'd been worried he'd ask for something far more difficult. She agreed to the request on the spot. She then placed a hand on Ichinose's shoulder and asked if she accepted the protagonist's offer. Ichinose hesitated for a moment, but then answered that from now on she'd be counting on him. The leader snatched the magic stone from the protagonist's hand without another word. As she walked off, she muttered that she never expected to make this much money off a useless girl like her. Ray felt a surge of irritation at that. Knowing exactly who Ichinose would eventually become, he found himself looking forward to seeing the look on that woman's face when the truth finally came out. Right then, Ichinose excused herself and thanked him for the invitation. Ray, a little flustered, apologized for pulling her away from her party so abruptly and asked if she was really going to be okay. She admitted that she felt like nothing more than dead weight. But she was caught off guard when the protagonist told her that wasn't true at all. He held out his hand and told her she'd grow far stronger than the people who'd abandoned her. Ichinose asked if she could really become that strong. Ray nodded firmly. He admitted that before all this he'd seen her at the association and happened to overhear the entire conversation. Remembering that moment, she felt a small pang of sadness. Noticing this, the protagonist quickly apologized, explaining it had been pure coincidence, all while thinking he might actually be able to help her. With that, he held out his hand once more. She hesitated for a moment, but then agreed that it was fine and that from now on she'd be counting on him. He felt a quiet happiness hearing that. The moment he took her hand, he told her he felt exactly the same way. So the next day, the two of them stood before the entrance of a dungeon, and as they prepared, Ray said it was time to conquer a B-rank dungeon. Ichinose asked if clearing this dungeon would let them enter the A-rank exam, and Ray confirmed that it would. But he stressed that wasn't all there was to it. He explained that somewhere inside this dungeon was a key that could help her grow stronger. She grew curious about this key. She thought that if she could just get stronger and rank up, she'd finally be able to afford her sister's treatment. She lifted her chin and called for the protagonist to move forward. So the two of them stepped into the B-rank Crystal Cave dungeon. Before long, something caught Ichinose's attention. She quickly pointed ahead and told him to look. Standing before them was a pack of black wolves. Ray stepped forward and told her to leave it to him. He activated body enhancement and charged straight into the pack of monsters. His first strike landed on one of the black wolves. Then, with astonishing speed, he took down several more, one right after another. Ichinose watched him fight, thoroughly impressed. She thought back to the Isoyama party she used to be part of, believing they'd already been strong. But watching Ray fight now, she realized he was on an entirely different level. The more she watched, the more she understood there was simply no comparison. Once the black wolves were dealt with, the two of them pushed deeper into the dungeon. Rei turned back to remind her of the true goal of this trip, promising he'd give her all the support she needed. Ichino stepped forward and said she understood. So as she took her position for battle, she figured that killing as many monsters as possible was the fastest way to level up. Still, she was aware that for now she could only rely on basic attacks. But as more monsters closed in, she realized she needed to change that. So she launched a fireball at them. Rei stood back and watched her fight, thinking of it as a kind of test for Ichinos. He wanted to see if she'd recognize her true weapon on her own. He then noticed a few monsters closing in on her from behind. So he drew his sword and cut them off, determined not to let anything bother Ichinos. Meanwhile, she kept fighting alone, unaware of the monster sneaking up behind her. And in the end, it caught her off guard. Ichinos looked around, realizing that no matter how many she took down, more kept appearing and attacking. She took a deep breath, thinking that at this rate her mana would run dry in no time. Right then, an idea flashed through her mind. She turned to see Rei still fighting off other monsters. Watching him, she realized he was deliberately setting things up for her. She decided she had to stop complaining and live up to what he expected of her. So she readied another fireball and kept picking off monsters whenever the chance arose. That way she leveled up again and again, until in the middle of using her skill she noticed something. Her mana wasn't running out at all. Rei noticed it too, and thought it made perfect sense. He knew Ichinos was built for long, drawn-out battles, and her greatest weapon was her sheer, massive reserve of mana. Just then, Ichinos received a system notification, stunned to see it announce that her furnace skill had been unlocked. Before long, they reached the boss room of the Crystal Cave and came face to face with a great slime, level 52. Rei stepped forward and charged at the creature. As he fought, he shouted for Ichinos to use the skill she'd just unlocked. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated it. Furnace and her entire body was instantly wreathed in raging flame. She was stunned by the power surging through her, wondering if this was really her own strength. She clenched her fist. Check. Studying it, she realized Furnace was a skill that boosted firepower in exchange for a massive drain on mana. So he knew right away this skill was a perfect match for Ichinose. She immediately unleashed a fireball, now supercharged by Furnace. The protagonist was deeply impressed by that power, thinking she was even more remarkable than he'd realized. With her massive mana reserves combined with Furnace, he was certain Ichinos was destined to become the Scarlet Queen. After defeating the Great Slime, Rei told Ichinos she'd done incredibly well. She let out a sigh of relief, admitting she'd been genuinely caught off guard at first. Then she smiled and said it was all thanks to him. She said this as the protagonist stared at the destruction her power had carved into the cave wall. After leaving the dungeon, Ichinos said they'd finally met the requirements for the A-rank exam, and Rei confirmed it. But deep down, he thought that the moment of his promotion had finally arrived, and he was determined to reach it no matter what. On the day of the A-rank promotion exam, Hinata explained that they'd first assess everyone's combat potential and pair them up for mock battles. Rei thought that he'd finally made it to the promotion exam, and he knew he had to pass it to become an A-rank magician. As they walked through the building, Rei told Ichinose the exam time was drawing near, and she replied that they'd both give it their all. The protagonist was explaining that the first part would be an assessment of everyone's potential when someone suddenly appeared, remarking they couldn't believe someone as useless as Ichinose would dare take the exam. She startled, recognizing exactly who'd just spoken. It was Isoyama and her group. Ichinose immediately demanded to know what she wanted, but the protagonist stepped forward, declaring that his friend would never lose to someone who only ever sent others to the front line. Isoyama, displeased with that, told him to say whatever he wanted. She then turned away, pointing out that unlike having someone like Ichinose, her own party had the strongest members around. With that, she introduced Aono Yuri, insisting that neither the protagonist nor Ichinose stood a chance of ever beating her. Rei looked surprised, asking if this was really Aono Yuri. He remembered hearing that name in his past life, once clearing an incredibly difficult dungeon without even realizing how hard it had been. After that, her name quickly became famous. While he was still thinking her current skill level was likely still around A rank, she suddenly walked over, calling out to the protagonist and remarking that he seemed like an interesting person. Rei was a little taken aback, and Ichinose noticed his reaction too. She immediately wanted to know if the protagonist had noticed something off about her. The moment Aono Yuri heard the protagonist's name, she perked up with interest, asking if he was Kurosaki Kai's younger brother. She'd heard that the Death King had been defeated by someone. Then she pointed at the protagonist and asked if he was the one who'd taken down the Death King. While Rei thought she seemed to know quite a lot, Ichinose couldn't believe what she'd just heard and asked her friend if it was really true. But Aono Yuri turned away, saying she didn't care either way, and added that the protagonist could never beat her regardless. With that, she walked off, mentioning that rumors about the Death King were spreading, and she figured he probably wasn't all that impressive after all. Rei smiled, thinking Aono really was quite an interesting person. Later, at the Magicians Association training grounds, a man announced they'd be evaluating everyone's combat potential using an artificial golem standing beside him. He went on to explain that the golem was coated in a special stone far harder than ordinary rock, so everyone should go all out without holding back. With that, he called Kurosaki Rei up first. The moment the protagonist approached, the golem switched into combat mode. Rei began preparing a fireball, and some of the onlookers laughed, wondering if he seriously planned to fight a golem with fire magic. As he charged at it, Rei told himself that ordinary fire magic wouldn't stand a chance against something like this, and the instant he dodged its attack, he immediately readied his fusion skill and launched a spear of flame straight into the golem's head, tearing a massive hole through it and sending the whole thing crashing to the ground. The proctor shouted out confirmation: the golem had been destroyed. The people who'd been laughing earlier couldn't believe their eyes, wondering aloud if that had been some kind of two-color attack. Aono Yuri explained that the protagonist had fused fire with blue mana to amplify the power of his fire magic. Next came Ichinose's turn for the mana assessment, and the proctor asked her to place her hand on the crystal to measure her mana. Isoyama sneered, telling her she should feel ashamed. But the moment Ichinose placed her hand on the device, a massive surge of power erupted, flooding through her entire body. Isoyama and everyone else stood there with their jaws dropped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Isoyama immediately convinced herself that Ichinose had to be cheating, refusing to believe anyone could possess that much mana. Not long after, the mock battle assessment began, and the proctor announced they'd move forward. She also declared the very first match would be between Ichinose and Isoyama. While Ichinose took a deep breath to focus on the fight ahead, Isoyama was already thinking about how she'd expose Ichinose's lies in front of everyone. The moment the instructor called start, Isoyama didn't hesitate for a second, immediately casting her ice stake spell. Ichinose let the attack close in a little, and the instant she finished readying her fireball, she hurled it directly at the ice stakes, the two skills colliding in a massive explosion that completely destroyed them. Isoyama was shell-shocked, admitting she never imagined Ichinose possessed a skill like that. But Ichinose had no intention of dragging the fight out and kept preparing another fireball, sending Isoyama into a panic. Right after, Ichinose unleashed her skill. Isoyama threw up a defensive barrier to block it, screaming at Ichinose not to underestimate her. As she kept struggling to hold her ground, Isoyama told herself Ichinose was a fool, the attack was far too simple, and she just needed to wait until Ichinose ran out of mana before striking back. But the attacks kept coming, relentless and unbroken, until Isoyama began to feel something was very wrong, wondering why Ichinose still wasn't stopping. Rei watched his friend's match, understanding that once Ichinose with her massive mana reserves started attacking, no simple magic barrier could hold her back. Sure enough, Ichinose kept ramping up the intensity of her assault, and cracks began spreading across Isoyama's magic barrier until it shattered completely, forcing Isoyama to flee to avoid taking a direct hit. But the shockwave from the explosion sent a piece of debris flying straight into her head, knocking her out cold on the spot. With that result, the proctor loudly declared Ichinose the winner. Ichinose herself was overjoyed, finally realizing she'd actually beaten Isoyama. Rei walked over to congratulate her on an outstanding performance, telling her the result had far exceeded expectations. As he wished her luck, someone else approached. Rei thanked her, then turned to see who his next opponent would be. Right after, the proctor called out loudly for Kurosaki Rei and Aono Yuri to get ready. The protagonist remarked that, of all people, his mock battle opponent had turned out to be her. He figured this match was bound to be interesting. Aono Yuri pointed at the protagonist and asked why he was even taking this exam. She'd asked because he seemed far more prepared than everyone else here. Rei answered that he had a goal more important than anything else. So he grew serious and declared that was exactly why he couldn't afford to lose here. Aono Yuri fell into thought for a moment, then smiled. She released her power and said she was very strong, then asked if he knew that. Rei tightened his grip on his sword and answered that he knew full well, but he still intended to win. Aono Yuri said she'd expected as much, and that only made her more convinced he was an interesting person. Right after, the proctor called out loudly for the two of them to begin. Aono Yuri activated her skill and declared she'd strike first. She launched her attack at the protagonist. He fought to defend himself, countering the relentless barrage of strikes. As he held his ground, he thought that Mana Shift was a rare skill that let its user manipulate mana with complete freedom. Then he noticed something dropping down from above and quickly leapt aside to avoid taking a direct hit from Aono Yuri's skill. She laughed, praising him for dodging that so well. But Rei paid no mind and immediately charged straight at her. Aono Yuri declared she wouldn't let him close the distance so easily and kept unleashing more attacks. Rei used a magic shield to block the strikes before launching a counterattack, but she still managed to dodge in time. The protagonist tried to seize the moment while she was airborne, activating his fusion skill and launching his spear of flame. Aono Yuri conjured a barrier using Mana Shift and completely blocked the protagonist's attack. The instant she landed, she remarked that had been genuinely dangerous. Rei thought to himself that her defense was nearly flawless, exactly as he'd expected. She truly was strong. Ichinos watched their brutal fight, growing more anxious by the second. Aono Yuri then prepared another skill, and as she unleashed it, asked the protagonist what he was thinking. Rei found himself forced into constant motion just to dodge her attacks, realizing this situation had become genuinely difficult. Aono Yuri asked if Rei honestly believed he could beat her just by running back and forth. She kept unleashing her skill at him, shouting that this was checkmate. But he activated extreme body enhancement and knocked every incoming attack aside. She studied him closely and realized he was using body enhancement, which only made her more excited, a smile spreading across her face. She said this was the first time she'd ever seen someone wield 3 colors of mana, but added that she too could use body enhancement. After activating her skill, she conjured a single scythe and declared they'd settle this once and for all, right here. With that, she lunged forward and appeared right behind the protagonist, ready to strike, but Rei spun around at the very last second and deflected the blow, realizing just how incredibly fast she was. Aono paid it no mind, unleashing a relentless barrage of scythe strikes that kept the protagonist on the defensive until she unleashed an even stronger blow, forcing him to leap aside to dodge. Rei realized her strength was frankly absurd, but he still managed to close the distance and grab her arm, prompting her to immediately declare that had been a terrible mistake on his part. But Aono suddenly felt something strange and grew confused. A system notification confirmed that her extreme body enhancement had just been absorbed, forcing her to leap back the moment she realized her strength was fading. Rei immediately seized the opening, charging forward and landing a direct hit on her. Aono coughed violently from the force of the blow, and just before collapsing, admitted that the protagonist had clearly been holding back this whole time. With that, she dropped to the ground, and the proctor loudly declared the winner of the mock battle, Kurosaki Rei. Later at the medical wing, Aono slowly regained consciousness. Rei looked visibly relieved to see her finally awake. Aono admitted she'd genuinely lost that fight, but Rei stressed that he never expected her to be that strong. She asked again if she was really that strong, since she figured he wasn't the type to flatter someone just because they'd been promoted. Rei turned serious and said he'd tell her the truth. Then he asked what she thought about joining his party. Aono was completely caught off guard by the sudden invitation. The protagonist explained that based on the results of the mock battle, she'd also been promoted to A rank, and to conquer the toughest dungeons, he needed her strength. Rei was utterly confused when Aono suddenly burst out laughing. The moment she stopped, she remarked that he really was a fascinating person, so she agreed, saying things would probably get a lot more interesting if she followed him. The moment they shook hands, she declared that from now on, she'd be under his command. Right then, a powerful tremor suddenly shook the area. Ichinos asked in alarm if that had been an earthquake. Rei looked outside. With a deeply worried expression, he wondered if this was exactly what he'd feared. Meanwhile, Kronos, the god of time and space, remained completely sealed away, but it smiled, thinking the moment was finally drawing near. Back with the protagonist, the instant the tremor stopped, Ichinos asked if it was truly over. Rei couldn't stop turning the earthquake over in his mind. He remembered that in his previous world, there had been a string of earthquakes just before the Ikebukuro dungeon collapsed. He understood fundamentally that the deadline was drawing closer. He was also acutely aware that the Ikebukuro dungeon's difficulty was unprecedented for this era, so he told the two of them he had something he needed to say. After he laid out everything he knew, Ichinos was completely stunned and asked if he was truly serious about conquering the Ikebukuro dungeon. She knew it was the hardest dungeon on the entire Japanese peninsula and wanted to confirm whether the three of them alone could really pull it off. Iono asked if the protagonist's proposal had anything to do with the earthquake they'd just felt. Ray turned serious and confirmed it was, explaining he had a terrible feeling given the recent reports of abnormal monster sightings. He believed it was a warning sign of some larger threat looming ahead. Aono declared she was ready to face whatever situation the protagonist chose, adding that this actually sounded like an interesting place to test her strength. Ichino steadied her nerves and promised she'd do everything she could not to become a burden to the others. Ray let out a breath, relieved, and thanked them both, declaring that together they would conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. The next day, at the reception desk of the Magicians Association, someone came looking for Examiner Hinata, saying they had a request, specifically for the protagonist and his party. Ray said they wanted to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. Later, standing before the dungeon's gate, Iono was practically buzzing with excitement, knowing she was about to face an incredibly difficult dungeon with a recommended level above 70. Ichino suggested that if possible, they should team up with other magicians. But Ray said that wasn't an option. There simply weren't any A-rank magicians available to be deployed on such short notice. He then remarked it would have been great to have someone named Oikawa here with them. The protagonist remembered that before he'd turned back time, Oikawa had been known as the strongest man in Japan, and he believed this person would have been an enormous help in a situation like this. He knew that if the dungeon collapsed again, the god of time and space, Kronos, would emerge. That was exactly why he had to prevent that outcome at all costs, so he called for the two of them to head inside immediately. But Aono raised her hand, saying she had one thing to ask first. She asked if the protagonist could call her by her first name. She felt using surnames created too much distance between them, and Ichinozi agreed, urging him to consider it. Ichino smiled and said that after everything, they were already friends anyway. Ray thought that made sense and agreed. So he called out to Aya and Yuri, and together they set out to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. The moment they stepped inside, Ray immediately sensed something ahead. He spotted a bone demon level 71. The creature quickly noticed their presence too. As he prepared for battle, the protagonist thought that in other dungeons this would count as a boss, but here it was appearing as nothing more than a regular monster. He called out to Aya and Yuri. Both of them immediately confirmed they were ready. The moment the three of them charged at the creature, it threw up a mana barrier. While activating his fusion skill, Ray thought they needed to break through that barrier first, so he launched his Spear of Flame. But he realized a single hit wouldn't be enough to shatter it, so he shouted for the other two to act together. He leapt aside as Yuri and Aya prepared their own skills. The moment their combined attacks slammed into the bone demon's barrier, they finally broke through. Ray immediately seized the opening and charged in for the finishing blow. He took the creature down, and it dropped a magic crystal. The protagonist felt a surge of joy. They'd just defeated their first creature in the dungeon. He turned to his friends and told them their teamwork had been excellent. Yuri said she'd been wondering about this since their last fight, curious why the protagonist could wield so many different skills. A little caught off guard by the sudden question, he eventually admitted he had a skill called skill theft. Both of them looked puzzled and asked him to explain further. Ray explained that all it took was a single touch, and he could take another person's skill for himself. Yuri thought back to their previous battle and realized that was exactly what had happened. While the protagonist mentioned he'd already returned the skill to Yuri, Aya looked stunned and asked if Ray could really do that. She'd already been surprised when he first proposed conquering the Ikebukuro dungeon, but now she understood so much more. Right then, Ray called for both of them to keep moving forward. Aya thought that as long as Ray was here, everything would be fine, confident she wouldn't become a burden to them. The protagonist continued clearing more creatures, and Yuri did the same. With Aya's help, it didn't take long before they reached the boss room. A little anxious, Aya remarked that the rumbling beneath their feet was growing stronger and stronger. Even knowing the boss was powerful, she still wanted to know if they'd really be okay. Ray told her that throughout their journey here, the whole party had leveled up significantly, so he believed they could pull this off. Aya nodded, agreeing he was probably right. Still, she stood there in silence for a moment, thinking that Ray really was growing stronger with every battle, and Yuri, too, was steadily getting used to combat. And so she understood that, at the very least, she needed to support them as much as she could. Right then, something suddenly slammed into the ground right behind Aya. Rei and Yuri spun around in alarm. They saw something hurtling straight at Aya. Before she could react, it seized hold of her. It dragged her away from her friends while all they could do was cry out in panic. The thing that had grabbed Aya was the towering boss of the Ikebukuro dungeon itself, the Reaper level 89. The protagonist was gripped with dread. He knew the boss couldn't leave its own room, so he had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, at the place where Kronos lay sealed, it simply stood there, laughing coldly. Yuri asked Rei if he thought this situation was truly as serious as it seemed, and he answered that yes, things were genuinely critical. Still, he shouted that no matter what, they had to save Aya at any cost. At that same moment, in its prison, Kronos remarked that it seemed the monsters had been released. It knew this was the very limit of what it could do with its current power, so it hoped the protagonist would become the very first victim of this opening act. Rei screamed his friend's name, desperate to know if she was okay. Held captive, Aya tried to call back, somehow managing to say she was fine, but deep down she knew that even though she could defend herself, there was no way out, and she refused to become a burden to her friends. Rei realized she'd managed to conjure a mana barrier to protect herself, but he knew that even with Aya's massive mana reserves, there had to be a limit. Watching from a distance, he understood he needed to use Deep Flame Abyss, but he worried Aya might get caught in the blast, forcing him to find another way to save her safely. So the protagonist told Yuri he'd draw the boss's tentacles away to give her a chance to save Aya, and Yuri agreed, knowing she had no other choice. With that, both of them charged straight at the boss. But it quickly struck at the protagonist, and he only barely managed to dodge in time. Rei was struck with dread, realizing that even a single ordinary attack from this creature carried devastating destructive force. He understood he could never afford to take one head-on. The moment he landed, he sensed something happening behind him. A tentacle suddenly burst up from the ground and shot straight at him. Aya watched in horror, terrified for Rei. The protagonist used his mana hand to grab hold of the wall ahead, yanking himself out of the tentacle's path, and let out a breath of relief that had been far too close. Right then, Yuri said that was enough of a distraction. She leapt toward Aya and used her mana scythe to slice through the tentacle holding her captive. But both the protagonist and Yuri were caught off guard. They realized the boss had just used an enhancement skill on one of its tentacles. That forced Yuri to fall back. The moment the protagonist reached her, he immediately asked if she was okay. Yuri said she was fine, but as the two of them faced the boss again, she asked Rei if he'd noticed anything unusual. Rei agreed, thinking that tentacle-type monsters usually had weak defenses, but he'd never heard of one that could enhance itself like this. This creature had also left its own room, which only made him more certain something was seriously wrong. Meanwhile, the god of time watched from afar, doing nothing but observe. Right then, the protagonist realized the boss was readying its next attack and said they didn't even have time to think. Both Rei and Yuri were forced to throw everything into defense against the boss's relentless tentacle assault. Aya watched it all unfold, convinced this was entirely her fault. She knew she'd always relied on Rei, and that he was the one who'd made every battle easier for her. She pounded against her own barrier, telling herself she had to do something to help. As Yuri tried to reinforce the strength of her attacks, she ended up dropping her mana scythe, forced to admit the situation had become almost impossible. Rei grew increasingly anxious, realizing that both their mana reserves were nearly drained from the endless fighting. Looking over at Aya, he thought that if everyone's mana were at full strength, things would be completely different. Right then, an idea suddenly struck him. He immediately shouted for Aya to use mana fusion on both of them. She looked a little confused. Yuri asked if that skill wasn't practically useless, given how enormous its mana cost was. Even as they struggled to hold off the boss's relentless assault, Rei remembered that in his past life, mana fusion had once been considered a useless skill. But thanks to one particular magician, its true value had been completely overturned, and the person who'd proven that was none other than Aya in his previous life. For her part, Aya thought about the mana fusion skill and realized she'd never used it before, always assuming it was useless. But she trusted that if Rei was asking for this, she could put her complete faith in his words. So without hesitating any longer, she immediately activated mana fusion, and the surge of energy rushed toward the protagonist and Yuri. Yuri was stunned to feel her mana actually being restored. Rei felt a surge of excitement. He knew mana fusion let its user share their own energy with others, a skill only magicians with truly massive mana reserves could ever master. But he also understood there was still one more crucial piece missing. Aya was amazed to realize she could share her mana with her friends. But seeing they were still only managing to defend against the attacks, she understood this alone wasn't enough. So she concluded the problem was that she was still maintaining her barrier. The moment she realized that, she immediately dropped it. That action instantly drew everyone's attention. Ray cried out in alarm, demanding to know why Aya had just dropped her mana shield. Right after, the boss's tentacles seized hold of her. But even as she struggled against them, she activated her own furnace skill. That massively amplified the power of the mana fusion flowing to her friends. Ray shouted, gripped with worry for his friend. But Aya, though nearly exhausted, still told them to leave the rest to her. The moment the tentacles wrapped fully around her, Ray's expression turned deadly serious. He called out to Yuri. Then, without another word, the two of them threw everything they had into charging the creature. Yuri thought that if Aya had shown that kind of resolve, she owed her nothing less in return. Meanwhile, the protagonist silently thanked his friend for granting them this extra strength. So the two of them pushed straight toward where Aya was being held. With their mana restored, they sliced through the boss's tentacles as though they were nothing at all. Ray shouted that now they could carve their own path forward. He kept clearing the way toward Aya. As he fought, he thought that thanks to her restoring everyone's mana, they could now punch straight through the enemy's defenses with enhanced skills. He called out to Yuri, telling her they'd save Aya with their next combined assault. But by now, Aya was nearly out of strength and still bound tight. Ray kept pushing toward her. But he ran into trouble as the boss's tentacles kept blocking his path, forcing him to fall back temporarily. He realized that at this rate, they might not reach her in time. Right then, Yuri unleashed her power, calling out to Ray and declaring she'd clear a path for him. With that, she began shaping her skill, forming a staircase leading straight to Aya. Without a moment's hesitation, Ray charged forward and thanked Yuri for that brilliant move. But the boss wasn't about to let him advance so easily and kept hurling tentacles to block his way. This time, Ray activated body enhancement and shot forward at incredible speed, slicing through the tentacles as if they weren't even there. The moment he reached Aya, he scooped her up and leapt back, glancing over his shoulder mid-air to check if the boss was making any move. Seeing no reaction, he landed safely and asked Aya if she was all right. Aya laughed and said she'd expected nothing less from him. Ray felt a wave of relief seeing she was okay. Yuri ran over to Aya, thanking her for saving them all by restoring their mana. Yuri also remarked that Aya had shown incredible courage. Aya smiled and thanked her, but she immediately turned back toward the boss, saying the fight wasn't over yet, and Ray agreed since the boss's body was still very much intact. Right then, something strange began happening to the severed tentacles. They suddenly began regenerating and lunging straight at Ray's group, forcing them to leap back to avoid the attack. Ray remarked that this would become a real problem if the creature kept regenerating like this. Right after, a tentacle burst from the ground and struck at Yuri, but she dodged, countered, and shouted, asking Ray what his plan was, since things would only get worse if this kept up. Yuri was caught off guard when Ray called out, telling her to trust him and leave everything in his hands. So despite feeling a little reluctant, Yuri agreed to hand it over to him, trusting he had a plan, since she knew they didn't have much time left to deal with the boss. Ray drove his sword into the ground and confirmed that was exactly the plan. Then he charged forward at full speed, declaring he'd end this fight right now. Yuri looked at the sword he'd left behind, wondering if he intended to fight barehanded without a weapon. Right then, another tentacle lunged in to attack, but Ray dodged it, thinking that the boss could regenerate even after taking a direct hit from his deep flame abyss. So he activated Overclock, believing that doubling his firepower might just change the outcome. He then began gathering his strength, conjuring his own deep flame abyss. The boss didn't stand still, letting out a furious roar. Ray waited for the perfect opening, and the moment he spotted one, he launched Deep Flame Abyss straight at the creature. It panicked at the sight of the devastating attack bearing down on it, but there was nothing it could do, and it took the hit directly. A massive hole was torn straight through its body. With that blow, the boss was finally defeated, collapsing to the ground. Ray let out a sigh of relief. His attack had succeeded. Elsewhere, the god of time and space watched in utter disbelief as its creature fell. It could hardly believe the Reaper had actually been struck down. A wave of fury followed almost immediately. As it kept watching, it decided it wouldn't let a single one of them leave this place alive. While Aya was still celebrating the protagonist's victory over the creature, she failed to notice something strange happening right behind her. A bizarre surge of power began seeping out from the boss's corpse, rapidly closing in on Ray's group. The instant he sensed something approaching, Ray shouted for everyone to stay alert. But the thing hurtling toward them suddenly stopped halfway. Ray noted that the strange energy seemed to be seeping straight out of the defeated Reaper's corpse. And almost instantly, the boss's entire body began releasing a bizarre wave of dark energy. Ray shouted for everyone to run immediately, admitting he had no idea what that thing was, but they had to get out of there fast. As the group ran, chased by the strange force, Ray thought he needed to find a way to stop the dungeon from collapsing. He glanced back anxiously, telling himself there was no way he was going to die here. Then they spotted light at the end of the tunnel and shouted that it had to be the exit. But the wave of dark energy had already caught up with them. Aya, Yuri, and Ray were all gripped with terror, realizing there was no way to escape. But right at that moment, a voice rang out, telling them to move aside. A massive magic shield appeared, completely blocking the wave of black energy. Aya stared at the sight in complete shock. Ray turned to look, equally stunned to see who had just intervened. As the person who'd conjured the shield approached, Ray immediately wanted to know who he was. The man dismissed his skill, laughed, and said they'd nearly gotten caught in that. Aya thanked him, but still asked who he was. The blonde-haired man introduced himself as Oikawa Hikaru. Aya was completely stunned to hear that name. Oikawa kept laughing and asked if she recognized him. Aya told Ray that before entering the dungeon, he'd mentioned Oikawa's name, and Ray confirmed it, stressing that Oikawa was exactly the person he'd wanted to ask for help. Ray thought that right now Oikawa was stronger than all of them combined, being an S-rank magician. He also remembered that in his past life, Oikawa had been known by the title Golden Emperor. He reflected on Oikawa's barrier skill and concluded it truly was formidable. If not for it, the situation could have spiraled completely out of control. The blonde-haired man said things had looked pretty grim when he entered the dungeon, but luckily he'd made it just in time. He also explained he'd just come from another dungeon on a national assignment, and someone there had informed him about the situation here. Ray grew curious, wondering who could have told him. But right after, he remembered Hinata scolding him for being reckless, and concluded it could only have been her. Oikawa suddenly turned serious and asked if Ray was the younger brother of the Purple Emperor. Ray was surprised to learn Oikawa knew about his brother, so he immediately asked if Oikawa knew him personally. Oikawa answered he'd heard the name plenty of times, but never really cared, adding that Ray didn't need to worry about that. Ray said he understood and thanked him for his help. Oikawa laughed and said it was nothing. He hadn't really done all that much anyway. He then added that Ray had done incredibly well, taking down the dungeon boss. Right then, the item dropped by the boss began glowing intensely, and a black stone fell to the ground. Oikawa stepped over, picked it up, and remarked that if the magic stone was this large, the boss must have been truly powerful. With that, he tossed the stone to Ray and congratulated him. Surprised, Ray immediately asked if he could really keep the item. Oikawa told him that regardless, Ray was the one who'd conquered the dungeon. Before leaving, he said he was genuinely looking forward to Ray's future achievements, and was certain he'd keep surprising everyone even more in the days ahead. After Oikawa left, Ray's entire party stood there in complete shock over everything that had just happened. They then all made their way toward the association building. The moment they stepped inside, Aya remarked that Oikawa was quite an unusual person. Ray agreed, figuring Oikawa was either the laid-back type or simply had way too much free time. The moment Hinata spotted Ray, she called out his name loudly, clearly worried and desperate to know if he was okay. She said she'd been terribly worried since he'd taken far too long after leaving that morning. She then stressed that the dungeon he'd entered had a recommended level of 70 or above, making it far more dangerous than most other places. But she quickly changed the subject, asking how his conquest was going. Had he cleared the area near the entrance yet? Ray set the item dropped by the boss on the counter and announced that they'd fully conquered the entire dungeon. Both Hinata and the other officials stood there stunned at the sight of the item. Elsewhere, several people watching the news were left astonished by reports that someone had conquered the Ikebukuro dungeon, desperate to know who could have possibly pulled that off, given it was a level 70 dungeon. Elsewhere, a bald man shouted, demanding someone arrange a meeting with whoever had conquered the dungeon, along with the association itself. Meanwhile, Aya thought that she could finally afford her sister's medical bills now that the dungeon had been conquered. As she sat through an interview at a press conference, she found herself deeply grateful to the host who'd invited her. Isoyama spotted Aya's interview on a large screen, and a co-worker called out to her, asking if that was really Aya. Isoyama went completely still, thinking there was absolutely no way this could be real. Kurosaki Kai saw the news that his own brother had conquered the dungeon and immediately flew into a rage, calling his brother a total bastard. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone received a message asking if it was really true that a colorless had conquered the Ikebukuro dungeon. That same person then remarked that Rei had become quite the scandal, and it seemed like he'd grown noticeably stronger too. The conversation continued for a while, and finally, the mysterious figure sent one last message, saying it was truly fascinating that the weakest of them all had ended up conquering the toughest dungeon. Oikawa stood atop a building, texting someone that everything was unfolding exactly as he'd predicted. Meanwhile, Rei walked through the city, gazing up at the dungeon he'd just conquered. He thought it was a stroke of luck that he'd managed to stop the Ikebukuro dungeon from collapsing in time. But remembering all the help he'd received, he clenched his fist and concluded that his success had only been possible because everyone had supported him. He turned around with a serious expression and told himself that no matter what, he had to grow even stronger. 3 days passed just like that, and at the association, Hinata spotted Rei. She immediately told him that lately, the whole association had been buzzing with talk about him, leaving Rei embarrassed as he admitted that was pretty mortifying. But he quickly changed the subject, calling out to Hinata and asking if she had something she wanted to tell him. She informed him that his party had received a request to conquer a certain dungeon. Everyone was surprised, and Rei wanted to know why, given they'd only just been promoted to A rank. Hinata confirmed it, handing over a document and explaining it was likely due to their achievement conquering the Ikebukuro dungeon. Rei knew that dungeon expeditions were usually proposed by magicians themselves, and the association only sent requests to a limited number of them. Aya said excitedly that they were definitely counting on Rei's strength, while Rei just laughed awkwardly, saying that wasn't quite it, since he wasn't the only one who'd been requested, and turned to face them. Curious, he wanted to know who'd issued the request, but Hinata apologized, saying her superiors had ordered the whole matter kept confidential. Yuri said that since this sounded like an interesting mission, she wanted to know why they couldn't just accept it. Rei pointed out that since it came through the association, he didn't think there was anything suspicious about it. Hinata called Rei back and added that, on top of everything she'd mentioned, it seemed an S-rank magician would be joining them as well. So the next day, everyone gathered, and Rei said this was where they'd meet their new companion. Aya was curious what kind of person it would turn out to be. Then they turned around, hearing someone call out to them. It was Oikawa who appeared and announced they'd be working together to conquer the dungeon. Everyone was completely stunned to learn Oikawa would be joining them. Once the party entered the dungeon, Rei admitted he'd never imagined Oikawa would be coming along with them. Oikawa laughed and said he'd known from the start. He just wanted to surprise them. He also added that he was genuinely excited, since the whole world was watching this conquest they were about to undertake together. Aya remarked that she thought Oikawa was a very carefree person. Rei said that regardless, he knew Oikawa was an S-rank magician. He then called out to Oikawa, mentioning he'd heard this dungeon had a fairly complex mechanism. Oikawa confirmed it, explaining that according to the scouting team, there was a wall of fire blocking the way. Aya looked intrigued hearing that, while Rei wanted to know how they'd deal with it. Oikawa started showing off, saying he'd use his barrier skill, since with him around, a wall of fire was nothing to worry about. Watching him boast endlessly, Rei thought that so far Oikawa seemed like a pretty friendly guy, but he couldn't help wondering why everything seemed so effortless to him. The blonde-haired man kept insisting everyone would understand the moment they saw him in action, telling them to just think of it as riding on his big ship. But something caught Rei's attention. A swarm of massive insects was charging straight toward them. He shouted a warning that a wave of monsters was closing in and they needed to prepare for battle. Rei turned serious, thinking this was the perfect chance to see just how strong an S-rank magician really was. But he froze in shock at the sight of Oikawa trembling, curled up in a corner. The blonde-haired man shook uncontrollably and admitted he was absolutely terrible against insect-type monsters. Aya immediately shouted at him not to say that so proudly, especially right after declaring he'd carry the whole team. Rei declared they had no choice but to handle this themselves. With that, as the swarm of insects closed in, Ray ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Aya didn't hesitate, immediately activating her fireball. The moment she hurled it at the creatures, Yuri seized the opportunity to charge forward, remarking that these insects were nothing compared to the monsters they'd faced before. Riding that momentum, she activated Mana Shift and began taking down the insects one after another. Ray studied the remaining ones closely, then activated his fusion skill and conjured a spear of flame. He hurled it, skewering multiple insects at once. Oikawa, still cowering in the corner, couldn't help but be impressed by Ray's strength. Aya exclaimed excitedly that they'd done it, and Ray agreed, remarking that everyone had done an excellent job. A little sheepishly, Oikawa walked over to them and admitted that it seemed like he was the one who'd needed saving this time. But just as he tried to explain that he genuinely hated insects, something began watching them from a distance. Ray began to feel like they were being watched. He immediately shouted a warning at Oikawa to be careful. A pack of monsters was closing in on him. The blonde-haired man instantly turned serious and activated his skill around the pack of wolves. In the blink of an eye, every single creature took a devastating hit. Oikawa smiled and said this was his cube skill. He then shrank it down around his target, forming a magical cube, and when it hit the ground, everyone stood in awe of Oikawa's power. He picked up the small cube and remarked that he hated surprise attacks. Ray quickly stepped over and asked him to explain the skill in more detail. Oikawa said his skill was called Cube, one of his barrier-based abilities. He explained that it couldn't be used on enemies that were too large, but in exchange, it could completely neutralize creatures like the ones they'd just faced. He smiled and said it was quite a convenient skill to have. Ray recalled hearing about it before, but had to admit that seeing it in action was still far more impressive than he'd expected. The blonde-haired man then called everyone together and said it was time to keep moving forward. As he walked ahead whistling, Ray silently thought that this truly was the power of an S-rank magician. After walking a bit further into the dungeon, they reached the wall of fire, and the blonde-haired man confirmed this was exactly the location mentioned in the report. Aya said the place was scorching hot, while Ray wanted to know if they really had to walk straight through it. Oikawa confirmed they did, but told everyone to stay calm, he'd handle it. He then conjured a barrier around the wall of fire, opening up a safe path through it. He smiled and told everyone to move forward. As they passed through, everyone was struck by just how impressive his ability really was. The moment they cleared the barrier, Ray told everyone that the pit ahead led straight to the boss room. He turned back and asked if everyone was ready. Once everyone confirmed they were, he grew excited and said it was time to head in. With that resolve, the whole party advanced toward the boss room. But Oikawa found himself thinking about Ray, curious whether he truly lived up to everything in the report, since he was genuinely looking forward to finding out. The moment everyone stepped into the boss room, they immediately noticed how unbearably hot it was. Ray grew uneasy, the heat was truly unbearable. Then a creature slowly began approaching. It was a flame-claw tiger, level 68. Ray quickly drew his sword, thinking this boss looked absolutely terrifying. The creature began unleashing its power, forming a massive fireball, prompting Ray to shout for everyone to raise a magic barrier. But Oikawa said that wasn't necessary. The boss didn't hesitate, immediately launching its attack. But the blonde-haired man blocked it with his own skill. Ray was completely stunned, witnessing Oikawa's power firsthand. He smiled and said he'd keep the pace with his barrier, while the rest of them could handle the monster. Ray turned back and said he understood. They'd take care of the boss. But in his mind, he told himself not to underestimate this creature. Even a barrier could break if it took too many hits. He wondered whether he should use his deep flame abyss. But looking more closely, he realized it wasn't practical. The flame-claw tiger was incredibly fast, a high-level monster on top of that, and casting a dark attribute skill would drain an enormous amount of mana. So as he advanced, he decided he needed to finish this boss off with a different kind of magic, which meant he'd be the one to open the assault. He also told his friends to watch for an opening and strike whenever they could. Ray activated extreme body enhancement and leapt into the air. The moment he faced the boss, it immediately launched an attack straight at him, but he dodged quickly and counterattacked the creature right away. Yuri and Aya also readied their own skills, unleashing a fireball and mana shift at the same time. The attack shot straight at the boss, but it dodged by leaping to the side, then immediately put distance between them. Anxious, Ray thought this confirmed exactly what he'd expected. This creature really was strong, and dragging the fight out would only hurt them given the brutal heat. Best to finish it off as quickly as possible. The blonde-haired man watched Ray's performance, thinking that at this pace his stamina would run out soon. So he was genuinely curious to see what this kid would do next. Ray took a deep breath. He called Aya and Yuri over and explained they didn't need to hit the boss directly. They could target its legs instead. Yuri said that meant Ray already had a plan. Aya shouted that she understood. So the two of them began preparing. Yuri launched her skill first, forcing the boss to move. As she gathered her strength, Aya thought that in exchange for burning through more mana, the furnace effect would give her firepower a massive boost. She conjured an enhanced stone bullet and hurled it at the boss right away. But it kept dodging. Still, Ray had spotted the opening. He figured that no matter how fast the boss was, it couldn't dodge while suspended in midair. So, not wanting to waste any more time, he leapt straight at it and channeled his skill into his sword. Oikawa looked surprised, watching Ray coat his blade in ice. The boss froze, realizing it could no longer move. Ray seized the opening and struck. He landed a direct hit on the creature. The Flameclaw Tiger had no time to react and was sent slamming hard into the ground. With that, they'd finally taken down the boss. The two girls ran over to Ray, telling him he'd done it, but he insisted the credit belonged to everyone. Oikawa smiled, thinking that had been a brilliant display of teamwork, and that Ray really was every bit the talented magician the report had described. Still, he suspected Ray hadn't shown his full strength just yet. Ray called everyone together and said they'd head back to the association to report in. But Oikawa activated a spell and asked everyone to wait a moment. Ray recognized it as the same power from earlier. The blonde-haired man confirmed it, saying he wanted to test Ray. Ray looked confused and asked him to explain further. Oikawa explained that his cube skill could be used to capture monsters and could also serve as a training tool. He then asked permission to be blunt, saying he wanted to witness Ray's true strength, so he wanted him to defeat the creatures sealed inside that skill. Oikawa made it clear that if things got dangerous, he'd reseal the monster right away. But the choice of whether to accept was entirely up to Ray. Ray clenched his fist, thinking he still didn't fully understand Oikawa's motives. Still, he wanted to gain more experience. So he agreed to accept the challenge. The blonde-haired man set his skill down right in front of Ray and announced he was about to begin. As he opened the cube, a wave of black energy began pouring out. It quickly condensed into a solid form. Ray watched with curiosity as a dark silhouette took shape. Oikawa knew the creature inside would take on whatever form embodied its opponent's deepest fear. So he found himself wondering what would appear this time. The moment the creature fully materialized and unleashed its power, Ray was struck with horror, realizing the monster before him was none other than Kronos, the god of time and space. Oikawa looked impressed, saying this was the first time he'd ever seen a creature like this, while privately thinking that Ray was clearly hiding something. Ray, meanwhile, was frozen with fear, realizing he was facing an opponent he'd never expected to encounter again. Not here. Aya looked intrigued, remarking that the black shadow had taken on a human-like shape. Yuri added that it didn't look like an ordinary monster either. Oikawa fell into thought, knowing this training creature always mirrored its opponent's greatest fear, but he still couldn't help wondering exactly what he was looking at. Seeing the terror on Ray's face, he also wondered if Ray had faced this creature before. Ray, meanwhile, told himself that the thing before him wasn't the real Kronos. Still, the sheer presence radiating off it was absolutely terrifying. He still remembered vividly that crushing feeling from right before his regression. Even so, despite everything, he knew he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. So he charged straight at the creature without a moment's hesitation. The Kronos copy blocked Ray's attack with ease. As their blades met, Ray realized he no longer felt that same overwhelming pressure. He pushed even more force into his sword, forcing the Kronos copy to fall back. The creature raised its head, and Ray was immediately gripped with fear. The Kronos copy was preparing to unleash its power. The attack came instantly, forcing Ray to dodge to avoid taking it head-on. Aya watched the fight, desperate to know what that attack had just been. Yuri guessed it might be some kind of invisible shockwave. Ray remembered he'd seen this power before, prior to his regression, and it seemed he could still dodge it now. He channeled power into his sword and declared it was his turn. With that, he charged at the Kronos copy. Ray shouted that this time he'd finish it off for good, but the creature only let a faint smile cross its face. That only deepened Ray's dread. He saw the Kronos copy completely block his attack and even neutralize its power entirely. The creature didn't waste the opening, immediately counterattacking and sending Ray flying. Aya, worried for her friend, shouted to ask if he was okay. Ray struggled to his feet, wondering if his attack had truly just been nullified, and what kind of power could even do that. Aya asked Oikawa if he thought the situation was becoming dangerous, and he agreed that things had gone far beyond what any test should involve. So he raised his hand, saying he'd pull the shadow back into the cube. But then something caught him off guard. Yuri hurried over and asked what was happening, since he should have recalled the shadow immediately. Oikawa answered that he was trying to, but he pointed out that for some reason the shadow-fighting Rei was resisting. That news sent a wave of panic through everyone. The blonde-haired man grew increasingly anxious. This had never happened before. Studying the creature Rei was fighting more closely, he genuinely wanted to know what exactly it was. Because this clearly wasn't the time for a test anymore. With that, they called out to Rei, saying they'd help him in the fight. Rei shouted for them to wait a moment. But Aya had already activated her advanced furnace skill, and Yuri had switched to mana shift. So as Yuri charged in with a massive scythe aimed at the Chronos shadow, Aya boosted her ally's strength. Yuri tried to land her attack, but her entire power was completely nullified, leaving her utterly baffled as to what had just happened. The Chronos shadow didn't hesitate, immediately countering and sending Yuri flying straight into Aya. The impact was so powerful that both of them were slammed into the rock wall, prompting Rei to cry out in alarm. Oikawa called out to Rei. This had gone too far. As he gathered his strength, he declared he'd do everything he could to stop this thing. With that, he activated a sealing skill called Resistance Suppression on the Chronos shadow. The blonde-haired man announced he'd managed to bring it under control, but the creature let out a chillingly sinister smile and instantly shattered the resistance suppression completely. Both Rei and Oikawa were left in shock, watching the skill get broken that easily. As the Chronos shadow closed in, the blonde-haired man remarked that if this kept up, all of them would be wiped out. Right then, Rei also began check. Growing anxious, thinking the Chronos shadow had to be using some kind of power. He wondered if it was somehow recreating Chronos' appearance and strength from its own memories. Then, after questioning himself, an idea suddenly struck him. He called out to Oikawa, telling him to leave the Chronos shadow to him. He'd figured out a way to handle it himself. As he sheathed his sword, Rei thought back to how, in his past life, all he'd ever done was run from Chronos. But he understood that if he hesitated now, he'd never be able to move forward. So he charged straight at the Chronos shadow, thinking that its transformation had to be the result of some kind of power. The creature swung its blade at Rei, but he dodged at the very last second. He then shouted that he was going to steal the Chronos shadow's power directly. With that, he activated his absorption skill, unleashing a violent surge of dark energy that engulfed them both. Almost immediately, the Chronos shadow's sword began to disintegrate, and with it, part of its body began fading away as well. Realizing it had been defeated, the shadow let out a howl as its body crumbled apart piece by piece. It didn't take long before the shadow vanished completely. Oikawa stared in absolute disbelief at what he'd just witnessed. He couldn't help wondering what that power had even been. And studying Rei closely, he found himself wanting to know exactly what kind of person this was. 3 days later, Oikawa and Yuri knelt before someone seated on a throne. Yuri said they'd come to report on what had happened. She referred to the person on the throne as the Blue Emperor. Not long before that, Yuri had been standing in a hallway when someone approached. She remarked that he'd arrived late. It was Oikawa, and a little sheepishly, he apologized for keeping her waiting. As the two of them walked, Yuri pointed out that last time she'd nearly been killed because of him. Oikawa admitted he never expected things to end up that way. A little anxious, Yuri thanked him for the fact that Rei had forgiven her. Oikawa admitted he understood exactly how she felt. He then added that Rei truly was an incredible person, far exceeding everything she'd reported. But as they neared the door, the blonde-haired man found himself wondering if the person inside would let Rei off the hook. When they reached the door and it opened, the man on the throne thanked them both for waiting. It was the Blue Emperor Hojo Itsuki, who remarked that they'd both done well and could relax. Yuri apologized for coming to see him right after returning from an overseas dungeon expedition. The Blue Emperor told her not to worry, mentioning he'd just returned from expeditions across 10 different countries, leaving Oikawa wondering if that wasn't too much even for him. Itsuki explained that the higher-ups at the association were incredibly strict with their staff, and someone had to do the work, so he'd had no other choice. Yuri said she remembered that all too well, and since Itsuki was the Blue Emperor, she figured he'd simply been summoned. Itsuki added that the difficulty of those dungeons was on par with the Ikebukuro dungeon they'd conquered, Yuri was utterly stunned to learn that 10 dungeons of that caliber even existed. Looking at the Blue Emperor, she concluded that, just as she'd suspected, he truly was a monster. At that point, Itsuki stood up and asked if the two of them could tell him about a young man named Kurosaki Rei. Both of them agreed. After they recounted the entire story, the Blue Emperor said he understood, and admitted it truly was an astonishing tale. Oikawa stressed that he too had been genuinely surprised, believing Rei might be just as strong as an S-rank magician like himself, if not stronger. Itsuki remarked that Rei's combat ability was clearly outstanding, and on top of that, he possessed the power to steal his enemy's abilities. Yuri thought there was even more to the truth than that, but felt it wasn't her place to say too much. Itsuki said that if Rei truly was that exceptional a magician, he was genuinely intrigued. With that, he mentioned he had a request to ask of the two of them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Aya cheerfully remarked that they'd done an excellent job conquering the dungeon that day, and Rei thanked her for all her help. But Aya asked where Yuri had gone off to that day, and Rei answered that she'd said she had some personal matters to take care of. The moment she spotted Rei, Hinata called out to him immediately. Rei walked over and asked what was going on, and she said she genuinely wanted to know what he'd gotten himself into this time. Rei looked confused and asked what the problem was. Hinata explained that he'd been summoned by the Blue Emperor, who wanted to meet him in person. So Rei made his way to where the Blue Emperor was. Upon his arrival, Itsuki thanked Rei for taking the time to come see him. Rei was completely stunned to learn that Hojo Itsuki was the Blue Emperor, and Itsuki asked if he was indeed Kurosaki Rei. Rei remembered that in his past life, Hojo Itsuki had been known as one of the strongest kings alive. Beyond that, he'd always deeply admired him, having heard countless reports of the Blue Emperor's legendary achievements. And Itsuki's philosophy, that the strong should lead the weak, had left a deep impression on him. That was exactly why he'd once wanted to become someone great, just like Hojo Itsuki. But then he remembered that last time, the Blue Emperor had gotten caught in the dungeon collapse disaster and died in battle. Rei understood it had happened because Itsuki had thrown himself in as a shield to protect civilians during the evacuation, becoming a hero who'd saved millions of lives. After recalling all of this, Rei wondered why the Blue Emperor had summoned him. Right then, someone appeared and said it was time to reveal the secret. Rei was surprised to see it was Yuri and asked what she was doing there. Aya was equally startled to see Oikawa present and asked what was going on. Itsuki said he'd explain. He then explained that the two of them had been out recruiting talented individuals from across the world, members of an organization called the Apostles of the Sacred Staff. Rei said he'd heard of that organization before. Aya added that it was an elite group operating directly under the Blue Emperor's command. Itsuki explained that he himself had been the one to request Rei conquer that dungeon, and he was also the one who'd sent Oikawa along with them. Rei remarked that this explained why the blonde-haired man had a reason to fight that shadowy maid creature, leaving Oikawa looking sheepish, though he still admitted, and stressed, that he'd wanted to witness Rei's strength firsthand, even knowing he'd caused a bit of trouble in the process. Yuri said she too had joined their party, finding the whole thing genuinely interesting. Then the Blue King walked over to Rei and spoke plainly, saying he was genuinely intrigued by him, and if Rei truly possessed power like that, he wanted him to join his faction. Still, he made clear there was a lot still unknown about people who wielded multiple mana colors, so he needed to confirm Rei's character first. With that, he stressed that, as the Blue King, he had one question to ask first. So as a fellow magician, he wanted to know what Rei truly desired. Rei began mulling over his answer. He remembered that in the past, he'd once admired Itsuki, and becoming a magician had been his own dream. What's more, back then, his brother Kurosaki Kai had looked down on him, and that was exactly what had driven him to want to change. But now, he understood that to stand a chance against Kronos, he needed to grow even stronger. So he answered that he wanted to become stronger than anyone else alive. Itsuki asked if that meant, fundamentally, Rei wanted to become the strongest magician, king of a color, and even surpass him. Rei clenched his fist, thinking that in his past life, even with the Blue King's help, he still hadn't believed he could stop Kronos. He then struck his own chest with his fist, thinking that simply admiring someone else would never change anything. So he declared to Itsuki that he genuinely wanted to become stronger than him. The Blue King took a deep breath and smiled, remarking that was a good answer. With that, he asked if Rei wanted to join the Apostles of the Sacred Staff. Both Rei and Aya were completely stunned by the offer. Itsuki said Rei would go much further surrounded by capable people, so he didn't see any harm in it. Afterward, Rei and Aya walked together down the hallway. Oikawa asked both of them to follow him. As they passed through a door, Rei was caught off guard to find himself facing a whole group of elite magicians under the Blue King's command. These were the apostles of the sacred staff. One of them burst out laughing, kicking his feet up onto the table, saying he'd been looking forward to meeting the new recruit, but no matter how he looked at it, the guy was just a kid. A blonde girl laughed and pointed out that Rei was actually the same age as him. Another member laughed along, remarking that Kurahashi sure seemed fired up, while the person beside him told everyone to knock off the provoking already. The first man looked a little embarrassed and admitted he understood. Okawa asked everyone to sit down, saying he'd explain the Blue King's request. After summarizing the situation, Oikawa stressed that they needed to conquer 2 high-level dungeons, both with recommended levels above 65, so they'd split into 2 teams to handle it. He then explained he'd be heading to Makuhari, along with Yashiro, Shiroi, and Azuma. Next, he said Rei and his party would be heading to Tama. Kurahashi would be joining them as well, leaving the red-haired man in disbelief as he immediately asked Oikawa to hold on a second. He demanded to know why he had to go along with Rei's group. Yuri asked if he simply didn't like it, prompting Kurahashi to instantly shout that of course he didn't. Oikawa asked if the red-haired man had even read the report, then stressed that Rei was more than capable, wielding 3 colors of mana. Kurahashi countered that having multiple mana colors didn't automatically mean someone was strong, pointing out that Kurosaki Kai had been exactly the same. Rei was surprised to learn the red-haired man knew his brother. Kurahashi remarked that it seemed Rei had never even heard about this. So he explained that Kurosaki Kai had once been a member of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff and had been called the Death King. But in reality, he could never measure up to the people gathered here. Rei found himself genuinely intrigued, remembering that Yuri had once said his brother was quite the disappointment, too. He concluded this was simply how everyone here viewed Kai. Kurahashi went on to say that wielding multiple mana colors was nothing but an illusion, insisting it wasn't enough to prove whether someone was truly strong. With that, he turned serious and pointed out that even though Rei had caused quite a stir conquering the Ikebukuro dungeon, that might well have been thanks to Oikawa's help. He then looked Rei dead in the eye and asked if he understood that the weak should keep quiet and stay in their corner. Aya refused to let her friend be called weak and immediately shot back that Rei was anything but, and that Kurahashi could only draw conclusions once he'd seen his strength with his own eyes. Rei smiled, hearing his friend stand up for him. Kurahashi, on the other hand, was thoroughly displeased by that. He dropped into a chair and said fine, he'd verify it himself. Yuri, meanwhile, thought that, as usual, the red-haired man always folded when it came to girls. Oikawa asked everyone to pay attention and announced that the team assignments would stay exactly as stated, since they needed to give both dungeons their full effort. With that, he called Kurahashi over and told him he should witness Rei's true strength for himself. The red-haired man laughed and said there was no need to spell it out, he'd see it with his own eyes soon enough. After the meeting ended, Rei thought he needed to prove his strength to the red-haired man, but given his current condition, he felt it still wasn't quite enough. He knew that to stand against Kronos, he needed even stronger allies by his side, so he told himself that even though Kurahashi's words had been harsh and dismissive, he genuinely hoped the two of them could work well together. The next day, inside the Tama dungeon, countless terrifying creatures swarmed everywhere. Rei noticed the monsters weren't wasting any time, charging straight at them. Just as he was about to suggest this was a good chance to coordinate their attacks, the red-haired man cut him off, saying teamwork was way too boring. With that, he activated his Blazing Burst skill and charged straight into the horde. With a single enhanced punch, a massive explosion erupted, wiping out the entire horde in one clean sweep. Aya noted that the red-haired man's mana carried a red attribute geared toward pure offense, and both the range and firepower of his attack were absolutely staggering. Kurahashi looked at Rei and burst out laughing. Still wearing that provocative grin, he said he'd bet Rei couldn't pull off what he'd just done. With that, he leapt forward and declared he'd hunt down every last monster himself, telling the multicolored guy to just stand there and play by himself. Rei laughed, but still made sure to apologize to the two girls. Then he turned back with a dangerous glint in his eye and said he had no intention of losing to the red-haired man. Aya was about to call out to him, but Rei had already taken off at full speed. Watching him go, she remarked that it looked like he was going all out this time too. Yuri simply said to let the boys do their thing. Rei kept cutting down every creature blocking his path as he pushed forward. As he tried to catch up to the red-haired man, Kurahashi laughed, remarking that Rei's movements were steadily getting better. Meanwhile, Aya and Yuri stood back, watching the two men tear through the dungeon in a frenzy of combat. Aya remarked that somehow this whole scene looked utterly chaotic. Yuri agreed, but then asked Aya if she didn't find it impressive that Rei was actually keeping pace with Kurahashi. She went on to say that the red-haired man was something of a fool, terrible at fighting people or coordinating with a team. But she stressed that his ability was genuinely special. His mana was built for unleashing chained attacks across a wide area. That was exactly why Kurahashi was so devastatingly strong against large numbers of enemies, so much so that he still held the record for the most monster kills. Even so, she pointed out that even against someone like him, Rei was still keeping up. Having said that, she smiled and remarked that she'd known he'd be impressive. After some time in the dungeon, the whole party arrived at the boss room door. Aya's jaw dropped, wondering if they were really about to face the boss already, when barely 10 minutes had passed since they'd entered. Rei felt that competing against Kurahashi seemed to be drawing out more of his own power, a feeling he'd never experienced before. He realized that compared to who he used to be, this was an enormous leap forward. Right then, the boss room door swung open, and everyone quickly stepped inside. Rei called for everyone's attention, announcing they'd all focus on fighting the boss together, but the red-haired man just laughed and told Rei to simply stay out of his way. Right after, Rei was caught off guard by something above them, spotting a horrifying creature covered in tentacles with a single sinister eye at its center. Rei quickly braced for battle until he suddenly felt a tremor from behind, and then, without warning, the monsters he'd defeated outside were hurled straight into the boss room. The creatures began drifting toward the boss and were rapidly absorbed. After absorbing an entire wave of monsters at once, the Tama Dungeon's boss transformed into a chimera of unknown level. The creature's eye snapped open, locking directly onto Rei's group, and it lunged straight at them. Aya asked in alarm if the boss had just absorbed that whole swarm of monsters. Rei guessed that the chimera was growing stronger by absorbing other monsters. But looking closer, he realized he'd never seen a creature like this before, not even in that earlier timeline. So he told the red-haired man they needed to be careful. But Kurahashi paid it no mind, gathering his strength and declaring he wouldn't be intimidated by some small-time monster. With that, he charged forward and declared that whoever struck first would win. He then unleashed a devastating punch, triggering a massive explosion on impact. Aya asked in surprise if the red-haired man could really take down the chimera all by himself. But the chimera had already blocked his powerful strike, and worse still, its other arm was already counterattacking. Right as the blow was about to land, he realized there was no way to dodge it. Rei wasted no time activating his mana hand. He shot straight toward the red-haired man and yanked him out of the way, saving him from a direct hit by the boss. After pulling back, Rei asked if he was okay. Kurahashi answered, his voice shaking, that he had no intention of losing to a multicolored guy like Rei, since that would be the biggest mistake of his life. That was when Rei noticed the chimera doing something strange with the very arm the red-haired man had just struck, and suddenly, the creature tore off its own limb, leaving Rei utterly bewildered. Then, right at the severed point, something began to shift and a new arm rapidly regenerated in its place. Kurahashi looked thoroughly displeased, watching the chimera display this regenerative ability. Right after, the creature began charging up a focused attack. Rei tensed, sensing something massive was about to happen, and as the chimera kept gathering energy, he shouted for everyone to dodge. Right after, the boss unleashed a devastating burst of energy, and everyone immediately leapt to either side to avoid it. But the force was so overwhelming that a massive explosion still erupted. The shockwave was so powerful it even sent Aya flying. She struggled back to her feet and took in the sheer devastation caused by the boss's attack. The red-haired man asked Yuri just what kind of firepower they'd just witnessed. She answered that it looked like the creature couldn't fire off another shot like that right away. With that, she shouted that they had to seize this opening and unleash their skills. She then launched her attack at the chimera, while the boss folded its arms and wings in and braced to endure the hit. Yuri realized the chimera's durability was off the charts, genuinely amazed that Kurahashi had managed to burn something like that at all. Rei assessed that they were in real trouble. If they kept playing defense like this, the boss would just fire that beam again. He studied the chimera and reasoned that they probably needed to strike its main body, but its arms would get in the way, and unless they landed a full-force hit, it would just use its other arm to defend itself. So he shouted for Aya, asking if she could use mana fusion on Kurahashi. Aya asked in surprise if Rei really wanted her to use that ability on the red-haired man. Rei immediately confirmed it. Aya said fine then, and quickly began focusing her strength. She activated mana fusion on the red-haired man, leaving him utterly stunned as he felt a surge of power flooding through his body. The red-haired man unleashed his newly boosted power, shouting to ask what kind of ridiculous mana this even was. Rei warned that they didn't have much time left, and told the red-haired man to strike the boss's main body directly. Without hesitating, he immediately launched the attack, saying he understood. The chimera swung an arm to try to block it. But Kurahashi kept building his power, then unleashed Blazing Burst, triggering utter devastation. Aya was stunned by the red-haired man's terrifying firepower, while he himself froze in disbelief the moment the smoke from the explosion cleared. Because he saw the chimera hadn't just withstood the hit, it was still charging up an energy beam to fire. Yuri shouted a warning for the red-haired man to be careful. He tensed up, forced to admit that even his boosted attack hadn't been enough to bring down the boss. But Rei rushed past him, saying that wasn't true at all, he'd just cleared the way perfectly. With that, Rei readied his Deep Flame Abyss. Kurahashi looked stunned, watching Rei's power and wondering if that was actually black mana. Rei charged forward to land the decisive blow. Right as the chimera fired its energy beam, Rei unleashed Deep Flame Abyss, landing a direct hit on the chimera. As the creature collapsed to the ground, the red-haired man still couldn't quite grasp what had just happened, or what kind of power that even was. Watching Rei's back, he realized that even he himself couldn't have destroyed that monster with his own power alone. More than that, he could feel the sheer force of will Rei had shown in that moment. He then laughed, buzzing with excitement, wondering if the person standing before him was even real. The next day, as Kurosaki Kai walked through downtown, he spotted a news broadcast on a building screen, announcing that his brother had conquered the Tama dungeon, and had already gone on to conquer yet another high-difficulty dungeon. Everyone around him was stunned that Rei had just conquered another high-level dungeon. Kai overheard people saying how truly incredible his brother was. Then he overheard someone remark that his own situation was only getting worse, so Kai quietly slipped away alone. Clearly, he was not happy about any of this. Meanwhile, at the Apostles of the Sacred Staff headquarters, Itsuki remarked that everyone had done well conquering their dungeons, but stressed that the Tama dungeon seemed to have run into far more trouble than expected. Rei confirmed it, reporting that they'd encountered an entirely new type of monster. Azuma laughed and said he'd heard it was an incredibly powerful creature, while Shiroi lamented that she hadn't gotten to witness it firsthand. Then Oikawa turned to Kurahashi and asked what he thought of Rei after watching him in action. A little flustered, the red-haired man admitted Rei wasn't bad at all, and had even come up with a genuinely solid strategy. Rei looked surprised hearing that. But Shiroi pointed out that the red-haired man had always looked down on him, so she wanted to know if he was now taking back everything he'd said, which made Kurahashi immediately snap at her to be quiet. Then he took a deep breath. He pointed at Rei and apologized for underestimating him, and for calling him a multicolored this and that, admitting to Rei's strength in the process. Rei laughed and said that wasn't necessary, pointing out that the red-haired man had actually helped him a great deal, so there was no need to apologize. Kurahashi looked stunned hearing that. He turned away and said it wasn't like he was happy about being praised, he'd only done it for himself, so Rei shouldn't get the wrong idea. The older members of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff burst out laughing, thinking the red-haired man really was cold and calculating. The Blue King remarked that he was genuinely pleased the two of them had become friends, confident no one would have any more complaints about Rei. With that, he handed Rei an object, leaving him surprised as he asked what it was. Itsuki explained it was the emblem of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff, and with that, as the Blue King, he formally welcomed Kurosaki Rei. He then stressed that Rei could still continue operating with his own party as usual, since he trusted Yuri would agree, but beyond that, he genuinely hoped they could fight together as well. Rei clenched his fist. Then, taking the Blue King's hand, he answered that he accepted, and that it would be a tremendous honor for him. Aya looked surprised at this turn of events, thinking she'd always known her friend was exceptional, but now he'd even been recognized by one of the strongest magicians alive. At that, Kurahashi laughed and said that from now on he'd train Rei properly since they were teammates now. But Yuri immediately cut in, saying it seemed like someone else needed the training, namely the red-haired man himself, prompting him to snap at her to mind her own business and stop being such a nuisance. Itsuki thought it seemed Rei had already formed real bonds with the others, and clearly, placing the two of them on the same team had been the right call. Oikawa looked at Itsuki and thought that if he'd recognized Rei from the very start, Kai would surely have objected, so he concluded the Blue King was, as always, remarkably shrewd. The Blue King himself remarked that it was good everything was going according to plan, but he still had one more proposal to make. Rei looked curious and asked what it was. Itsuki extended his hand and asked if Rei wanted to accept the title of Black King, leaving him completely stunned by the offer. Meanwhile, Kurosaki Kai was growing anxious. His teammates were struggling against the monsters inside their dungeon. Then Goto shouted for Kai to use Overclock, and he immediately tried to activate it. But nothing happened, sending him into an even greater panic. Oik called Goto an idiot and pointed out that Kai hadn't been able to use that power at all since the day he'd faced Rei. Kai refused to stand still, immediately trying to attack with a different skill instead. After a while in the dungeon, his exhausted teammate said they were somehow still holding on. Kai asked what they were doing, since they were supposed to keep pushing forward. Goto anxiously said they'd already been in the dungeon for 5 straight days, and wanted to know if Kai thought they should stop. Kai snapped at Goto to shut up and kept walking, insisting they had to keep going. Stunned by his friend's attitude, Goto turned to Oik and asked if it was really okay to keep following Kai like this. Oik asked Goto what kind of nonsense he was even talking about. Then he started running after Kai, saying they needed to support him through this difficult time. Meanwhile, Kai pressed forward through the dungeon, thinking he needed to conquer it as fast as possible. Then he remembered, just a few days earlier, a girl had approached him and asked if he had a moment. He told her he didn't do interviews. But the girl said that wasn't it at all. She just wanted his opinion about his brother, which had left him completely caught off guard. That same day, Kai had heard several other people asking about his brother too, and remembering it now only made him angrier, since according to the rumors, he believed his brother had even been recognized by the Blue King himself. While he'd been there, all anyone talked about was teamwork and other nonsense like that. He knew everyone looked down on him, but he was convinced he'd prove to all of them exactly who the strongest one really was. Meanwhile, in its own private domain, Kronos, the god of time and space, watched Kai's fury and let out a faint smile. It thought it had finally found an interesting pawn. The next day, Kai found himself reflecting on the moment dungeons first appeared and how the entire world had changed because of it. It had become an era where powerful magicians rose to social prominence, and that had become a turning point for him too. Because the odds of someone possessing 2 mana attributes were only 1 in a million. He knew he was one of those rare few. He even had a special ability that filled him with deep satisfaction, to the point where he kept even his teachers at arm's length, since the moment they realized who he was, they'd grow visibly wary. And that was exactly what made him relish this social standing. The same went for people at school, where they always flocked around him, showering him with flattery. Even his parents, who'd once kept their distance, started praising him. Kai thought that even the apostles of the sacred staff, people who considered themselves the elite, had accepted him as their youngest member. But over time, those very people grew rude toward him, so he decided to leave, because that proved they never truly recognized his abilities. But there was one thing he always knew. Because one day, back in his room, his brother hadn't treated him any differently, even knowing he had no talent and was weaker. But the look in his brother's eyes seemed to say that one day he'd catch up, and that filled him with hatred. Because as someone chosen by the world itself, his brother had no right to look at him as though they were equals. So he understood that was exactly why he wanted to prove to that foolish older brother that he was the strongest one. Because he genuinely wanted his brother to understand they lived in 2 completely different worlds. But then, to his shock, the unthinkable seemed to have happened. Because his brother appeared to have surpassed him, until he decided to stop thinking about it altogether, since it no longer mattered. After all, he was a king now. And as he walked through the city, he told himself he couldn't just sit around doing nothing. Right then, Kai heard someone calling out to him. It was Kurahashi, who remarked that Kai seemed to be in a pretty foul mood. The red-haired man then said it had been a while since they'd last seen each other. Probably not since Kai got kicked out of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff. The Death King immediately flared up, insisting he hadn't been kicked out at all. He'd left the group entirely on his own terms, and that even though the Blue King claimed he treated everyone fairly, he still acted like a superior barking endless orders. Kurahashi couldn't care less about what Kai had to say, but Kai kept going, insisting that ultimately the Blue King was simply jealous of his talent and hadn't wanted to keep him around. With that, he called the red-haired man over and said he'd heard Rei had become one of them, prompting Kurahashi to ask what that had to do with anything. Kai answered that his brother was nothing but a useless burden. Kurahashi's expression instantly hardened, cutting Kai off and telling him to shut his mouth for a moment. That caught Kai off guard, seeing the look on the red-haired man's face. He went on to say he didn't care what Kai thought, but stressed that Rei's power was real, and even as a two-attribute magician, he still carried himself with far more humility than Kai ever had. Kai grew agitated, shouting at the red-haired man to stop talking nonsense, insisting he was still the Death King. He then declared that was the highest title any magician could ever achieve, and he refused to be compared to garbage like his own brother. Kurahashi laughed and said it seemed like Kai understood nothing at all. So he told him that Rei had actually been nominated to become a king, and that the proposal had come directly from the Blue King himself, leaving Kai utterly speechless. With visible difficulty, he finally managed to ask if his brother was truly going to become a king. The red-haired man answered that Rei hadn't given his answer yet, and unlike Kai, he wasn't obsessed with titles at all. He then asked if Kai remembered claiming his brother was weaker than him, calling it an absolute joke, and declared flatly that Rei had already surpassed Kai a long time ago. Kurahashi stepped closer to the Death King and said he genuinely believed Rei was far more suited to being a king than Kai ever was, then asked if the Death King had anything to say about that. Kai immediately flew into a rage, memories flooding back of the moment his brother had surpassed him. Then it hit him, it was already too late. The feeling that he'd never catch up flooded through his mind, overwhelming him completely. After the red-haired man left, Goto and Oik showed up, calling out to Kai. Goto reported they'd restocked their supplies and figured preparations for tomorrow's dungeon were complete. Oik added that they could head out now if they wanted, but Kai refused and told them they'd be tackling one more dungeon. Both of them kept pressing Kai to reconsider, insisting they needed rest. But consumed by the fury Kurahashi's words had stirred up, Kai paid no attention to his teammates at all, unable to accept that his brother had surpassed him. Later, once they were inside the dungeon, Oik and Goto kept trying to convince him to leave. Kai threw open the boss room door and shouted at them to shut up, declaring he was the strongest and would prove it right here. The moment they stepped inside, they saw a strange creature waiting for them. It was a malignant slime, level 20. Kai looked baffled, seeing that the boss was nothing more than a level 20 slime. Goto said in surprise that he'd never seen a monster like that before, and something about it felt deeply wrong. Kai had no interest in hearing more. He readied his demon spear skill and declared he'd wipe it out instantly. With that, he unleashed his skill. The malignant slime took a direct hit and was completely obliterated. Goto and Oik let out a sigh of relief, watching Kai take it down in a single blow. But in the blink of an eye, both of them were destroyed in a way none of them ever saw coming. Kai watched his teammates' bodies collapse to the ground like empty sacks. And while he was still reeling, unable to process what had just happened, the malignant slime lunged at him with astonishing speed. The instant Kai noticed something behind the slime, its body suddenly expanded and spread outward. It then completely engulfed the Death King. Kai tried to fight back, conjuring a purple flame, but his power was instantly snuffed out by the malignant slime. The creature then began forcing its way into Kai's body through his mouth, eyes, and ears. And once it had fully enveloped the Death King within its own private space, Kronos simply laughed. It thought it had finally found a new pawn. Back with Kai, he rose to his feet. Oikawa remarked that he seemed to be doing perfectly fine in the meantime. Inside the dungeon, where Kronos remained sealed, one of the chains binding it had just broken. Kronos smiled, thinking a portion of its seal had finally been released. Later, at the outdoor training grounds of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff, Rei and Kurahashi were sparring, fighting against a handful of summoned creatures. Once they were all defeated, the creatures dissolved back into their crystals. Oikawa remarked that they could take a short break. He then praised how well both of their movements had been. Aya walked over to her friend and told him he'd done great. She added that she'd learned a lot just from watching Kurahashi fight. The red-haired man looked a little embarrassed and said it was nothing special. Then, out of nowhere, he mentioned to Ray that he'd run into his brother in the city earlier. He remarked that the idiot Kai still thought he was stronger than Ray, and that he'd told him exactly what he thought about that. Yuri teased that it sounded like the red-haired man had gotten fired up over Ray, someone he'd personally acknowledged, being looked down on by Kai, which made Kurahashi immediately snap back and deny it. As for Ray, he grew thoughtful, realizing he hadn't seen his brother since their last fight. So he found himself wondering when exactly the two of them had drifted so far apart. He thought back to the past, wondering if he'd end up facing the same fate he had in his previous life. He also wondered if it was really okay to just let things continue as they were, even knowing that no matter what, the two brothers would eventually have to work this out between themselves. Right then, Shiroi appeared, shouting for everyone's attention she'd brought bad news. Oikawa immediately grew worried and asked what had happened and why she'd come running so urgently, and Shiroi announced that the Shinjuku dungeon had collapsed, with a wave of monsters already spilling out. Ray was utterly stunned hearing that. Not long after, chaos erupted across downtown as countless monsters attacked civilians, spreading terror throughout the entire area. The apostles of the sacred staff rushed to the scene, and Shiroi couldn't hide her shock at the sight, while Yashiro wondered aloud why the monsters had spilled out of the dungeon in the first place. Azuma assessed that the situation was extremely dire, given how many civilians were caught in it, and Kurahashi wanted to know what had caused this disaster. Ray suddenly realized that in his previous world, the Shinjuku dungeon's collapse should have happened much later than this. That left him utterly baffled, unable to understand why it had happened so much earlier this time. Oikawa called everyone together and stressed that this wasn't the time to overthink it. Since the Blue King was still on his way from far away and would take time to arrive, they had no choice but to handle the situation themselves. He then emphasized that their top priority was evacuating civilians at any cost, and everyone confirmed they understood before immediately scattering into action. Nearby, a massive shadow wolf lunged toward a woman and her child. Yuri appeared and instantly cut the creature down with her scythe. Aya rushed to the woman and child to check if they were okay, and the mother assured her she was fine, thanking her profusely. Meanwhile, Kurahashi looked positively thrilled, tearing through the monsters around him. Shiroi reminded the red-haired man to be careful, warning him not to endanger the civilians being evacuated. Elsewhere, Oikawa activated his ability and announced loudly that anyone inside his barrier was safe. As he fought, Ray realized just how formidable the elite squad under the Blue King truly was. They didn't so much as flinch at the overwhelming number of monsters. He remembered that in his previous world, the first dungeon collapse had caused massive casualties, but this time, he believed they could get through it together. Then, without warning, a massive stone hand burst up from the ground, and a sinister creature emerged amid the chaos. Yuri assessed that this newly appeared monster was likely the dungeon's master. The red-haired man eyed the massive creature and remarked that despite its size, it was still far too easy a target to hit. He looked thrilled at the prospect of facing it. But the protagonist paid it no mind, charging straight at the dungeon master with his dark power. He unleashed Deep Flame Abyss in a direct strike, obliterating the massive creature completely with a single blow. Both Shiroi and Oikawa were stunned, witnessing the protagonist's power firsthand. He himself thought everything seemed to be going remarkably smoothly. Until he froze, hearing a chillingly familiar voice tell everyone not to get too excited just yet. Ray immediately spun around to see who it was, and realized it was his own brother, radiating a terrifying wave of dark power. Kai walked closer to Ray. With a twisted grin and eyes brimming with malice, he said he'd finally found his brother. The protagonist was utterly confused and asked Kai what had happened to him. Kai laughed and asked if he meant his current state or the fact that he'd come here to crush him. Right after, he suddenly appeared behind the protagonist, launching an attack. Ray just barely managed to dodge his brother's devastating strike in the nick of time. Kai remarked that Ray had dodged well, but wanted to know how long he could keep it up. With that, he kept pressing the attack, asking if Ray really thought he'd be allowed to escape. Ray struggled to block Kai's assault. As he kept defending himself, he realized his brother was clearly no longer himself. Even after taking a direct hit to the face, the protagonist kept pressing him about his current state. Up close, Kai even looked like some kind of terrifying monster. Kai unleashed an even more powerful strike, but Ray managed to fall back just in time to avoid it. Kai looked disappointed, staring at Ray and remarking that his expression looked like he was refusing to accept reality. He then slowly closed the distance, saying all of this was Rei's fault, since the very reason he'd become like this was to destroy him. Rei grew confused at those words, and asked if his brother truly intended to kill him, and why. Then Kai vanished without a trace, reappearing directly in front of the protagonist, ready to strike. But Kurahashi suddenly appeared, kicking Kai away, and reminded the protagonist that in an emergency like this, he couldn't afford to just stand there frozen. He then shouted at Kai to stop this senseless act, declaring he'd never let him have his way. With that, he shouted even louder, insisting the protagonist was like family to him. Rei was surprised to see the red-haired man standing up to protect him. But Kai declared he didn't care about any so-called brotherhood. He was here to make his brother realize, once and for all, who was truly the stronger of the two. With that, he began gathering his power and unleashed it at both of them. But the sheer number of attacks spread out dangerously close to the civilians being evacuated. Kurahashi and Rei, seeing the devastating range of the attacks grazing past them, grew increasingly anxious, until Oikawa stepped in front of the civilians and conjured a barrier to protect them. He was acutely aware he wanted nothing more than to use his barrier to support the protagonist group, but he couldn't risk dropping it carelessly. Too many people would be caught in the crossfire. Rei shouted at his brother to stop the attacks, but Kai completely ignored him and told him to shut up. Rei kept shouting that he knew Kai had a violent streak, but he refused to believe he was the kind of person who'd go this far. The Death King smiled and remarked that his brother still spouted nonsense even in the middle of a fight, calling him hopelessly naive, until suddenly he began feeling something deeply strange in his own mind. Rei noticed it and called out his brother's name. But Kai only spiraled further out of control, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks while screaming that this was punishment for looking down on him. The protagonist's group saw the attacks bearing down on them and had to scatter immediately to avoid getting hit. Still feeling that strange sensation in his head, Kai asked what they thought of his power. Rei, still worried for his brother, said they needed to stop him as quickly as possible. Kurahashi gathered his energy and said that even though he understood Kai's feelings, talking to him right now seemed utterly pointless. With that, he leapt into the air, activated Blazing Burst, and charged Kai with everything he had. A massive explosion followed. The red-haired man laughed, but froze in shock right after. Kai had blocked his attack effortlessly with just one hand, while his other hand was already gathering an overwhelming amount of power. Kai let a twisted smile spread across his face, then immediately counterattacked the red-haired man, leaving him panicked, realizing he had no time left to dodge, and then he took a direct hit straight to the stomach. Rei couldn't believe what he was seeing. His brother had just unleashed a devastating attack on Kurahashi. Kai let Kurahashi's body drop to the ground. As he readied a demonic flame, he called the red-haired man garbage and told him to get lost. Rei cried out, gripped with worry for Kurahashi. But Kai paid no attention at all and unleashed another attack. Suddenly, Oikawa's barrier materialized out of nowhere and blocked Kai's strike. That left him thoroughly irritated. The blonde-haired man approached Kai and said things had gone far enough. He then turned serious and declared that this time, he'd be the one to face him. With that, he activated his cube skill around Kurosaki Kai. Yuri quickly tried to stop Oikawa, warning that using that ability on a human being would... But he cut her off, saying he knew exactly what he was doing, and that this would put a tremendous strain on his own body. Even so, he declared he couldn't forgive anyone who'd hurt his friends. But Kai, consumed with rage, used sheer raw power to shatter Oikawa's ability. The blonde-haired man was shocked to feel his own body taking damage just from trying to maintain his hold on Kai. Aya realized just how much Oikawa was suffering and cried out anxiously for him. Oikawa told himself this was far harder than he'd expected. The strain was worse than he'd ever imagined. But no matter what, he remained determined to seal Kurosaki Kai at any cost. The Death King roared at Oikawa to go to hell and completely shattered the blonde-haired man's ability. As Oikawa collapsed, exhausted from the toll of his own power, Kai began closing in, declaring he wouldn't let things go their way. But suddenly Kai felt his left arm shaking violently and remarked that his body didn't seem to be at full strength. That deeply alarmed Yuri, since she knew Oikawa hadn't held back at all, and yet Kai still claimed he wasn't at full power. Kai turned his back and said he was leaving. But before that, he called out to Rei and with a menacing glare swore that next time he would definitely kill him. With that, he flew off, shouting as he left for his brother to just wait for that moment to come. The next day, a news broadcast aired from above, capturing the scene near the Shinjuku dungeon, where, just like the day before, monsters had appeared without warning. A woman was interviewed, visibly terrified, saying there'd been countless monsters. Even though the magicians had saved them, everything was still complete chaos. People watching the news murmured that they'd always known a day like this would come, but never expected the monsters to appear like this. Until someone in the crowd shouted that none of this mattered anymore, and everyone needed to evacuate immediately to areas with fewer dungeons. From a distance, Oikawa quietly observed the chaos, thinking that society was beginning to spiral into panic over the monster outbreaks. But in his mind, the real problem right now was the Death King's fall from grace. He wondered what they'd do next, as the situation only seemed to keep getting worse. Not long before that, someone had reported to the Blue King that they were handing the entire matter over to him. He and Itsuki confirmed it, both declaring they would absolutely resolve this issue. Meanwhile, at the emergency room, Rei sat waiting outside. Aya called out to him, but he didn't react at all. His mind was consumed with the thought that all of this was his fault. He was the one who'd pushed Kurahashi into this condition. What's more, he hadn't been able to reason with his brother, let alone stop him. Right then, Yuri appeared and called out to Rei. She informed him they needed to leave immediately. The Blue King had summoned everyone. Rei took a deep breath, and despite the heavy weight pressing on his chest, answered that he understood. Once everyone had gathered, the Blue King declared that the current situation was extremely serious. Even though they'd defeated the monsters outside, the Death King had still escaped, and they couldn't allow him to remain free. Yashiro and Azuma agreed that Kurosaki Kai's transformation was far from normal, and not just Kurahashi, but civilians too, had suffered severe injuries. Shiroi then asked what they planned to do next. Itsuki said he'd already discussed the matter with the primary color kings. That left Aya completely stunned, while Yuri explained that they were the ones with the authority to issue orders in a situation like this. Still, she found it hard to process. This was a case involving a king who'd lost control, a situation so dire that even the top magicians felt genuinely threatened. Itsuki rose from his throne and walked toward the protagonist, saying that Kai was his brother. And even though what came next would sound cold, they were going to proceed with eliminating Kurosaki Kai. Rei was left completely stunned by that decision. Shiroi explained that this was simply the term they used for monsters. Oikawa immediately pushed back, insisting that the Blue King's words were entirely accurate. He added that Kai's reckless rampage was no different from a monster's, and both the Red King and the Yellow King had reached the exact same conclusion. With that, he stressed that before there were any more victims, they had to put an end to this once and for all. He then announced they'd already pinpointed Kurosaki's hiding place, and that he himself would be joining the mission this time, leaving Rei panicked as he shouted for the Blue King to wait. Rei asked if there was really no other way, since he believed they could capture his brother instead of killing him. Itsuki's expression turned grave as he answered there was no other option. He stressed that even Oikawa's power hadn't been enough to subdue Kai, and they couldn't risk this happening again. So the elimination would proceed the following afternoon, a final decision. Rei was left utterly shaken by the Blue King's decision. He silently admitted that Kai did have plenty of flaws, and watching them deliberate, he knew all too well his brother had a habit of looking down on others. But remembering their childhood, he recalled that Kai had his good sides too. Rei couldn't help wondering if there truly was no other option left. Right then, Oikawa received a message on his phone. After checking it, he happily announced that Kurahashi had regained consciousness. Rei immediately felt a wave of relief at the news. The blonde-haired man added that Kurahashi had left a message for the protagonist, telling Rei not to worry about him and to hurry up and bring his brother back to his senses. Rei stood frozen, hearing that. Then he clenched his fist tight. Thinking of Kurahashi, he understood he couldn't give up, not when he was Kai's own brother. So he called out to the Blue King and begged for one more chance. He knew Kai was in danger, and he'd seen firsthand how much pain his brother had been in when he'd called him the day before. With that, he insisted there had to still be a chance, pleading desperately with the Blue King to let him try just once. Itsuki simply said the elimination of Kurosaki Kai would begin the following afternoon. That was the final decision of the primary color kings. Rei was unsatisfied with that answer. He genuinely hoped for a real chance. But the Blue King added that the other kings hadn't forbidden anyone from taking action before then. That caught the protagonist completely off guard. He quickly thanked the Blue King for giving him this opportunity. Right then, Yuri and Aya exchanged a glance and nodded. Yuri said she had something to say about the elimination order, while Aya asked if it would apply to the apostles of the sacred staff as well, pointing out that they'd all once been part of the same group. Yuri added that if Ray intended to go through with this, they'd stand by his side. The protagonist immediately turned around, surprised by their decision. Itsuki laughed and said there was no problem at all. The two of them were more than welcome to support the protagonist. Still, he stressed that the deadline for eliminating Kurosaki Kai was the following afternoon, with absolutely no room for delay. Ray said he understood, and once again thanked the Blue King for his trust. With that, he turned away, resolve burning in his eyes. Ray stared up at the sky, silently vowing that no matter the cost, he would save his brother. Meanwhile, on a remote island surrounded by violent waves, Kurosaki Kai sat beneath a massive tree. The next day, the protagonist group arrived by boat near a secluded island south of Tokyo. Ray was certain his brother had to be somewhere on this island. Then, to his surprise, he spotted Oikawa already there. He smiled and greeted everyone. Aya wondered why the blonde-haired man was even here on the island. Ray said he understood, figuring Oikawa was here to oversee the situation. Oikawa smiled and confirmed it, saying this was an order from the Blue King. He then explained his mission was to monitor the island, while also participating in the elimination as an apostle of the sacred staff. With that, as he activated his ability, he mentioned he wouldn't be able to take part in Ray's personal plan this time. The protagonists' group found themselves enveloped in some kind of barrier, and they immediately asked why the blonde-haired man had done that. Oikawa explained that even though he hadn't fully recovered from yesterday's battle, this magic barrier could still protect them for about a minute. Ray silently thought that they'd arrived on the island at exactly the right moment, just as Itsuki had said, and wondered if that had been the reason all along. So he thanked Oikawa and declared with unwavering confidence that he would absolutely bring Kurosaki Kai back. Suddenly, the blonde-haired man remembered something and called out for the protagonist to wait a moment. He said that although Kurosaki Kai's power was very real, he wasn't sure Kai would actually listen to reason. With that, he asked the protagonist's permission to intervene one more time. Meanwhile, somewhere on the island, deep within a gloomy forest, Kai lay on the ground, muttering to himself. He began to feel a violent headache building, consumed with thoughts of just how much he hated his brother. With every passing second, the pain only worsened, and he began to feel hatred toward everyone around him. He drove a punch into a tree trunk, splitting it clean in two. As the tree crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, Kai was swept up in a wave of dark fury, consumed with the thought that he needed to destroy everything. This fury slowly began taking on a life of its own, a presence that started influencing Kai directly. It kept whispering to him, urging him not to hold back, to destroy everything. That presence was none other than a manifestation of Kronos, the god of time and space, still sealed away within the dungeon. But with one of its seals already broken, it had begun manipulating Kai far more forcefully. Right then, the Death King became enveloped in an immense surge of energy. That energy then erupted, shooting straight up into the sky. The protagonist's group spotted the surge of power and immediately wondered what kind of energy it was. Oikawa was gripped with dread, realizing this might be exactly what he'd feared. Back where Kai stood, he began to smile, releasing dark energy and remarking that this newfound power felt absolutely incredible. Right after, he heard a voice urging him to become the new king of destruction and rule the world as a demon lord. Kai looked surprised at the voice, but then laughed, thinking the idea of becoming a demon lord sounded rather appealing. Kronos continued urging Kai to wipe out every magician and keep advancing until the entire world lay in ruins. Meanwhile, Ray stared intently toward the direction of the newly emerged power, deeply suspicious. He then called out to Aya and Yuri, asking if they were ready. They immediately answered they were ready and would do whatever he asked. So the protagonist called for both of them to go find his brother and leave the island. It didn't take long before they found Kai, who immediately said he'd known Ray would come and bluntly declared he'd be siding with the Blue King. Ray answered that Itsuki had put his trust in him and he intended to bring Kai back. The Death King looked confused at that. But even as he released dark energy in his hand, he declared he'd already decided to destroy all of them. With that, he unleashed his power. It shot straight toward the protagonist's group. Ray was stunned by the sheer scale of that power. Looking around, he realized his brother had grown far stronger since just yesterday. Kai used his power to take flight, declaring war on humanity, and announced he'd start by destroying his own brother. Ray broke into a cold sweat, witnessing Kai's power, but still managed to force a smile. As he prepared for battle, he admitted that he'd always been selfish all this time. Kai looked surprised and asked what he meant by that. So Ray shouted that he would face him head-on, stressing that as his older brother, he had a responsibility to stop him. Kai asked if an older brother's role was really just to stand in his way, and if so, he told him to drop the act of being the strongest one around. He added that those words only made him more irritated. Yuri turned to Aya and said she didn't think this approach would work, since the protagonist's brother wasn't even willing to listen. Kai gathered a fireball and hurled it, carving a devastating trail of flame while telling his brother to just disappear already. Seeing the flames engulfing his friends, Ray cried out anxiously, calling for them. Yuri remarked that this firepower was simply overwhelming, while Aya stressed that under these conditions, they couldn't get close enough to help. Kai declared he'd sacrifice his brother right here, having made sure no one else could interfere. With that, he figured this would make it a fair one-on-one fight, and now he could finally prove his strength. Ray asked his brother what exactly he was trying to prove, and if that was really the reason he was fighting. Kai answered that, just as he'd expected, his brother understood nothing at all, so he declared that power was justice, and everything had changed the moment dungeons first appeared in the world. Back then, he'd been recognized as a talented magician, but afterward, everyone's attitude toward him had shifted. And that was exactly why, if you weren't strong enough, no one would pay any attention to you. They wouldn't even bother looking your way. With that, as he readied his demon spear, he declared that after this battle his brother would have to change how he saw him, and he intended to prove it. Ray also readied his deep flame abyss, realizing his brother's power now far exceeded what he'd seen just yesterday, meaning ordinary attacks wouldn't be enough to deal with him. Right after, Kai hurled his demon spear. The protagonist unleashed his deep flame abyss, and the two forces collided violently. Kai realized the skill his brother had just used was the very same one he himself had once wielded. He then readied another skill and shouted that he'd finish him off. Ray didn't stand still, activating body enhancement and charging straight at his brother, but he flinched, startled to see Kai, his hand now covered in claws, had already anticipated his movement. Just as he was about to take the hit, a barrier suddenly appeared between the two of them and blocked Kai's attack, catching him off guard as he immediately realized it could only be Oikawa's barrier. Ray seized the opening while his brother was distracted, driving a devastating punch empowered by body enhancement straight into his stomach. Kai was sent flying, slamming hard into the ground. Seeing this, Aya asked if Ray had won. The protagonist landed on the ground and realized he couldn't replicate his brother's ability, which made him suspect this had something to do with Kai's transformation. Then Kai rose to his feet, leaving Ray utterly stunned that he'd withstood that attack at all. Noticing a strange dark energy pulsing in his brother's chest, he began wondering what exactly it was. Kai wanted to know so many things, like how even Oikawa had shown up, wielding his barrier ability, and how his brother's friends had followed him all the way here. Even Kurahashi had chosen to stand by his brother's side. He grew increasingly confused, wanting to know why his brother was trying this hard just to stop him. Then he lowered his head and admitted that it genuinely bothered him. He let out a furious roar and unleashed an immense surge of power. Seeing this, Ray wondered if that power was somehow reacting to his brother's emotions. Kai conjured a swarm of dark orbs. The protagonist realized these were a mix of different abilities, but he knew Kai couldn't currently activate Overclock. Right after, he was struck with disbelief. Seeing Kai conjure even more abilities using something called Trish Decade, Ray couldn't understand how his brother could wield so many abilities at once without Overclock. Kai unleashed the full force of his power, shouting for his brother to go straight to hell. Ray watched the attacks bearing down on him, and a massive explosion erupted instantly. Gasping for breath from the sheer exertion, Kai thought he'd finally won. He then laughed and asked Ray where he even got the confidence to play the role of older brother. Because in terms of raw power, he was nothing at all. As the smoke cleared, Ray spoke up, saying that even if his brother thought he'd won, he wanted to know why he still looked so sad. Kai looked surprised, struggling to understand what was happening. Then he saw the power gathering in his brother's hand, and asked if that wasn't. Ray clenched his fist and declared to Kai that he would never let him destroy everything like this, and he would bring him back no matter the cost. Kai said he knew Kurahashi's blazing burst had an incredibly wide range, so he figured his brother had used it to block his demon spear. Ray closed his eyes and thought of the red-haired man. He remembered the conversation back at the hospital when Kurahashi had asked if he'd truly be willing to take on his power. Kurahashi had answered yes, since in his current condition he couldn't fight, and asked Rei to use his absorption skill on him. He'd then held out his fist and told the protagonist to fight in his place. Remembering that conversation, Rei called out to his brother and told him it was time to end this, right here. With that, he activated Blazing Burst. Kai was forced to take to the air to avoid getting caught in the explosion, but right after, he saw his brother activate Mana Shift and immediately launch it at him. As Kai dodged, he realized his brother was now wielding Yuri's ability. Just like Yuri, Rei gathered his strength and conjured a massive fireball. Kai managed to block the final attack, shouting that this was getting more and more irritating. Then he was struck with disbelief once again, watching his brother ready Furnace Burst, right as the fireball landed a direct hit. As he struggled to hold his ground, he thought this was impossible. The power was far too immense for an ordinary fireball, and a massive explosion erupted mid-air. Rei gasped for breath, having used up an enormous amount of power in rapid succession. As the smoke and dust cleared, Kai smiled, then burst into laughter like a madman. Rei grew unsettled at his brother's demeanor. Kai said he finally understood why he couldn't use Overclock anymore. He then said he now understood his brother could steal other people's abilities. With that, he stressed that he wasn't remotely impressed that Rei could wield so many powers, since they'd all simply been given to him by others. He went on to say that if those abilities had become his brother's own strength, that meant he'd accepted sacrificing others to get there. Rei shouted that Kai had it completely wrong, but Kai cut him off, insisting he wasn't wrong at all. Then he declared something. He said 2 of his own comrades had been killed, and that it happened because Rei had taken their overclock abilities, leaving the whole group weakened. So Kai shouted that this was the direct consequence of his brother stealing other people's powers. It was because of him that his friends had died. He argued that was no different from Rei being willing to sacrifice others just to grow stronger, which meant, in essence, the 2 of them were exactly the same. Rei was about to shout back an explanation, but stopped himself. He clenched his fist tight, realizing he couldn't think of anything to say in response. He'd never imagined things would end up like this, all because he'd taken his brother's power. But he knew that going forward he needed to change how he used that power. Otherwise, humanity would be crushed by Kronos and face total annihilation. Even so, he found himself wondering if he could truly accept wielding that kind of power at all. Kai readied another attack and shouted that it was far too late for his brother to feel regret now. Still, he stressed that he'd give him a hand anyway. With that, he charged straight at Rei. Right after, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks straight ahead, then kept accelerating, closing the distance even further. Kai began unleashing a chain of combo strikes, asking his brother how it felt to face that kind of power. As he readied his next strike, he shouted that in the end, the 2 of them thought exactly alike. With that, he threw a devastating punch. But something unexpected happened, leaving Kai utterly stunned by what had just occurred. His punch had landed a direct hit on Rei, and he immediately demanded to know why his brother hadn't dodged or done anything at all to avoid it. Rei called out to him. His brother then reached out and touched his hand, offering an apology. As he returned the overclock ability to his brother, he said he knew full well it was power stolen from someone else. But even so, power like this was meant to protect people. As energy surged through his entire body, he declared that while he too needed strength, what his brother was doing right now was simply wrong. Kai was knocked back by the surge of power his brother was releasing. Rei thought of Aya, Yuri, Oikawa, and Kurahashi as he channeled an entirely new kind of power. He said that all of them had lent him their strength. Reaching forward and pressing his hand into the surging energy, he declared this was the result of fusing all their power together. With that, he drew a black sword from the swirling mass of energy. Kai stared in disbelief, demanding to know what was happening, watching a power both immense and shadowy radiate from his own brother. Rei raised his sword and called for his brother to end this fight right here. With that, he leveled the black blade forward and told Kai to fall before it. Kai snapped at Rei to shut up. As he readied his demon spear, he shouted that his brother was just borrowing other people's power and couldn't do anything more than that. But right after, a black slash completely obliterated his spear, leaving him stunned, wondering if his brother had really just destroyed that power. Rei thought everything was unfolding exactly as he'd predicted. That strange energy pulsing in his brother's chest had to be the core. He could sense a dark power radiating from it, and that was likely the very reason Kai had become like this. So he closed his eyes, gripped his sword tight, and told himself that this time, It wasn't about winning or proving who was right. The power in his hands existed for one purpose alone: to save his brother. The destructive power of Kurahashi's explosive flame, Yuri's shape-shifting mana conversion, and the durability of Oikawa's barrier ability, all fused together with a dark power, had come together to form the Abyss Blade. Kai called his brother a failure and declared his power. He vowed he'd make his brother regret ever giving back his power. With that, he activated Overclock, and an immense wave of dark energy spread throughout the entire space. Ray stared in disbelief, wondering exactly what he was looking at. Was this the result of Overclock affecting his brother's current transformed state? But then he let out a faint smile, prompting Kai to immediately demand how a loser like him could possibly smile. He answered that his brother had always been extraordinary, and he knew for certain that with his own strength alone, he could never defeat him. But that didn't mean his own weakness was any excuse for his brother to lose himself like this. So as he charged forward at incredible speed, he declared that from now on, no matter how strong Kai became, he would keep waking him up, no matter how many times it took. Kai told his brother to just try it if he could. As he readied his power, he said that in the end he would still be the victor. He then unleashed his power at his brother. Ray met the attack head-on. Kai shouted that he refused to lose to him, and he would never let that happen again, because that was the very reason he existed. Ray focused, thinking of Aya's power. Right after, he activated Explosive Furnace. With that, the power of the Abyss Blade was amplified, and Ray successfully cut straight through his brother's attack. He then charged directly at Kai, and landed a devastating direct hit. Kai was sent flying, hurled a great distance by the sheer force. As he was thrown through the air, he wondered how, even in this form, he still couldn't defeat his brother. And as he crashed to the ground, he kept asking himself what he'd have needed to do to change that outcome. Ray called out to his brother. As he approached, he told him everything was going to be okay, and no matter what happened, he would be the one left standing in the end. He then smiled and said the reason was simple. It was because he was his brother. Kai found himself drifting back through memories of the past. He quickly recalled that even as a child, Ray had always excelled at everything and had always had such a kind heart. Because the two of them had spent so much time together. And every time he let his guard down, Ray had pulled even further ahead, leaving him terrified of being left behind. So he'd always pushed himself as hard as he could, just to keep pace with his brother. But Ray was talented at absolutely everything, and no matter what he did, he'd never once managed to beat him. What's more, his brother had become the pride of their family, adored by everyone. In a way, that meant he could never break into that circle. So he began keeping his distance and gave up trying. Believing that his own pain might end up hurting others, he kept pushing himself further away. But despite all that, Ray had always stayed by his side, never once realizing how he truly felt. He understood that Ray never cared about expectations, disappointment, or even winning and losing. Kai knew that Ray had always felt like a real older brother to him. But thinking about the present now, he wondered if things could ever go back to the way they used to be. Then, as he returned to his normal state, he burst into tears, thinking that all of this had clearly been wrong. He called out to his brother, and through his tears, he offered an apology. Ray felt a wave of relief, seeing his brother finally come back to himself. But right after, he felt a sudden wave of intense pain and dropped to his knees, prompting Aya to rush over anxiously and ask if he was okay. Ray laughed and said he was probably just a little exhausted. Right then, something began happening to Kai. A massive surge of dark energy began escaping from his body. Ray shouted anxiously, calling out to his brother. And the moment the energy fully left his body, a massive creature began forming behind them. The instant Ray realized what was happening, he was overcome with sheer terror, standing before an enormous evil sludge, level 91, and he wondered if this very creature had been the one possessing his brother all along. Then he remembered, 3 years into the future before his time reversal, there'd been an incident where an S-rank magician had attacked his own teammates. And even though the full details had never been made public, that event had still caused massive shockwaves. After that magician lost control, a massive creature possessing him had suddenly appeared and destroyed an entire city. That very creature was the evil sludge standing right before him now. Ray tried to force himself to his feet, but his entire body ached with agonizing pain. Yuri and Aya stepped forward, telling him not to move, saying they'd handle the fight from here. Ray insisted he could still help. But Yuri immediately cut him off, telling him to be quiet, stressing that in his current condition there was no way he could fight. Aya agreed and told him to get out of there. He answered that he understood, But before that, he returned mana shift to Yuri and Furnace to Aya. With that, both of them unleashed their power and prepared for battle. Yuri told Aya she'd charge in first and asked for backup support. Right then, someone appeared and told them to wait, asking if they'd forgotten someone. It was Oikawa, who said he'd lend them his support. He then smiled and told Rei it seemed he'd genuinely managed to pull his brother back. Rei confirmed it was true, then returned the barrier ability to the blonde-haired man. Oikawa eyed the creature and said they needed to drive it out as quickly as possible. The evil sludge let out a thunderous roar and prepared to attack. Aya activated Mana Fusion and said she'd provide support from behind. Yuri told Oikawa it had been a while since she'd last fought alongside him. The blonde-haired man answered that she should move freely, he'd match her pace. With that, she charged straight at the creature and told Oikawa to cover her well. He readied his ability and reassured her to stay calm. Yuri used Mana Shift to conjure a staircase, closing in on the evil sludge. But the moment she got close, the creature was already readying an attack. Okawa immediately threw up a magic barrier to block it, declaring he wouldn't let the creature act however it pleased. Yuri realized that as long as Oikawa could block the massive sludge's attacks, she could focus entirely on offense. She then leapt high into the air, thinking that no matter how big the creature was, all she needed to do was crush its head. So she activated Mana Shift again and conjured a massive hammer. Then she brought it crashing down onto the evil sludge's head. Aya felt a surge of joy, thinking they'd finally taken the creature down. But Yuri was stunned to see her attack had done absolutely nothing to the evil sludge, and the creature counterattacked instantly. Yuri was gripped with terror, realizing that without Oikawa's protective barrier, she would have taken a direct hit. But even so, the creature's monstrous strength shattered Oikawa's barrier anyway and struck Yuri, sending her slamming hard into the ground. The blonde-haired man cried out anxiously for his friend. He then said that even though he knew this was a side effect from yesterday's battle, he never expected the creature could shatter his barrier with just one simple physical blow. As he tended to his brother, Rei recalled that during investigations back in his previous world, it had been discovered that the evil sludge absorbed mana from its host. So he understood exactly why the evil sludge's future destructive power had been so terrifying. It had parasitized the body of an S-rank magician, which meant now, having absorbed his brother's mana, its current power ceiling was completely immeasurable. Right after the creature readied its next attack, prompting Oikawa to shout a warning that if that hit landed with that kind of power, it would be over for all of them. The evil sludge lunged forward, but a beam of light suddenly appeared from far away, and someone shot in at tremendous speed, landing a direct hit on the massive creature. Everyone stood there in complete shock, unable to grasp what had just happened. Rei turned to the side and saw a man crashing heavily to the ground, until they realized it was Azuma, waving hello to everyone. He then laughed and told Shiroi that while her aim had been perfect, she'd thrown him with way too much force. Aya asked why Azuma was even here, and Yuri took a deep breath, answering that it looked like he hadn't come alone. Shiroi and Oshiro appeared, saying they'd made it just in time. Shiroi looked over Yuri's condition and remarked that she looked pretty roughed up, which made Yuri immediately snap at her to be quiet and stop being a bother. Azuma laughed and said that was classic Shiroi, always so tactless, while Oshiro sighed and told Azuma he wasn't any better himself. Rei thought there should still have been more time before the mission was set to begin. So he asked Oikawa if he'd been the one to call the others over, and the blonde-haired man answered that luckily, they'd made it in time. Right then, the evil sludge began rising back up, and Azuma remarked that this creature was likely the true source of all the chaos. So he called out to Shiroi and Yashiro to join him in avenging their friends. Since they'd arrived late, they needed to make it count now. The evil sludge lunged at Azuma, but he blocked the massive creature's strike outright. Then laughing, he declared he had no intention of losing in a pure contest of strength. Shiroi immediately darted to the side. She conjured claws and lunged straight at the evil sludge. She leapt up and unleashed a rapid barrage of slashes, until she noticed the creature staring directly at her. Shiroi immediately fell back, admitting she hadn't even managed to leave a single scratch on its body. Yashiro said that wasn't true. She'd done an excellent job drawing the evil sludge's attention. With that, he activated his ice ability and froze half the creature's body solid. From a distance, Shiroi thought they were truly incredible, practically toying with the evil sludge. Still, he knew the creature hadn't taken any real damage yet, and wondered how they'd deal with that. At that moment, Oikawa stretched and casually announced the battle was over, leaving Rei confused and asking him to explain. He turned to the side and laughed, asking if the Blue King agreed. Itsuki appeared behind Rei, radiating his own immense power. Rei spun around instantly, utterly stunned. Itsuki confirmed it was true. The battle was indeed over. With that, he unleashed his power at the evil sludge. The creature took a direct hit, head on, and was completely obliterated. Both Rei and Aya were stunned, watching the massive creature go down with a single strike from the Blue King. Rei then turned back, and looking closely at Hojo Itsuki, he realized this was the true power of a primary color king. The next day at the hospital, Kai woke up and immediately asked where he was. Kurahashi remarked that he'd finally regained consciousness. He then said Kai seemed a lot less arrogant than before, though that made sense given he'd been unconscious for an entire day. Kai panicked hearing that. Memories flooded back instantly of being possessed and brutally attacking Kurahashi. He immediately began questioning why he'd done such a thing. Kurahashi said Kai had been defeated by his own hand, and there was no denying that. Still, he stressed that from what he'd heard, Kai's body had been taken over by a monster, so it hadn't all been his own doing. While Kai looked displeased at that, Kurahashi went on to say the creature had already been destroyed by the Blue King, and he didn't care whether Kai felt remorse or not, since it was all over now. Kai got out of his hospital bed. As he headed for the door, he asked Kurahashi if he really thought he'd just calmly accept all of this. Kurahashi asked where he thought he was going. Kai answered that where he went was entirely his own business. Him. Kurahashi sighed, pulling out his phone and muttering that Kai really was a pain, all while back at the Sacred Bastion's headquarters. The Blue King was telling everyone they'd done an excellent job handling that difficult situation, and although it sounded a bit hollow, the whole thing had been resolved thanks to everyone's efforts, but especially Rei, since he'd done exceptionally well. Rei said that wasn't true, but Itsuki told him not to be modest, since he was the one who'd resolved the entire incident without a single casualty. He'd even saved the Purple King, his own brother, so Itsuki believed Rei had every reason to be proud of what he'd accomplished. Rei felt a rush of happiness hearing that and immediately thanked the Blue King. But just as he was about to ask about his brother's condition, his phone suddenly rang. He excused himself, saying it was Kurahashi, but then he was caught off guard by the contents of the message. Later, inside the Shinjuku dungeon, Kai was apologizing to his two friends, Oik and Goto. That was when Rei appeared and called out to him. Kai asked what he wanted. Rei said he'd been worried about him, having heard that he'd left the hospital the moment he woke up. Then he suddenly noticed something, seeing a bouquet of flowers in his brother's hands. Kai asked if that wasn't pathetic. This was the end result of someone who'd chased power and nothing else, leaving his brother to clean up the mess. Then he broke down in tears, admitting he really was pathetic. And he'd finally understood why his friends had been taken from him. It was all his own fault. He began recalling a memory from back when he'd been walking home from school. Along the way, Oik and Goto had been getting beaten up by a group of thugs. But he'd quickly taken the whole group down, and immediately after, Oik and Goto had wanted to become his followers. Kai remembered he hadn't wanted that at all, and had told them to do whatever they wanted. Still, they kept following him all the way through graduation. And it didn't stop there. Oik and Goto had even followed him into dungeons until one day, he'd stopped even thinking about any of it and realized something, that they'd genuinely been happy just being by his side. So after remembering all of it, he clenched his fist, sobbing uncontrollably as he asked what point there even was in being Purple King, or even a Demon Lord, if no matter how many titles he carried, he still couldn't protect his own friends. With that, he called out to his brother and said he'd given up on being a magician altogether. That left Rei utterly stunned. Kai laughed and asked his brother just how low he thought he'd have to bow his head to keep being a magician, since the people he'd lost could never rest in peace if he just kept living like nothing happened. Then he said he'd move overseas, somewhere no one knew him, so they'd never have to see each other again. Rei shouted that he would absolutely never let that happen, but Kai asked if his brother even understood that a magician, even a king, wouldn't easily be forgiven by society. Inside a dungeon, maybe it could be excused, but since he'd caused destruction right in the middle of the city, nothing would ever go back to the way it was. Rei closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, then asked if his brother was simply running away. Kai looked confused and asked if his brother had even heard a word he'd said. Running away. It was Rei who needed to face reality since there was nothing he could actually do. Check. Ray shouted, asking who would fight if a monster like the evil sludge showed up again next time, since only a handful of magicians were even capable of facing something like that. Wasn't his brother the Purple King? Kai shouted back that he'd been possessed and had failed. If someone like him kept being a magician, he'd only become even more dangerous. Ray grew furious too, shouting back that just because he'd failed once didn't mean Kai got to tuck his tail and run. He'd already told him what Kai was doing right now was nothing but running away, and if he truly wanted to atone, he had to face it head-on and overcome it. Otherwise, the people who died would never be able to rest in peace. Kai said his brother was talking as if he understood everything and demanded to know what he actually knew. Ray froze at that question, but he still shouted that he admitted he didn't know everything. What he did know was that the two of them had never once truly fought like this before, and if they never talked, there was no way to understand each other. With that, he forced himself to calm down, and stressed that what happened wasn't Kai's fault alone. He too bore responsibility, since he was the one who'd taken his brother's power in the first place. So he believed he too needed to atone for his own sins to make sure something like this never happened again. But he stressed that facing it alone wasn't enough. He didn't have the strength to do it by himself, and if they ever faced a crisis like this again, there was no way he'd get through it alone. So he called out to his brother and asked if he wanted to face this together, because he needed his brother's strength to atone for his own mistakes. Kai stood there stunned, realizing there was no turning back now. He understood that everything his brother had said was just reasoning. The incident had really been the result of his own recklessness, pushing himself to conquer the dungeon until he'd lost his mind. It had nothing to do with Ray at all, only the monster was to blame. But the destruction caused by the Purple King would inevitably be exposed by the media. So he figured it would be better for his brother's future if he cut all ties with him completely. But even so, his brother had still come here to say all of this, which made him wonder if Ray genuinely wanted to share the burden of his guilt. Thinking of his friends, Kai laughed and said all of them had been complete idiots. With that, he took his brother's hand and said he hoped Ray wouldn't regret it if he ended up becoming a burden all over again. Kai then said there was still a lot more he needed to say, and this was likely the last time he'd ever say it, so he hoped his brother would listen closely. A little embarrassed, he admitted that he was only still alive because of his brother, and for that, he was truly grateful to him. After that, Ray and Kai returned to the hospital to see Kurahashi. Kai felt a little embarrassed, growing even more flustered when the red-haired man showed off the scar he himself had caused. Meanwhile, the Blue King, Yashiro, Shiroi, and Azuma were watching the entire situation unfold. Shiroi remarked that it seemed everything had finally been resolved. Itsuki agreed, but asked everyone to leave the rest to him. Later, the Blue King met with the other primary color kings and said he wanted to keep Kurosaki Kai under his own supervision. The Red Queen said she had no objections to that decision, and the Yellow King agreed as well. Itsuki thanked them for their understanding, but stressed there was still one more topic he wanted to discuss, the tournament between the various factions. After finishing his discussion with the other primary color kings, Itsuki gathered everyone in the organization and announced the upcoming Magicians Tournament. He then explained that there were 3 organizations under the primary color kings, and this event was where magicians from each of them would compete to rise to the very top. The Blue King said these apostles were all incredibly talented individuals, and this was an excellent opportunity for them to test their own abilities. Ray felt a spark of excitement at the thought of facing magicians of equal standing, knowing he'd have to go all out once again. At that point, Kai asked if he could ask something. He then called out to his brother and asked if it was time for him to start officially calling himself the Black King. Ray looked a little embarrassed and said it wasn't quite like that, but Kai immediately told him to stop playing dumb. With that, he stressed that his brother had already beaten him, the Purple King, twice. That alone should be more than enough. What's more, if Ray refused to see himself as a king, then losing to him would be utterly humiliating. Aya, Yuri, and Oikawa burst out laughing hearing Kai say that, and Kurahashi, Azuma, Yashiro, and Shiroi couldn't help but laugh along too. Kai, on the other hand, looked thoroughly annoyed and asked what everyone found so funny. Meanwhile, Ray began seriously considering the idea of calling himself the Black King, since up until now the title had always felt too heavy for him to take seriously. But he eventually concluded his brother had a point. After everything he'd said to him, he couldn't keep going like this without becoming someone worth looking up to. So he called out to the Blue King and told him he'd made his decision, Sometime later, the day of the grand event, where the elite magicians would gather, finally arrived. And although this event had always been kept low-key until last year, this time it was drawing an enormous amount of attention. The moment the contestants began entering, they were met with thunderous applause from the crowd, because the primary color kings themselves were making an appearance alongside their apostles. And finally, the Blue King and the apostles of Sacred Bastion, the very people who'd just resolved the recent dungeon crisis, sent the atmosphere soaring to its peak. There was also one particular person who drew even more attention than the rest, standing out among all these exceptional magicians. It was the promising young magician recently chosen as the new king, Kurosaki Rei, the Black King. The moment Rei approached his brother, he told him not to be so tense and to keep his head held high. With that, he added that even a coachman needed a proper uniform, and besides, his brother looked even better than he had the year before. Rei told Kai to stop teasing him, since he still wasn't used to all this. Kai said he didn't care, since as a king, his brother shouldn't be showing such a pitiful face in front of a crowd. Rei said he understood, and would do his best. Just then, some girls in the crowd began shouting Sheena's name, begging her to look their way. And sure enough, the one receiving the loudest applause of all was Sheena Mio, the Red Queen. Someone in the crowd glanced around and asked their friend if the Red Queen really had that many male fans, and the other person answered that the ratio seemed to be about 1 man for every 9 women. The introductions continued as the announcer revealed that even without an A-rank magician the year before, the Apostles of Dawn had still secured second place. Attention then shifted to Kirimiya Kusei, the Yellow King, who kept his calm gaze fixed on the throne, radiating the presence of an undisputed champion as he'd led the Apostles of Moonlight to victory. Some in the crowd were stunned to see the Yellow King for the first time, having heard he was the mentor of both the Blue King and the Red Queen. The moment the 3 kings drew close to one another, Sheena greeted her teacher and declared she'd surpass him. He sighed and said she was as combative as ever, but pointed out that they weren't the ones actually fighting, so it seemed she still hadn't understood a thing. As he turned to walk away, he added that he knew her all too well, and this year's results wouldn't be any different. As he left, the Red Queen angrily called the Yellow King a useless old man, while the Blue King told her to calm down. Sheena said Itsuki was acting like this had nothing to do with him, when in reality it had everything to do with him. She then stressed that as the veteran disciple of that old man, she refused to lose to the Blue King, since her team wouldn't hold back at all. Itsuki smiled and declared they wouldn't lose either, and if she kept falling behind, their teacher would surely be disappointed. Meanwhile, Rei studied the Yellow King, thinking this was the very man who'd trained Itsuki himself. Just standing near him, he could already feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Right then, Oikawa appeared behind the Yellow King, staying completely silent. A few minutes later, an announcement rang out that the opening ceremony was about to begin. Hinata spoke up, saying the Red Queen would give a few opening words first. Sheena said that before explaining the rules, she had one important announcement to make. She then declared that, as everyone already knew, a growing number of dangerous, high-difficulty dungeons had appeared recently, requiring powerful individuals to conquer them. She stressed that the winner of this tournament would receive a special reward, priority rights to conquer a dungeon first. She then clarified that anyone who lost would simply be relegated to reserve status. But if they won, they'd lead the charge, and if they lost, they'd be left thoroughly humiliated. With that, she grew visibly excited and declared that this tournament was, at its core, a place where magicians staked their very pride. The crowd erupted the moment the Red Queen finished speaking. Rei began to feel anxious, knowing that if they lost, it would all be over for them. Sheena held up a piece of paper and said it was proof of their pride, since it was the very letter granting first rights to conquer a dungeon. The moment they opened the box, that letter would belong to them. But to do that, they first needed to possess something. She explained that today's main prize was something called the Lockbreaker. The Red Queen and the other primary color kings began channeling their power, and she announced that the arena itself, the main stage of the day, would be created entirely by them. A series of magic circles conjured by the kings began drifting toward an island. Before long, the surrounding forest began to stir with energy. The waters of the river started rippling too, and even the rocky fields grew restless. Then a massive tower rose up, and a single key appeared at its very peak. Everyone witnessing the sight couldn't help but wonder if this was really something to take seriously. Rei was deeply impressed, realizing the primary color kings were pouring an immense amount of power just to create such a vast and intricate space. He wondered if this was the kind of feat only possible for someone who'd mastered red, blue, and yellow mana all at once. Sheena pointed to the map and explained that the key displayed at the top of the tower was the goal, and whichever team brought it back first would be declared the winner. She then explained that each faction would select 8 participants, paired into teams of 2. That made 24 contestants total, with starting points randomly scattered around the edge of the arena. Once the game began, each team was free to make their own way toward the tower. She also emphasized that forming alliances was allowed, but so was combat and betrayal. Neither was off limits. Finally, she said that covered all the rules, and she was genuinely looking forward to seeing how everyone would perform. A few minutes before the game began, Hinata announced that last year's champion needed to return the trophy. She then called out to Hiragishian from the Apostles of Moonlight and asked him to step forward and return it. Kai grew visibly irritated at the sight of the man who'd once defeated Oikawa, remarking that his expression alone was genuinely detestable. Rei was completely caught off guard hearing that, and immediately asked if Hiragishian had really defeated Oikawa. Kai explained that Oikawa had once belonged to the Apostles of Moonlight, but had been expelled after losing an ace-position duel against Hiragishian. The protagonist was hit with a wave of shock, thinking that even in his past life he'd never once heard of anything like this. The moment Hinata approached Hiragishian, he snatched the microphone right out of her hand and told everyone not to misunderstand, insisting that the trophy belonged only to the strongest. With that, he stressed that fundamentally the trophy was already his, and placing it there had only ever been temporary. He then declared that the moment he reclaimed the trophy, he'd also claim the title of Yellow King for himself. Both Kai and Kurahashi flew into a rage hearing that, shouting to ask just what nonsense Hiragishian was even spouting. Rei was completely stunned, wondering just what kind of person Hiragishian really was. Meanwhile, Oikawa couldn't believe what his former rival had just declared. Yet the Yellow King himself simply stood there, saying nothing at all. Hinata then drew everyone's attention and announced the opening ceremony had concluded, with the Magician's tournament set to begin in 5 minutes. She also posed a question: which team would claim the prize riding on every magician's pride? Right then, the protagonist called out to Oikawa, saying he didn't have to answer if it was too difficult, but mentioned he'd heard Oikawa used to be a member of the Apostles of Moonlight. Oikawa took a deep breath and said he'd never really intended to hide it, and yes, that was true. He then explained he'd lost to Shion and been expelled, after which the Blue King had reached out and taken him in. Rei said he understood, thinking that in his past life, there had never been a Yellow King named Hiragishian. The next person to become Yellow King back then had been Oikawa himself. But he figured that if Shion won and his claim turned out to be true, Oikawa might not become Yellow King at all this time, depending on the tournament's outcome. He also knew about the incident involving his brother, and if the future had already been altered this much, there would surely be even more unpredictable events to come, so he needed to avoid causing any further major shifts to the timeline. Right then, Hinata officially declared the tournament underway, and Sheena launched her power into the sky, triggering an explosion that signaled the start. The protagonist's group, Shion's group, and the twin siblings' group all shot forward at maximum speed. Hinata remarked that the race had finally begun, with all the contestants launching off at the exact same moment. Still, she explained that before following the contestants, they'd review the rules one more time. In this race, every team and member was competing to reach the tower at the center of the map. And although the winner would be determined by whoever brought the key back down from the tower's peak, she was genuinely curious which team would end up victorious. Meanwhile, Kurahashi angrily demanded to know why he'd been paired with Kai. Kai retorted that he should be the one asking that question, then asked if Kurahashi had really just recovered from his injuries. The red-haired man, displeased, asked if Kai was blind, since he was in peak condition, unlike someone who'd just fled the hospital. Hinata remarked that the pairing of Kurahashi and Kai, both from Sacred Bastions, had caused friction right from the start. The tension between them was palpable. Back in the race, the red-haired man kept shouting that Kai should be grateful he didn't have to go it alone, while Kai told him to shut up and stop getting in his way. Right then, 2 figures stepped out, blocking their path. Hinata observed the scene and remarked that the newcomers were members of the Apostles of Moonlight, and it looked like they intended to knock Kurahashi and Kai out of the competition. With that, both of them stopped, remarking that it seemed the previous champions had finally shown themselves. Then, one of the two strangers, unwilling to waste any time, immediately activated their power. A massive explosion followed, but Kai and Kurahashi managed to leap into the air just in time to avoid getting caught in it. The Red Queen laughed and said having a fight break out right from the start was always exciting. She then stressed that members of the Apostles of Moonlight were all A-rank experts or higher, and could easily have just pushed forward while ignoring sacred bastions entirely. With that, she slammed her hand on the table, climbed right up onto it, and shouted that doing so would be far too boring. A normal race was dull, and scheming or calculated tactics simply weren't her style. If you were a man, you fought head-on, prompting Hinata to ask Shina to get down and calm herself. Kurahashi remarked that fighting or interfering with other teams was fair game, since every team's path converged at the tower. Avoiding conflict entirely was never really an option. But the two strangers before them had clearly wanted a fight from the very start. Kai asked if they intended to take them both down just to knock them out of the race, adding that if so, it was an awfully overconfident move, considering they hadn't even tested their compatibility against an unknown enemy. Right then, one of the Apostles of Moonlight members said Kai and his teammate would be better off surrendering peacefully. He then asked if the one dressed in black was Kurosaki Rei, adding that a magician's true strength wasn't determined by how many colors they could wield, and that anyone who didn't even grasp the basics was useless. He then sneered, asking if Kai used to be nothing more than a useless colorless who now dared to call himself a king. Both Kai and Kurosaki stayed silent, saying nothing at all. With that, one of the Apostles of Moonlight readied an attack aimed straight at Kai. While his teammate charged straight at Kurosaki, Kai, losing his composure, shouted at them to shut up while launching his counterattack. The red-haired man was no less fierce, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches at the one charging him. After knocking both Apostles of Moonlight members to the ground, Kurosaki stepped closer to one of them. With a twisted expression, he warned him never to mock the protagonist again. Kai did the same, making it clear that if they ever tried that again, he wouldn't show any mercy. Meanwhile, Hinata looked genuinely impressed, watching Kurosaki and Kai take down a pair from the Apostles of Moonlight, while Shina laughed and remarked that the two of them were quite interesting. Right then, Azuma was cheering on Sacred Bastions from the sidelines, since he'd ended up without a partner and been left out. Kusei told the Blue King that Kai and Kurahashi truly did possess remarkable abilities. Shina snapped her fingers, conjuring 2 orbs of energy, and said she'd award each of them a point, leaving Hinata to ask what she was even doing. Shina answered that she was handing out MVP points and asked if Hinata didn't think that made things more exciting. She then laughed and admitted that, at the end of the day, all of this was purely for her own amusement. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Oikawa were sprinting across the tournament map. The blonde-haired man suddenly startled hearing someone call out to him. Both of them stopped instantly as the ground ahead of them began to collapse. Oikawa said he'd just saved the protagonist. Rei asked if he was okay, and if something related to Shion was bothering him. The blonde-haired man admitted that yes, it was mostly about the Yellow King, which prompted the protagonist to ask him to explain further. But Oikawa said it was better to just let it go, since it was a personal matter. Then glancing up, the blonde-haired man spotted something rushing toward them. He immediately panicked, seeing a swarm of massive boulders flying straight at them. The blonde-haired man quickly activated his shield ability to block them. But another attack immediately followed. And the moment it locked onto him directly, he realized the first attack had been nothing but a decoy. But Rei drew his sword and completely obliterated the incoming attack himself. The protagonist then asked Oikawa if he was okay, and he answered he was fine, thanking him for the help. Right then, the twin siblings appeared, laughing as they remarked they hadn't expected members of Sacred Bastions to actually block their attack. One of them remarked that if they went down too easily, Shion would surely be disappointed. Rei asked if children were even allowed to compete in this tournament. Oikawa said that unfortunately he'd never expected to run into these two so soon. Rei then asked if he knew them personally. Oikawa answered that they weren't acquaintances at all. He then explained that the two kids standing before them were the Hidaka siblings, both prodigies and the youngest magicians ever to earn their license. What's more, the association had made a special exception for them, given their overwhelming combined strength. If the two siblings combined their Kaodu power, they could reach S-rank level. Rei couldn't believe it and shouted, asking if these two kids could really reach S-rank. Oikawa explained that in a paired combat race like this, they could easily become the most dangerous opponents of all. Hinata remarked that a dramatic battle was about to unfold as the Red Queen's subordinates from the Apostles of Dawn, none other than the Hidaka siblings, were now attacking sacred bastions. Sheena said this was going to be an incredibly exciting match. She then cheered on Sora and Riku, urging them to show everyone their true power. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought to himself that these were the very twin siblings who'd become the youngest S-rank magicians ever. He'd heard of them before turning back time. They rarely appeared in public, so he didn't know much about their abilities, but if the two of them stood together, this was practically an unwinnable fight. Even so, he figured having Oikawa, who could wield shield-based abilities, by his side was at least an advantage. All they needed to do was reinforce their defense while watching for a chance to counter. Oikawa, for his part, thought they needed to reach the tower quickly to win, never expecting to run into such a formidable opponent so early on. He then thought of the Yellow King and closed his eyes, telling himself he absolutely could not lose this tournament, and that he needed to take the lead, since he had far more experience than the protagonist. Rei looked at Oikawa and noticed he seemed far more assertive than usual, since he was normally a rather reserved person. Right then, the Hidaka siblings announced they were about to attack. One of them unleashed a powerful skill first, and Oikawa guessed it was earth-based magic, figuring they were trying to obscure their vision. But he believed that with dust this thick, they themselves would be just as blind. However, the other sibling activated an ice-based power, remarking that the Sacred Bastion's members' reaction seemed rather slow. Both the protagonist and Oikawa were instantly bound tight by ice. Sora then told Oikawa that once frozen, he wouldn't be able to use his shield ability at all. The ice continued tightening its grip around both of them. Riku shouted at his brother to freeze them completely. Rei gripped his sword, channeling fire into the blade, and declared he wouldn't let that happen. With that, he shattered the ice and freed them both. Sora couldn't believe they'd escaped. Riku told him to try again and signaled for his brother to fall back. He then turned and declared they wouldn't be retreating so easily. Hinata remarked that the battle, right from the very start of the race, was quickly turning into a dramatic showdown, since neither side showed any sign of backing down. Oikawa began to grow anxious, thinking the siblings were alternating between attacking and retreating, since if they dragged this out, the other teams would reach the tower first. He then called out to the protagonist and said he had a plan. He went on to point out that while the twins' teamwork was undeniably seamless, the color of their mana was different from each other. Riku belonged to the red attribute, while Sora belonged to blue. Red mana users typically had strong offense but poor control, while blue mana was easier to handle but lacked comparable firepower. Rei recalled that, if he remembered correctly, Sora's ice magic had an incredibly wide range but relatively low destructive power. That reminded him of Kai's Demon Spear, a skill that combined the strengths of both colors while covering for their individual weaknesses. Oikawa told the protagonist to focus on dodging whenever a red attribute attack came in, since they'd likely time their counterattack to sync up with the blue attribute strike. That prompted Sheena to remark that it seemed Sacred Bastions was trying to sync up with the twins' attack rhythm, and she thought it was a smart move. Even at a clear disadvantage, they were staying remarkably composed. Still, she stressed that the twin siblings weren't going to be that simple to outmaneuver. Sora told his brother he sensed their opponents were calculating something and asked if he wanted to use that move. Riku agreed, and right after, both of them raised their fists toward each other. Oikawa looked confused, unsure what was happening, while Rei realized their mana seemed to be merging together. Right then, the Hidaka siblings activated their mana-linking ability. Riku said the two of them could now share mana with one another, while Sora asked if their opponent could still predict their attacks based on color alone. With that, both of them charged forward at once. Sora prepared to attack Oikawa, who braced himself defensively, assuming Sora would use a red attribute skill, so he raised his shield to block the incoming strike. He then realized the next attack would be blue. But instead, Riku readied a red attribute strike and landed a direct hit on Oikawa, making him realize the next attack was still red, not blue, as he'd expected. The Yellow King remarked that because they kept trying to predict the attacks based on color, their reactions had slowed down, costing them their chance at victory, while also acknowledging that the Hidaka siblings truly were formidable opponents. Rei rushed over to Oikawa and asked if he was okay. The blonde-haired man said he was fine and would take the lead from here, but then found himself hesitating over what to do next, wondering whether to keep his distance, before deciding it was better to avoid this fight entirely and head straight for the tower. Right then, the protagonist shouted loudly for Oikawa to stop. Oikawa flinched at the sudden shout. The twin siblings looked equally puzzled at this unexpected outburst. Rei asked Oikawa if he wanted to win this tournament, and though a little confused, Oikawa answered yes. The protagonist said that if that was the case, then he needed to trust him too. He admitted that Oikawa had genuinely helped him a great deal, and he considered him someone he could truly rely on, but he shouldn't be carrying everything alone, because he wanted the two of them to fight together. The blonde-haired man looked surprised at those words and realized the protagonist was right. All this time, he'd been shouldering everything entirely on his own. He then smacked himself in the face, realizing he'd been so focused on taking the lead that he'd completely overlooked Rei, and that had been his own arrogance. He understood that Rei no longer needed protecting. He'd become a magician who fought as his equal. So Oikawa apologized to the protagonist and proposed they fight together as a real team. With that, he smiled and declared he'd be counting on him. Rei was a little taken aback by the blonde-haired man's sudden change in attitude. But then he laughed and said he'd do his absolute best. Oikawa readied his power and declared it was time to counterattack. As a drone hovered over the battlefield, Hinata remarked that the Hidaka siblings' assault was utterly overwhelming, and it looked like the Sacred Bastions team was strategizing something. Itsuki thought that although Oikawa had looked anxious earlier, he'd clearly steadied himself now, and pairing him with Rei had proven to be exactly the right call. Sheena stressed that defeating a team that couldn't even stay focused on their goal would be far too boring, and she was confident Sora and Riku felt the exact same way. Oikawa told the Hidaka siblings it was their turn to counterattack now. The blonde-haired man silently thought that thanks to the protagonist, he'd regained his composure, and he was now certain that fighting together, they could actually win. So he told Rei to follow the plan they'd laid out. The protagonist readied his blue attribute power, then activated his pin needle skill, prompting one of the siblings to ask if he really intended to use such a low-tier blue skill. As both of them easily dodged it, Sora declared that even if the protagonist switched to a ranged attack, it would be completely useless. Rei began to grow anxious, thinking that alone he wasn't enough to make a real difference. Right then, the two siblings closed in, remarking that things were about to get a lot more interesting from here. Rei readied himself and shouted that he'd be counting on Oikawa. With that, he charged straight at the twin siblings, protected by Oikawa's shield. Hinata shouted in confusion, asking what the protagonist thought he was doing. Kusei remarked that this looked like nothing more than a reckless solo suicide attack, right after putting up a shield. Sheena figured Oikawa's shield leaned heavily toward defense, and if their attack really was as simple as what she was seeing, the twins could handle it with ease. Sora and Riku began gathering red mana, declaring that if the protagonist dared to close the distance, they'd strike him head-on. With that, both of them readied their Nova Burst skill. They then fired off 2 devastating consecutive blasts at the protagonist, who kept charging forward without ever slowing down. Azuma, still cheering from the stands, shouted that this was a red attribute skill with tremendous firepower, and the twins were clearly trying to shatter the shield with one massive combined strike. Sora laughed loudly, asking what their opponent was even thinking, insisting there was no way a shield like that could withstand it. Oikawa laughed and said that wasn't necessarily true, since everything depended on the shield's actual structure. With that, he activated a 5-layered shield and reinforced it with even more protection around the protagonist. Rei understood that red attribute attacks, when launched head-on, tended to be fairly straightforward, so in this case, all he needed to do was focus his defense in the right direction. And sure enough, Oikawa's 5-layered shield completely neutralized the twins' combined attack, leaving them utterly unable to believe their move had been blocked so thoroughly. But glancing behind them, they realized they'd been backed into a corner, and understood that had been the true purpose of the protagonist's initial charge all along. Oikawa told Rei to unleash everything he had, and at blistering speed he charged the twin siblings and took both of them down instantly. The protagonist watched them fall, letting out a sigh of relief. Outside, the crowd erupted, and Hinata declared Sacred Bastions the winner of the match. Sheena activated her power and said she'd award each of them 2 FP points, admitting that the Sacred Bastions duo had truly outperformed everyone else. Oikawa reflected that keeping things simple had been the key, since earlier he'd been far too focused on countering the twins' teamwork. He then thought that he genuinely owed the protagonist a debt of gratitude, since it was Rei who'd opened his eyes. Itsuki remarked that they'd completely turned the tide, calling it a genuinely impressive performance. Kusei agreed, but pointed out that no matter what they'd shown still wasn't enough to stand against Shion. Still, looking at Oikawa, he concluded that at the very least the boy had matured a little. Rei told the blonde-haired man to keep moving, but he asked the protagonist to wait a moment. He then apologized for having been too anxious earlier and ignoring him, glancing back at the drone and figuring that at this distance no one would be able to hear them. So he said this was a personal matter, something he'd never once considered telling anyone before. But thanks to the protagonist, he now saw things far more clearly, and he wanted to say it properly, with complete honesty. With that, he revealed that Kirimiya Kusei, the Yellow King, was actually his own father, leaving the protagonist utterly stunned as he asked if that was really true. Oikawa stressed that Rei surely already knew he'd been expelled from the Apostles of Moonlight, but what he didn't know was that he'd also been abandoned by his own father. And through this tournament, he wanted to prove he'd become someone different from who he used to be. Rei realized that must have been exactly what was weighing on Oikawa, since in his past life, Oikawa had inherited the position of Yellow King thanks to his father. But then he asked Oikawa one more thing. What exactly was his relationship with Shion? Oikawa simply said it was something like a rivalry, since he'd never once managed to beat him. Right then, Shion appeared with his teammates standing before Aya and Yuri. Aya thought she was facing last year's champion. Then she recalled asking Yuri earlier if she'd really faced Shion last year, and Yuri had confirmed it, adding that Aya could probably already guess the outcome. Aya wanted to know if even Yuri hadn't been able to defeat him. Yuri explained briefly that Kurahashi had lost his composure and charged in without warning, only to be quickly defeated. She added that the fool had gone down so fast that she'd been left to fight alone. But she stressed that Shion was undeniably a high-level magician, and she herself had first-hand combat experience against him from the year before. So she'd tell Aya everything. After recalling all of that, Aya realized Shion was in no way an ordinary opponent. She then told Watanabe to stay out of it, since she'd handle both of them herself. Watanabe thought it was hard to believe. Shion had already caused a scene at the opening ceremony, and now he was doing it again. He figured Shion was growing increasingly aggressive, but he still knew there was no way Shion would lose to these two. He then laughed and said he'd go along with it. So he said he'd save his energy and told Shion to handle them however he pleased. As he sat sipping a drink, Aya thought that Shion was planning to fight alone while his teammates simply relaxed. Itsuki asked if that was even allowed, and the Yellow King answered that as long as there were results, it didn't matter either way. He added that Shion didn't need any half-hearted support, and Watanabe understood that better than anyone. Yuri readied herself and reminded Aya to stay focused on the fight. Shion began gathering his strength and activated his Min Asitwar ability. A wave of yellow energy began spreading across the entire battlefield. Aya realized Shion was about to strike first. Yuri shouted at Aya to stay focused. Shion, showing no real interest in the fight, activated the detonation phase of his skill. A massive explosion followed. He calmly waited for the dust to settle. Aya and Yuri emerged completely unharmed, saying that had been far too close for comfort. Hinata grew excited, shouting that despite the massive explosion, the Sacred Bastion's members had still spotted the attack in time. Aya thought that if Yuri hadn't warned her, she'd already be dead. Fortunately, she'd managed to dodge just in time. Yuri assessed that the Mean Axe Yurgur spell turned Shion's own mana into bombs, and if he detonated them at close range, that would be the end of it. Luckily, she'd already seen this kind of magic before, having faced him the year before. Watanabe thought the same. The blue-haired girl had clearly witnessed Shion's magic firsthand before, and it seemed they'd already come prepared with a countermeasure. But he knew that alone still wouldn't be enough to defeat Shion. The man then unleashed another wave of overwhelming power, sending energy rippling rapidly across the battlefield, and once again, a series of explosions erupted one after another. Aya and Yuri were sent flying, and Yuri realized Shion was increasing the number of mines, making her wonder if he'd been holding back last year after all. Shion asked Yuri if she intended to counterattack, though he figured it didn't matter either way, since she still hadn't reached his level. Yuri called out to Aya, saying the situation was worse than she'd thought. This was a dangerous gamble and they needed to retreat. Aya struggled back to her feet and said it wasn't time yet. She then said that if she gave up now, nothing would ever change, and she hadn't even had the chance to show the results of her training. She remembered Yuri once asking if she wanted to become stronger, and Aya had answered yes since the battle on the island had made her realize something important. Because in the end, she'd always relied on the protagonist, and she wanted to grow stronger, which meant she needed Yuri's help. Yuri had been surprised by that request, but quickly smiled and said she understood. So the two of them had trained relentlessly, and Aya focused on mastering control over her mana to improve her overall abilities. Yuri told Aya she was right. They hadn't even tested it out yet, so there was no reason to give up now. Aya unleashed her power. Yuri thought she'd never imagined Aya would refuse her suggestion to retreat, and it seemed she truly had changed since the day they'd first met. Sheena laughed and remarked that both girls were incredibly brave. Seeing Aya's power, Cheyenne said he understood, admitting her mana reserves were genuinely impressive, but told her to listen closely and never, for even a second, think she could actually defeat him. Aya thought to herself that she wasn't usually one to train for situations like this. Watanabe glanced over and couldn't believe his eyes. Aya was conjuring a massive fireball, something she'd never managed to pull off before. Watanabe wondered if it was some kind of advanced magic, but even so, its sheer scale was absolutely terrifying. As Yuri watched her friend gather her strength, she thought that Aya had always had a massive reserve of mana. She'd simply never known how to unleash it before. But now, with an advanced spell, she could pour every last drop of her mana into it. Aya activated her advanced spell and unleashed Meteor Blaze. Watanabe immediately conjured a magic shield, thinking that even Cheyenne couldn't withstand a hit like this. But Cheyenne simply extended a hand forward, released his power, and completely erased Aya's attack as though it had never even existed. Both Aya and Yuri stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. Yuri broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that shouldn't even be possible. Studying Cheyenne closely, she wondered if he'd really pulled that off with such ease. The crowd in the stands went wild too, desperate to know how Cheyenne had managed to neutralize Aya's ultimate fire spell. Sheena remarked that it wasn't quite neutralization. More precisely, he'd extinguished it entirely. Still, she found herself puzzled, since she'd never heard of magic like that before, and wondered exactly what he'd just done. Yuri reflected that Cheyenne hadn't used explosive magic to cancel it out, and she also recalled that he hadn't used anything like this the last time they'd fought. Watanabe was equally caught off guard by his own teammate, having never seen him use this kind of magic before. Yuri noticed Watanabe's shock and wondered if even he had no idea what had just happened. Aya lifted her head, thinking that had been the strongest attack she'd ever unleashed, and yet Cheyenne had handled it with such ease. In response, he called out to Aya, stressing that she was the one who'd forced him to use that kind of magic, but even so, there remained an enormous gap between the two of them. With that, as he readied his power, he declared that no matter how hard she fought, the final outcome would never change. Aya was gripped with fear, seeing Cheyenne's power materialize right beside her body. Cheyenne activated his Malice ability, and an explosion detonated at point-blank range right next to Aya. She felt a searing pain rip through her entire body, and realized her legs had suffered serious injuries. Sheena thought the girl had fought remarkably well against Cheyenne, but wondered if this was where it would all end. For his part, Cheyenne coldly remarked that to him, Aya was no different from a pebble on the roadside, and that hierarchy would never change. Yuri rushed to her teammate's side and said Aya couldn't possibly keep fighting, but then she was struck with disbelief at what she was witnessing. Aya forced herself back to her feet and declared she wouldn't give up here, because if she did, she'd never grow any stronger. With that, she unleashed her power and declared she could still keep fighting. Sheena was taken aback by Aya's sheer will, wondering if she genuinely intended to keep going. But right after, she grew visibly thrilled, admitting she deeply admired that kind of spirit. Cheyenne readied another attack and made it clear he'd already warned Aya. But right at that moment, someone else unleashed an attack that struck the rocks nearby, sending the two girls flying. Watanabe apologized to Cheyenne for interfering, but stressed that he was taking far too long to finish this off. Aya plunged into a stream and surfaced, coughing violently. Meanwhile, Yuri used Mana Shift to cling to the rocks, remarking that Aya was no longer in any condition to keep fighting. The moment she pulled herself out of the water, she said Aya had pushed herself far past her limit. But she also insisted Aya had fought incredibly well. Seeing Aya's smile, Yuri felt certain she would grow into someone truly powerful. Sheena awarded Aya an MVP point and said she'd give Cheyenne one as well. But she also remarked that the Blue King seemed to have some remarkably interesting students under his wing. Shion called out to Watanabe, but he simply turned away and said that was enough. They needed to keep moving, or the other pairs would overtake them. Shion took a deep breath and agreed with Watanabe, but he still insisted that his victory at the grand tournament remained inevitable. Watanabe stayed silent, saying nothing, simply observing his teammates' actions. Shion added that it didn't matter who his opponent was. Right then, Hinata announced that the grand tournament had finally entered its intermediate stage, and the remaining contestants would now advance into a completely new zone, one where, with the goal finally in sight, the battles ahead were expected to grow even more brutal. Sheena remarked that combat alone was thrilling, but if that was all there was to it, everyone would get bored fast. So she'd prepared a little surprise for the next zone. With that, she made an oddly mischievous expression and asked Hinata if the contestants would even be able to make it through. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Kai and Kurahashi looked stunned, desperate to know what on earth was happening. The path ahead of them was a completely surreal place, with explosions constantly erupting, leaving Kurahashi to wonder if they really had to go through it. Kai told the red-haired man that complaining wouldn't change a thing. They still had to press forward. The moment they tried to advance, they were immediately greeted with an explosion. The red-haired man staggered back and shouted that the primary color kings had to be insane to build something like this. Kai told the red-haired man he'd take on the role of decoy, while he himself would exploit the opening to close in. But Kurahashi grew furious and shouted, asking who Kai thought he was to call him a decoy and treat him like some kind of shield, which made Kai lose his temper too and snap at him to shut up. Right then, another pair of Sacred Bastions members walked by and caught sight of Kai and Kurahashi behaving like complete fools. Yoshiro remarked that they'd be better off focusing on themselves, since they were clearly struggling too. Hinata watched the situation unfold across the arena, noticing explosions erupting everywhere, and wondered if a mass elimination was about to happen. Watanabe asked Shion if he could handle this, and Shion responded by asking who exactly Watanabe thought he was talking to. He then repeatedly activated his malice ability, using the resulting explosions to cancel out the other blasts erupting throughout the area. Hinata remarked that Shion and Watanabe's pair seemed completely unaffected by the falling lava bombs, and wondered if they'd end up being the first to reach the tower. Yet Shion himself looked caught off guard, because the pair of Oikawa and Rei were also advancing through the lava bomb zone with barely any trouble at all. Oikawa laughed and said that at this rate, they'd clear it soon, while Rei remarked that he was genuinely glad to have him along. Itsuki remarked that if the two of them kept up this pace, they'd break through soon enough. The Yellow King agreed, adding that things were about to get very interesting. Then Oikawa froze in shock, because right before his eyes stood the tower, the very end point of the tournament. But both he and the protagonist felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. Shion was using his malice ability, trying to stop them in their tracks. Shion remarked that Oikawa had managed to block the explosions with his barrier, but made it clear that was the absolute limit of what he could do. The blonde-haired man said he'd been waiting for the chance to fight him again. And watching Shion prepare his next attack, he declared that this time he would definitely land a hit on him. Because he knew they were bound to cross paths again sooner or later, he just never expected it to happen here of all places. With that, he stressed that the promise they'd made a year ago, right after he'd lost their one-on-one duel, was exactly what would decide the outcome this time. Shion looked briefly surprised, then smiled, until he burst into uncontrollable laughter, leaving Oikawa thoroughly confused by his reaction. Shion said he'd told him to go ahead and prove him wrong, and he couldn't believe Oikawa was still clinging to that meaningless promise. Oikawa couldn't believe Shion would call it meaningless. Shion made it clear he couldn't care less about that promise, and unfortunately for Oikawa, he was no longer worth his time at all, because he wasn't even on his radar anymore, and he intended to prove his strength at this tournament and inherit the title of Yellow King. Oikawa said everything else was nothing more than petty distractions, so he figured Shion wasn't entirely wrong. But then he remembered they'd once sworn to grow stronger together, encouraging each other and competing every step of the way. Yet at some point, Shion had started drifting away, and the distance between them had only kept growing. Shion had been advancing so fast that Oikawa had started to believe he'd simply lost his own nerve, and even their intense training sessions had begun to feel utterly pointless. And the moment he'd finally slammed his fist down, realizing he'd stopped moving forward entirely, he'd let Shion climb that mountain alone, because he couldn't bear watching him slowly lose his own courage, and that was exactly why Xion had challenged the Yellow King, crushed him completely, and ended up forced out of the Apostles of Moonlight. Xion said that was exactly right, and Oikawa couldn't even touch his shadow. But he wanted to know why Oikawa had shown up now, and what he wanted since that whole affair had ended long ago, and he had no patience left to drag this out with him. Oikawa said Xion had to be joking, and added that his confidence was actually a good thing, declaring that the winners of this tournament would be him and the protagonist. He then said that if Xion truly felt let down by him, then this time he'd force him to witness it all over again. Xion said Oikawa simply didn't have what it took to do that. Ray listened to their conversation, thinking it confirmed exactly what he'd heard on the way here. Oikawa and Xion truly were bitter rivals. Right then, Watanabe laughed and said it looked like Oikawa had finally gotten past whatever had been holding him back. He then called out to the protagonist, asking if he could take him on first, catching Ray off guard with the sudden request, though he agreed anyway. Oikawa stressed that this time, he wasn't going to be as reckless as before. Having fought Xion countless times, he knew every one of his movements inside and out, and that was exactly why he believed he should take the offensive. With that, he explained the key to victory would be the protagonist's skill steal ability. Ray shouted that using skill steal on a person was extremely dangerous. Oikawa answered that he understood Ray's hesitation, given what had happened with Kai, but stressed that Xion wasn't someone they could beat if they held anything back. He then added that he knew the protagonist could return any abilities he took, so he shouldn't think of it as stealing, just a temporary seal. With that, he laughed and declared everything would be fine, since he trusted the other man to use that power for the right purpose. Ray looked surprised, but forced himself to stay calm and said he understood. Meanwhile, Sheena looked thrilled, eager to see how this battle would unfold. She remembered these two young men had once been part of the same team, so they were bound to know each other's every move inside and out. Still, she figured the real issue was the destructive magic Xion had used earlier, and she was curious whether this match would finally reveal its true nature. Xion stared intently at Oikawa, then quickly activated his malignant pulse ability. A wave of bombardment began spreading rapidly across the entire area. Watanabe laughed, thinking that bastard Xion really didn't like wasting time. But Oikawa, standing inside the barrier he'd conjured, declared he wouldn't give up so easily, since he'd spent every waking second perfecting a skill specifically designed to counter Xion's malignant pulse. He said all of this while completely enveloped within a massive barrier. Ray was stunned, watching the sheer scale of Oikawa's power, realizing the barrage of explosions hadn't left so much as a single scratch on the barrier. Xion remarked that it seemed Oikawa had conjured some remarkably durable pillars. Then, as he gathered his power, he stressed that hiding behind a shield wouldn't win him this fight. But he was caught off guard when a stone pillar suddenly shot straight at him. Oikawa thought he'd found the perfect opening. This attack was guaranteed to land. But Xion took a deep breath, swung his arm toward the incoming pillar, and completely disintegrated it, leaving Oikawa unable to believe what he'd just witnessed. Xion said he'd already warned him. With an even more serious expression, he stressed that Oikawa would never lay a hand on him. But right then, the protagonist emerged from thin air and told Xion not to get too arrogant. He activated his skill steal ability and charged straight at him. Xion instantly grew wary of the sudden attack. But Watanabe also appeared, warning the protagonist not to be too hasty. Then he launched his own attack. Ray dodged at the very last second, and quickly fell back. Watanabe looked surprised, remarking on that distance, though he also admitted it was worthy of someone carrying the title of king. Still, he wanted to see what came next, since it would be genuinely disappointing if their opponent had already thrown every card they had. Oikawa began to grow anxious, thinking that with his consistently composed demeanor and refined skill, Watanabe truly was a formidable close combat expert. Watching the two of them work together, he realized Xion's new magic was something entirely unexpected, and Watanabe's own magic was far sharper than he remembered. On top of that, their coordination between direct assaults and attacks from behind made the situation incredibly difficult to handle. They could even counter with a surprise strike using his own new technique as bait, so he wanted to avoid a head-on confrontation and find a way to regroup instead. But he knew they wouldn't let him retreat that easily. The Yellow King, witnessing the climax of the battle, remarked that the moment had finally arrived. Right then, Xion unleashed his overwhelming power. The protagonist was gripped with panic, feeling the entire ground shake violently beneath him. Then the ground began to collapse. Oikawa shouted for Ray to brace for the fall, but in his mind, he thought that if the battle was forced to reset, maybe they still had a chance. Cheyenne declared that even if they fought again, the outcome would be exactly the same. Oikawa would never reach his level, not even in a million years, and no matter how hard he struggled, it would all be for nothing in the end. With that, he stressed they simply existed on two entirely different levels. Right then, both the protagonist and Oikawa plunged through a hole that had just opened in the ground. Itsuki asked if this trap had been the Yellow King's doing, and he confirmed it was, explaining that just like Sheena, he too had rigged a few obstacles of his own. Since one of the tournament's goals was to help develop young magicians, he'd adjusted things to raise the difficulty of the test. Still, he figured this meant the outcome of that particular match had been temporarily postponed. Hinata watched as both pairs fell and wondered if this had been some kind of collapsing trap, especially since the two pairs had dropped into completely separate pits, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to make their way back to their original positions. Meanwhile, both teams seemed to have decided to push forward through the adjacent tunnels. Sheena looked displeased, complaining that it was such bad luck they wouldn't be able to watch anything on the screens now, and blamed it entirely on that old man and his testing traps. Watanabe told Shion that had been a real shame, since he believed they would have won if the fight had continued. Shion called out to Watanabe and reminded him that he'd made it clear during their last match he didn't need any interference from him. He then stressed that if it ever happened again, he wouldn't hold back, even if the person interfering was a teammate. Watanabe told Shion to watch his tone, since even an old man like him still had feelings, and besides, Shion hadn't always been like this. With that, he stressed that Shion had completely shut him out, even though they'd always stood by each other, and now he was using magic Watanabe had never even seen him use before. And lately, he seemed like a completely different person. Shion said that was ridiculous, insisting he'd always been exactly who he was. Watanabe sighed, wondering if this was what people meant by a rebellious phase. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's tunnel, he said he hoped there'd be a path leading back up top. Oikawa remained silent, but in his mind, he thought it wasn't that he'd underestimated Shion's pair, quite the opposite. He'd factored in their growth from the very start and built his strategy around the belief that they could still win. Even so, the gap between him and Shion only seemed to keep widening. He grew increasingly uneasy and called out to the protagonist, saying he had something he needed to say. He then suggested they simply abandon the tournament right here, leaving the protagonist utterly stunned by the sudden proposal. Oikawa said there was no need to rush, they just needed to avoid dangerous fights and prioritize reaching their goal. If they sensed an enemy nearby, they should simply avoid detection and go around. He wanted the protagonist to reconsider, since the tournament's win condition was securing the prize, not winning every single fight along the way. He then pointed out that the tournament's original purpose had only ever been a friendly exhibition, so there was no real need to risk getting hurt trying to fight other magicians. Okawa went on to say that getting injured in what amounted to a practice match, only to underperform when it truly mattered, would be putting the cart before the horse, and since they were both magicians, their real enemy wasn't other people at all, it was the dungeons themselves. Ray took a deep breath and asked why Oikawa was lying to him like this. Oikawa looked visibly flustered, while the protagonist apologized for the question, admitting he wasn't even sure why he'd asked it, hoping he was simply overthinking things. Still, he wanted to know if Oikawa was genuinely trying his hardest, and if, deep down, he was actually thinking about giving up. Oikawa answered, "That wasn't it at all, he wasn't lying, he was simply offering a reasonable suggestion that benefited them both." Ray asked then why he looked so pained, and suddenly, something clicked. Watching the blonde-haired man, he realized his current attitude bothered him precisely because it felt so familiar. He looked exactly like who he himself used to be. Oikawa laughed and admitted there was truly no hiding anything from the protagonist, and everything he'd said earlier really had just been a facade. The truth was, he didn't want to fight anymore, because every strategy he'd spent an entire year preparing had failed completely, and Shion had grown far stronger than he'd ever imagined. And if anything had changed, it was only that the gap between them kept growing wider. His father hadn't stopped him either, probably because he'd already known this would happen. With that, he stressed that he would never be able to reach Shion's level, and challenging someone when you already knew you'd lose was nothing but foolishness. He was then caught off guard when the protagonist told him that was just another lie. Because Ray knew that deep down, Oikawa had never once accepted defeat, and that was exactly why he didn't want to fight anymore, since fighting meant he'd have to face the consequences head-on. He also knew what truly terrified Oikawa wasn't his opponent's strength or the pain of battle itself. It was the fear of losing, of realizing that every bit of effort he'd ever poured into this had been meaningless. So he believed what Oikawa feared most was the possibility that everything he'd done up until now would be rendered worthless. The blonde-haired man tensed up and shouted. What could the protagonist possibly understand? Someone who wielded 3 elements with real power and had climbed to the rank of king in the blink of an eye. How could he possibly understand the feeling of being rejected by his own talent? He was caught off guard once again when the protagonist said he did understand, and once more Ray insisted he understood it perfectly. He believed that the Oikawa standing before him right now was exactly who he himself used to be. He was certain Oikawa was just like he'd been before his regression, crushed beneath the weight of reality. And that was exactly why he understood. But back then, he hadn't been able to hear the words he needed to hear. So he told Oikawa that who he was right now wasn't the limit of who he could become. And while Oikawa was still reeling from that, he continued, saying there was nothing at all for him to fear, because his efforts would never be meaningless. Oikawa asked how Ray could possibly be so certain, when there was still a real chance they'd lose. The protagonist answered that he wasn't denying that possibility, but he stressed that things like this couldn't be measured with pure logic. With that, he pointed out that they might fight and lose. They might even end up suffering far more than they were now. But neither of them was the type to just quietly let go, simply because of that. The blonde-haired man remarked that the protagonist spoke as though he understood him completely. Ray laughed and admitted he wasn't actually certain of anything at all. He didn't really know a thing, it was just his own selfish hope talking. So he believed Oikawa really could win. Oikawa looked surprised at those words. Then he smiled and said it seemed he'd finally been convinced. Ray told him not to worry. If they lost, they'd lose together. Oikawa said that no matter what, he had no intention of giving up, but he still thanked the protagonist for genuinely putting his mind at ease. With that, the two of them began running, and Oikawa stressed that if they lost, so be it, he'd accept it. A little while later, after running through the tunnel for some time, they ran into Yuri and Aya again. The moment they heard the whole story, Aya said she could hardly believe it. Ray warned that Cheyenne and his teammate might already be heading toward the tower, so they needed to hurry. Yuri used Mana Shift and said that in that case, she'd take care of it. She'd use the hammer she conjured to launch both of them straight up. But just as they were about to step onto Yuri's power, Aya told them to wait a moment. She said she'd noticed something about Cheyenne's magic. That left both the protagonist and Oikawa curious, eager to hear more. After she explained it, Ray said he understood. Oikawa agreed too, since that was exactly what he'd noticed himself while fighting Cheyenne. The protagonist thanked Aya for the information and stressed that it would definitely prove useful. She laughed and said being able to help them was always a good thing. With that, everyone got ready, and Yuri launched the two of them upward. She then remarked that even though it was pretty frustrating, it looked like they'd have to leave the rest to those two. The moment they reached the top, Oikawa told the protagonist that from here on, it was time to go all out. With that, both of them started running. Hinata announced that 2 members of Sacred Bastions had returned to the surface, and were now heading straight for the tower. Sheena laughed and said this was truly the final stretch, admitting she was genuinely curious how everything would play out, since she was hoping for a real showdown to decide the winner. Oikawa told the protagonist that the atmosphere right now was truly exhilarating, and it seemed no other pairs were closing in on them. With that, he figured most of the other contestants had probably been eliminated back in the volcanic zone, but Cheyenne and his teammate might have found their own way up. Ray asked if the match would end the moment the tower's key was taken, since even if their opponents grabbed it first, they'd still have a chance to reclaim it. Oikawa answered that wouldn't work, since Watanabe, Cheyenne's partner, was the fastest member of the Apostles of Moonlight, meaning the moment they touched the key, the game would essentially be over. The protagonist remarked it would be terrible if they arrived first. Still, he thought that if he had to face Cheyenne again, the information Aya had given them would be the key. The blonde-haired man glanced toward the left side of the tower and told the protagonist they could enter from that direction. The moment they stepped inside the tower, they were both caught off guard. Countless defeated monsters lay scattered everywhere, and they figured the Blue King had placed them there deliberately to raise the tournament's difficulty. Then they heard the sounds of battle echoing from the tower's peak. Oikawa grew anxious and said it looked like Shion and his partner really had gotten ahead of them after all. So both of them immediately picked up the pace, refusing to be left behind. The blonde-haired man kept thinking that if their opponents grabbed the key first, it would truly be over. But he believed the top floor surely held incredibly powerful monsters, and if Shion and Watanabe got held up there, they'd still have a real shot at victory. Meanwhile, a monster was instantly wiped out by Shion's malice ability. He remarked that it was disappointing how weak the monsters on the upper floors turned out to be. Watanabe thought to himself that Shion wasn't even letting the monsters get close anymore. Clearly, he'd grown far stronger. Still, he began to feel a nagging sense that something was off, a fleeting, uneasy sensation he couldn't quite place. Watching Shion from behind, he found himself wondering just what exactly he was hiding. But he figured the tournament was nearly over anyway, so he decided to save those questions for later. At that moment, a drone flew close to Shion, and he immediately sensed its presence. Near the key, Watanabe asked Shion what was wrong, since all he needed to do now was step forward and grab it. Hinata excitedly shouted that the Apostles of Moonlight pair was about to win, while Sheena looked visibly irritated, finding the whole thing far too dull without a single real battle to watch. But right after, she noticed something strange. The broadcast signal seemed to have been interrupted. Both the Blue King and the Yellow King tried to figure out what was happening. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Watanabe asked why Shion had just destroyed the broadcast drone. Right after, Shion suddenly spun around and attacked Watanabe, leaving him completely blindsided by his teammates' actions. Watanabe looked at Shion and said that somehow he must have already known this would happen. Shion remarked that having overly sharp instincts could sometimes be a problem in itself. If Watanabe wanted to live a long life, he needed to understand that a little ignorance and a little boredom were sometimes exactly what a person needed. Still, he figured it was probably too late for Watanabe to learn that lesson now. Right then, Oikawa came running toward where the Apostles of Moonlight pair stood, witnessing everything Shion had just done. He immediately screamed, demanding to know what the hell Shion had just done. Watanabe collapsed to the ground, sending Oikawa into a fury as he shouted once more, demanding Shion explain himself. Shion said Oikawa had finally arrived, and he'd grown tired of waiting for him and the Black King. The protagonist noticed the strange texture of Shion's hand and thought it looked exactly like Kai's transformation into a monster. Looking around, he saw every single drone camera appeared to have been destroyed, meaning this place was no longer being broadcast. Still reeling, Oikawa asked just who, or rather what, Shion really was. He spread his arms wide and shouted that the game of playing human was over, and he'd wipe out both of them right here. With a grotesque grin, Shion declared he'd eliminate everyone who'd ever known him well, along with the Black King, so he could rule as king of humanity itself. Oikawa was utterly devastated, still insisting on knowing who Shion truly was. He clapped his hands and said, just as expected, those closest to someone always noticed first, then declared he was no longer Shion Hiragi. With that, he smiled, and pointed out that at the very least, the soul inside was no longer Shion's. Ray asked what he meant by soul. The creature smirked and said it wasn't surprising they'd been fooled, then explained that this body, without a doubt, was indeed Shion Hiragi's. He'd simply been searching for a high-quality vessel. With a twisted expression, he said he'd swallowed Shion's soul whole, which meant the person named Shion Hiragi no longer existed in this world at all. Oikawa went completely still hearing that. With a trembling voice, he asked if Shion had really vanished for good. Ray wondered if Shion had been possessed by a monster, just like his own brother had been. He then recalled all the strange behavior from earlier and figured this was very likely the reason. The creature said it possessed all of Shion's memories. But playing a role like this was nothing but trivial to it, and it couldn't help but laugh when Oikawa brought up the promise between them, since the blonde-haired man had no idea it had never been possible to keep in the first place. With that, it laughed and asked if Oikawa was happy, finally getting to fight the rival he'd been obsessed with, even if all that remained was the hollow shell it now inhabited. The protagonist glanced over and told Oikawa not to act rashly, but he was completely out of control, shouting that he would never forgive the creature that had done this to Shion. The creature took a deep breath and asked, was this what people called the power of friendship it had heard so much about, since humans seemed to cherish that particular emotion so deeply? But then it turned serious. And as it unleashed its monstrous power, it asked just how long Oikawa's fury could possibly last. The blonde-haired man began recalling the moments he'd once shared with Shion. like the time they'd talked about the Yellow King's true identity, and Shion had asked if Kirimiya Kusei was really Oikawa's father, and he'd answered yes. Oikawa had then said he wanted to become strong enough to one day inherit the position of Yellow King, though he'd believed his father never cared about him at all. Shion had asked who even cared about that, leaving Oikawa instantly flustered. Shion had told him to just keep growing stronger, since if he became strong enough that no one could ignore him, even his own father would eventually be forced to face him. With that, Shion had asked if Oikawa was ready to make that happen together. Then, with absolute confidence, Shion had said all they needed to do was become strong. But now, staring at the possessed body of his friend, Oikawa was overcome with grief. He lowered his head. Then a burst of fury erupted within him, and he declared that no matter what, he would destroy this creature. The creature possessing Shion's body burst into laughter. It remarked that humans really did make the strangest expressions, and destroying beings like that brought it the utmost pleasure. As it pulled at its own face, it said that when it had swallowed Shion, the boy had shown an unforgettable, exquisite expression right before the end. Oikawa grew angrier by the second and screamed at the creature to shut its mouth. Right after, he unleashed his power and launched his pillar skill. But the creature dodged the entire attack with ease. Oikawa kept pressing his assault. But the creature had already anticipated it, and as a massive pillar shot toward it, it said it had already warned him. Then it completely erased the blonde-haired man's ability outright, and stressed that all of this was utterly pointless. Oikawa refused to accept that and began thinking about his destructive magic. The creature possessing Shion's body said its banishing bite was a skill capable of nullifying any supernatural ability, a power truly befitting a king like itself. With that, it laughed and added that, in other words, they couldn't even leave so much as a scratch on it. Oikawa grew increasingly tense, his emotions plain to see. From that point on, he understood his real task now was to analyze the battlefield and make sure Oikawa never fought alone. The creature laughed loudly, unleashing its power, and asked if the two of them were finally starting to remember it. Right after, it activated its mean Ak-Rarb skill, and a series of explosions began erupting all across the area. Oikawa used his barrier to try to block the explosions around them. That caught the creature off guard, and it remarked that this human seemed remarkably tough. Still, it laughed and said it would begin a little endurance test, asking how long Oikawa could hold out. With that, it unleashed a fresh wave of Minak-Irur. Oikawa grew anxious, realizing he couldn't possibly block them all, and that the creature was overwhelming them through sheer absurd numbers. So his defense finally failed, and both of them were blasted backward by the force of the Minak-Irur explosions. The creature remarked that the blonde-haired man only knew how to play defense, and at this rate, he'd never be able to avenge his rival. That didn't sit well with Oikawa at all. He immediately launched another pillar strike. The creature took a deep breath and said the blonde-haired man clearly hadn't learned a thing, an attack that predictable would never work. But the protagonist realized that wasn't quite true. So still running, he shouted for Oikawa to keep unleashing his skill without stopping. Right then, Ray leapt into the air, readying his own power. He activated Deep Flame Abyss, from high above, where the creature couldn't move. Saying this, it prepared to activate Min Ak-Arur, declaring the protagonist an easy target. But Ray laughed and asked if the creature was really so sure about that. Right then, a swarm of Oikawa's pillars appeared, and the protagonist seized the opportunity, stepping onto one of them. As the pillars shot toward the creature possessing Shion's body, Ray moved freely through the air at incredible speed. The creature grew confused, wondering if the Black King was actually using the falling pillars as footholds. As he moved, Ray recalled what Aya had told him, that whenever the creature used its destructive magic, it always made contact with its target using its hand. From that, he concluded it couldn't nullify an attack unless it could react in time with its palm. The creature dodged the first pillar, but the protagonist had already circled around behind it, and immediately charged in for a strike, but the creature spun around fast and shouted at him not to underestimate it. With that, it seized the protagonist's arm. Ray was stunned, wondering how it had managed to block him. He never expected it could react from that position. The creature laughed and said the Black King had gotten far too close. But Ray smiled and said not quite yet. The creature grew uneasy, sensing the surge of power now gathering right before its eyes. Right after, the protagonist activated his skill steal ability, and successfully stole its Minak-Irur. Ray declared to the creature that this was the end for it, since even with its destructive magic, it had now lost its primary means of attack, and with it, any real chance of victory. The creature laughed and said it wouldn't let the protagonist think this was over that easily. Right after, it began to transform, and Ray was gripped with terror at the sight unfolding before him, because the creature had revealed its true form, declaring that the real performance was about to begin. Meanwhile, at the place where the god of space and time lay sealed, it remarked that humans truly were creative, managing to force the creature it had dispatched to change its very form. Still, it laughed, thinking it could finally repay the debt from that incident with the evil sludge, because the protagonist was about to experience the true power of the assassin it had created. The protagonist himself grew anxious, desperate to know if what he was seeing was truly the real form of the creature possessing Cheyenne. He was caught off guard by something else, too, realizing the creature's level was 105, because as far as he remembered, even the terrifyingly powerful evil sludge had only reached level 91. What's more, before his regression, this world had never once had a monster called Abyss Veil, and clearly, there were countless other anomalies now emerging that had never existed before, leaving him wondering just what was going on. Right then, the creature released a burst of dark power while laughing wildly, then kept unleashing even more power in waves. Meanwhile, after the broadcast signal had been restored, Sheena desperately wanted to know what on earth was happening at the tournament site. The creature finished tearing off the clothes Cheyenne had been wearing. Then, with a single casual swing of its arm, it unleashed a terrifying force. Oikawa tried to protect himself, but the power was simply too immense, and both he and the protagonist were violently blown away. A massive explosion erupted at the top of the tower. The Blue King rose to his feet, while the Yellow King remarked that the situation was clearly abnormal, and they needed to reach the tournament grounds immediately. Itsuki said he understood and quickly conjured a bird using his own power. Sheena told Hinata she'd be going with the primary color kings. The moment everyone climbed onto the bird the Blue King had conjured, they immediately headed straight for the tournament site. Back at the tower, the protagonist and Oikawa lay sprawled on the ground. Abyss Veil asked if they finally understood why it no longer needed its Mina-Accura's ability at all. Because it possessed a pure power capable of destroying everything, and ordinary humans like them stood absolutely no chance. With that, it declared it would crush them like insects. Oikawa struggled to his feet and said he would never let himself be wiped out that easily. He then looked at Ray and gave a faint nod. Right after, he launched his pillar skill straight at Abyss Veil. The creature remarked that the attack was far too predictable. But Oikawa instantly shifted tactics, saying this time was different from before. With that, he activated his shape-shifting ability, causing the pillars to transform, morphing into a barrage of sharpened spikes. The creature laughed and declared this move was just as useless, insisting the blonde-haired man had clearly forgotten his own ability. With that, it prepared to activate Banishing Bite. The protagonist appeared and said that in that case, he'd simply take that ability for himself. He then activated his skill steal. But then he froze, stunned, standing before the creature and demanding to know why it hadn't worked. Abyss Veil readied its attack, and Oikawa realized the situation was about to turn extremely dangerous. So he tried to protect the protagonist with a 5-layered barrier, but the blow was far too powerful, sending the protagonist flying violently into Oikawa. Abyss Veil remarked that it was quite unfortunate for the protagonist, since his ability wouldn't work while it remained in this state. The same principle applied when facing a Dullahan, or whenever an outer bone fog layer blocked all contact with the true body underneath. The creature went on to say the Black King had clearly run out of tricks, meaning it would achieve its goal with ease. Ray asked what its goal even was, and if it intended to kill them before attacking the entire tournament grounds. Abyss Veil laughed and said that wasn't quite what the Black King had just described. It then turned serious and declared its true goal to seize the position of a king using Hiragi Cheyenne's body. And while both the protagonist and Oikawa were still reeling from that revelation, it continued, saying it would then swallow them whole and use their bodies as vessels of its own. Because Cheyenne was the only one truly worthy of becoming the Yellow King, and forcing them to witness that would surely be a delight. Ray couldn't believe a monster would actually want to impersonate a king, since if that ever happened, the entire human world would collapse completely. Because a monster wielding the absolute authority of a king could even deliberately delay dungeon clearances, triggering a wave of collapses across the world. Oikawa forced himself to his feet and declared this was no longer a game. He would never allow a monster wearing Cheyenne's body to become a king. With that, he turned deadly serious and vowed to stop it, no matter the cost. Ray was struck by Oikawa's sheer determination, and right after, the two of them readied themselves for battle. Abyss Vale remarked that even knowing they stood no chance, they still dared to stand against it. With that, it unleashed a terrifying surge of power and admitted it genuinely admired their courage. The protagonist felt a crushing pressure unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. Studying the creature, he realized that to deal any real damage, they needed to find a way to counter its destructive magic. At that moment, Oikawa called out to the protagonist and said that stealing Shion's power earlier had been absolutely crucial. With that, he pointed out that as long as they still held on to that ability, they still had a real chance of defeating Abyss Vale. The creature asked what the blonde-haired man had just said. Then it began to laugh loudly. It then asked if Oikawa was starting to lose touch with reality. It stressed that its banishing bite could nullify any form of magic. So it genuinely wanted to know how they planned to defeat it. Or did they actually believe the power of friendship humans love to praise so much would somehow carry them to victory? Ray tensed up hearing that. But Oikawa told him to stay calm, saying he already had a plan. With that, he whispered something, just quiet enough for only Ray to hear. Abyss Vale thought these humans were nothing more than lowly creatures, and believed it could see through every single one of their thoughts. Watching Oikawa, it recalled his Mean-Ak Irin ability, a spell capable of triggering multiple explosions at once. It assumed they thought it couldn't keep up, since its destructive magic required direct palm contact. But it believed it would prove them wrong thanks to the sheer reflex speed of its body. It could easily reduce them both to ash. Oikawa shouted first for Ray to get ready. Abyss Vale unleashed its attack, and a massive explosion erupted, until it noticed something and looked up. It saw the protagonist diving straight down at it with everything he had. Ray thought of Shion and decided to use his own ability. Right after, he unleashed a barrage of Mean-Ak. Surrounded by the skill, the creature declared this would be pointless too. Then it laughed and said it would simply neutralize all of them. But just as it was about to do so, it noticed something was wrong. It was certain it had made contact with each of the Mean-Ak to dissolve them, yet it couldn't understand why the ability hadn't vanished at all. In that exact instant, Oikawa seized the opening and unleashed his own skill. The attack closed in fast, striking directly at Abyss Vale's face. It looked stunned, suddenly realizing the Mean-Ak had been coated in the blonde-haired man's barrier the whole time. So Oikawa shouted that the creature's own attack had nullified its contact-based absorption ability, and logically, a barrier should be able to do the exact same thing. With that, he declared he would never let a creature like this destroy his friend Shion's ability, and immediately dropped his barrier. The Mean-Ak instantly swarmed around Abyss Vale, triggering a relentless chain of explosions. The creature began to panic, screaming as it unleashed its own grotesque power. Both the protagonist and Oikawa were stunned by the sheer scale of power unfolding before them. The force was so immense it spread far beyond the challenge tower, visible from an enormous distance. Sheena anxiously asked if the Blue King's bird could fly any faster, and he told her to stay calm since they were nearly there. But then he himself was gripped with terror, because he could see a terrifying wave of dark energy leaking out from the tower itself. After obliterating the top of the tower, Abyss Vale declared it would destroy them no matter the cost. Ray grew increasingly anxious, realizing he'd never sensed such a dense concentration of dark mana before. Oikawa called out to the protagonist and thanked him, leaving Ray confused. The blonde-haired man looked toward Abyss Vale and said that if not for Ray's words, he would have fled this battle long ago. And that this whole time he'd always been running away, from everyone. Whether it was confronting his father or Shion directly, he'd even been deceiving his own heart, constantly running from himself. But he stressed that it was the protagonist who'd made him realize how important it was to keep fighting, even when facing his own weaknesses head-on. So he called out to the protagonist and asked him to channel every last drop of his mana into their next attack, leaving Ray puzzled about what he meant. Oikawa said he knew that after this attack there'd be nothing left, but he asked Ray to trust him anyway. He then told the protagonist to aim straight for Abyss Vale's core, believing that if they landed a hit there, he'd take care of the rest. Ray took a deep breath, then shouted that he understood. The creature let out a furious roar too, calling them both lowly insects and declaring it would crush them along with their pathetic hope. As he charged forward, the protagonist readied his skill, telling himself he had to do this, placing his complete trust in Oikawa and pouring everything he had into it. So he channeled his entire reserve of mana into a single Mean-Ak, swelling it to a massive size. Oikawa also readied his own power, thinking of Shion, hoping that wherever he was watching over them. The instant the protagonist launched his Minaki Rai, Oikawa immediately wrapped it in his barrier, shaping it into the form of a spear. Abyss Veil tried to block the attack, but soon grew anxious, sensing the immense power radiating from it. It felt as though 3 people were attacking it all at once. Abyss Veil screamed that it couldn't wipe out the entire attack, and was ultimately struck, head-on, triggering a devastating explosion. Ray called out to Oikawa and asked if they'd won. He took a deep breath. Seeing the sky completely clear, he answered yes, while silently thinking of Shion and offering his thanks. Ray ran over to Oikawa and said they'd done it. Oikawa stressed that it was all thanks to the protagonist using Shion's ability. The rest, he said, was simply the result of what he'd learned along the way. He then recalled the time his friend had once talked about combining their 2 skills, since if they ever pulled that off, they'd create an even more powerful ability together. Shion had been genuinely thrilled at the idea back then, believing that if they trained together to achieve it, they'd have an incredibly exciting trump card. At the time, Oikawa had thought it was a brilliant idea, and Shion too had been eagerly looking forward to the day it became reality. Shion had once asked if Oikawa wanted to be recognized by his own father. The blonde-haired man had been genuinely surprised back then, but quickly nodded in agreement. After recalling all of it, he called out to the protagonist and laughed. Then once again, he offered his thanks. Ray laughed too and said it was nothing, until both of them flinched, startled by a voice cursing at them. They turned to see Abyss Veil, saying it never expected to be defeated by 2 lowly beings. Ray shouted, asking if the creature was somehow still alive. It answered that this wouldn't end so simply, since it would use what little mana it had left to show them something. Right after, the creature spoke again, this time in a different voice, asking the protagonist what he thought of all this. He froze, recognizing that voice instantly. At that exact moment, a wave of dark energy appeared beside Abyss Veil and remarked that it had expected this pawn to last a little longer, but since it had ultimately proven such a disappointment, it would at least serve as a sacrifice. Abyss Veil panicked, screaming and begging for one more chance, but it was instantly swallowed whole by the strange dark energy. Oikawa stood frozen, struggling to comprehend what on earth was happening, until the god of space and time spoke from within the surging energy, remarking that this sacrifice was truly pathetic. Ray was struck with terror hearing that voice, immediately wondering why Kronos would be appearing here of all places. As the dark energy faded, the god of space and time revealed itself, and the protagonist stared at it, thinking that in his previous world he hadn't encountered Kronos until 7 years later, and it had never once left the inverted castle. Oikawa quickly realized the creature standing before them was the very same being the protagonist had once faced inside the trial dungeon. It kept opening and closing its fist, remarking that even in this shadow form, striking the ground still felt quite satisfying. Hearing that, Ray began to suspect whether this was truly the original form of the god of space and time. But he knew for certain that the sheer presence radiating from this shadow felt exactly identical to what he'd sensed before his regression. Kronos turned to him and said it had one question to ask. With that, it asked who the Black King of the Earth was. But before that, it revealed that every single creature the protagonist had ever faced had been planted by its own hand within those anomalies. It had always been present within each and every one of them, staying one step ahead of him the entire time, to the point where it almost felt as though the protagonist had been fighting it on purpose all along. Ray was completely shaken hearing this. He then realized that every monster responsible for the anomalies in his previous world, before his regression, had actually been Kronos all along. Then the god of space and time suddenly appeared behind him and asked if it could test him a little. Ray instantly spun around and countered with a slash of his sword. Kronos laughed and said it understood. As it held the protagonist's blade in place, it asked if he was truly someone who had regressed from the future. Oikawa was utterly stunned hearing that, wondering if he'd somehow misheard. Right then, Kronos hurled the protagonist hard to the ground. It stressed that if he became an obstacle, it would have no choice but to proceed with its plan. Ray got to his feet and questioned the god of space and time, noticing that even the air around them had begun to tremble. Kronos said its current form was merely temporary, since it was searching for a way to break the seal binding its true body. By using the key to shatter that seal and trigger the collapse of dungeons everywhere, Ray was utterly stunned to find himself facing 2 Kronoses at once. Both of them raised their hands and said that while they'd originally planned to take things slow, it now seemed the seal would have to be broken through sheer force instead. With that, it began unleashing an even greater surge of its overwhelming power. prompting Ray to shout, demanding to know exactly what it was planning to do. It answered that with its power to manipulate time, it would forcibly trigger the collapse of dungeons everywhere. That left the protagonist unable to believe what he'd just heard. With that, Kronos declared that starting from this very moment, the ritual of its descent would officially begin. With that, its power began interfering with dungeons across the world. Not just in one place, but everywhere at once. And once they collapsed, monsters began pouring out, while humanity fled in sheer panic, screaming for help from every corner. Sensing this, Kronos understood that its detestable seal had finally been shattered. And with the help of the remaining shadow, it believed it would soon achieve the power to dominate everything. Right after, an immense surge of power erupted directly in front of the protagonist and Oikawa. As the energy faded, Kronos appeared in its true form, declaring that now was the time for total slaughter. Meanwhile, back at the tournament arena, everyone grew uneasy, desperate to know what that flash of light had been. Until they looked up and saw the inverted castle steadily changing color. Right after, they were struck with even greater shock as notifications flooded their phones, announcing that dungeons across the entire world had collapsed. Back with the protagonist and Oikawa, they now stood face to face with the true god of space and time, its level entirely unknown. Ray felt the pressure bearing down on him was absolutely crushing, as though it might grind his entire body to dust. And so he knew, without a doubt, that the being before him was unmistakably the true god of space and time, exactly like the one from before. Oikawa looked toward the protagonist, lost in deep thought, until Kronos conjured a massive orb of dark energy and declared it would start with a little warm-up. Ray and Oikawa couldn't believe the sheer scale of power unfolding before them, and worse still, it kept growing even further. Kronos then unleashed a barrage of attacks in every direction, obliterating everything in their path. One of them shot straight toward the Blue King's bird. Yuri immediately pulled Aya aside to avoid getting hit. Kai and Kurahashi were running too, shouting to ask what on earth was happening. Right then, Ray and Oikawa were caught in the shockwave of the attack and slammed hard into a wall. Kronos remarked that it seemed to have gone a little overboard with its warm-up. It then said it had only meant to release a small fraction of its power, and yet it had nearly blown away the entire tower. Oikawa doubted the creature had really only used a fraction of its power, given the sheer destructive force of that last attack. Kronos apologized and said it would rewind time for them. That only deepened the protagonist's terror. He understood this power of the god of space and time all too well. The being then attempted to rewind time, but it soon realized it couldn't, likely because it had broken the seal on its true body through sheer force. As Ray struggled to his feet, he asked if Kronos was truly unable to use its rewind ability, and if its time manipulation power was still incomplete. Kronos opened a rift in space and said that using incomplete power held no appeal whatsoever. So now that the seal had been broken, it would return to the inverted castle to properly familiarize itself with its current body. Seeing the protagonist prepare to charge forward, Oikawa stopped him, warning that in his current condition, he'd be torn apart within seconds. Ray apologized, gritting his teeth as he thought that if Kronos fully restored its original power, humanity's chances of victory would drop to nearly nothing. Right after, he charged forward anyway, knowing that if he wanted any real shot at defeating Kronos, he couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip away. But the god of space and time dodged, with ease, remarking that the protagonist was underestimating it, charging in like a suicidal fool when he'd nearly run completely dry of mana. Ray shot back that the god of space and time itself wasn't exactly in perfect condition either. With that, he pressed the attack, shouting that he would end everything right here. Kronos gathered its power and unleashed a strike, snarling at him not to underestimate it. Ray blocked the attack with his sword, but quickly realized he couldn't hold out much longer, and eventually collapsed to his knees, utterly exhausted. Oikawa shouted anxiously, worried for his friend. Kronos closed in on the protagonist and remarked that it seemed he'd finally reached his limit after this endless string of battles. Right at that moment, the primary color kings arrived at the battlefield. Oikawa was caught off guard, seeing his own father. Itsuki apologized to the protagonist and the blonde-haired man for arriving late. Sheena told the Blue King that the creature before them didn't feel like an ordinary monster at all. She could sense wave after wave of danger radiating off it. Kirimi Akuse stepped forward and said the details could wait. First, they had to defeat the thing standing before them. Kronos remarked that having all the primary color kings show up here at once was genuinely fascinating. The Yellow King asked if the crisis unfolding across the entire world was Kronos' doing. He then turned deadly serious, stressing that if it truly posed a threat to humanity, he wouldn't hold back at all. With that, Sheena readied her attack. Itsuki did the same. The Yellow King gathered his power and declared he'd go all out to destroy Kronos. With that, the primary Color Kings unleashed their attacks all at once. The god of space and time simply stood there, watching the attacks bear down on it. A massive explosion erupted as the powers collided. Rei was impressed by the sheer destructive force of the attack the kings had just unleashed. But he quickly froze in shock, hearing Kronos remark that the attack hadn't been bad at all. They genuinely managed to startle it for a brief moment. With that, it looked almost wistful and declared their time was up. Everyone felt a crushing pressure bear down on them, as though they were about to be ground to dust. Kronos opened a rift and made it clear that as long as it lived, dungeons would keep collapsing, and if they wanted to stop it, they'd have to come find it at the inverted castle. The god of space and time then called out to the protagonist, saying that if he believed he could reach it even after his regression, he was welcome to try his best, if he could manage it at all. After Kronos returned to the inverted castle, the Blue King asked about the details of this whole regression business. The protagonist thought about the god of space and time. Looking up at the inverted castle before him, he realized this was truly where it had all begun. And so he concluded there was no other choice left but to face it head-on and end everything, once and for all. 3 days passed since their battle with Kronos, and the state of the world had shifted dramatically. Kronos' actions had caused countless dungeons to collapse, forcing the primary Color Kings to declare a state of emergency to contain the surging monster outbreaks, with magicians dispatched everywhere on extermination missions. Even though they'd managed to temporarily bring things under control, they couldn't cover every single region, forcing countless people to abandon their homes. So everyone felt the same creeping dread. If this kept up, the world itself would collapse. And to put an end to it, they had to defeat Kronos, the very source of this entire catastrophe. The primary Color Kings reached that conclusion together, and a council was formed to share information about the god of space and time. Then, one day when the entire Sacred Order had gathered, Itsuki asked the protagonist to speak up, since it seemed Kronos knew him personally. So he wanted to know exactly what the relationship between the two of them was. Rei felt a little awkward, but then said he understood, and that he'd tell them everything. But first, there was something he needed to say. With that, he declared that he'd come back from a world in the future. That left everyone instantly utterly stunned. Kai was completely floored, asking what on earth his brother had just said. Rei apologized for hiding this from them until now, but stressed that it was so absurd, he'd figured no one would believe him even if he told them. Shiroi laughed and admitted it really was hard to believe, while Azuma asked if this was some kind of time travel. Oikawa answered that it wasn't quite that, and said that what the protagonist was saying could very well be true. He then brought up the powers of the creature named Kronos, the words it had left behind, and the skill-steal ability the protagonist possessed. He believed Rei had stolen Kronos' time manipulation power to travel back to the past. He then asked the protagonist if that was correct. With a moment of hesitation, he nodded in confirmation. The Blue King stressed that this also explained why Kronos had shown such open hostility toward the protagonist, since clearly Rei had already fought it once before in the original timeline. But he wanted to know if Rei could share everything he knew about Kronos and everything he'd personally witnessed with the rest of them. The protagonist answered that he could. And so, as Rei recounted everything that had happened, every member of the Sacred Order was left utterly stunned, deeply shaken by what they were hearing. Meanwhile, Kai grew increasingly anxious, wondering if all of this had somehow been his own fault. Because of him, his own brother had ultimately been forced to shoulder everything alone. Aya thought that despite everything, her friend had kept fighting, time and time again, without ever giving up. Itsuki thanked Rei for sharing the whole truth with them, saying that everything had finally been laid bare. And with that, they now understood exactly what needed to be done. With that, he stressed that this was no longer Rei's battle alone. It was time to unite every last one of their forces to defeat Kronos. He then asked if anyone objected to what he'd just said. Kai told the Blue King to stop joking. There was no way he'd ever object to that. He then declared he would never again let his brother shoulder everything alone, and he would never let him fight solo again either. With that, he announced loudly that if his brother intended to defeat Kronos, he would give it everything he had too. Rei was caught off guard by his brother's sheer determination. He then laughed and offered his thanks. Still, he admitted quite bluntly that he never once imagined the day would come when that insufferable Kai would say something like that. Flustered, he called his brother an idiot and told him to savor the moment while it lasted. Kurahashi started teasing Kai too, asking what someone who'd never once been honest in his life was even talking about. Shiroi laughed and agreed wholeheartedly with the red-haired girl. But Kurahashi stressed that she felt exactly the same way as Kai, insisting that anyone who knew the full truth and didn't feel their blood boiling couldn't possibly call themselves a real man. Shiroi loudly protested that she wasn't a man, but even so, she completely agreed. Hearing that, Yuri and Aya grew fired up too, declaring they had no intention of standing on the sidelines either. Oikawa said he owed Rei a debt he could never repay in a lifetime, so his answer was exactly the same as everyone else's. Rei was caught off guard hearing that, and realized he'd truly been blessed. Itsuki said it seemed they'd reached their conclusion, and he'd relay this to the other primary color kings. Still, Oikawa stressed that the real problem was how to infiltrate the inverted castle, since the entire area around it was shrouded in a barrier that made getting close nearly impossible. The Blue King confirmed that was exactly the issue, since just a few days ago, dozens of A-rank magicians had tried to break through the barrier and hadn't even managed to scratch it. So he wanted to know how Rei had managed to infiltrate the inverted castle back in the original timeline. Rei said that back then, there had been no barrier surrounding the inverted castle at all. Its gates always stood open, and any approved group could simply walk right in. Itsuki said he believed that was very likely Kronos' doing. Kai crossed his arms and said that if that were the case, all they had to do was break through the barrier to face the god of space and time. But Oikawa wanted to know how, exactly, when dozens of A-rank magicians hadn't even managed it. Still, he was genuinely surprised to hear someone say that destroying the barrier wasn't actually necessary. Oikawa turned around and realized it was his own father, standing alongside Shina. The Yellow King called Kai over and said he needed to speak with him privately later. Itsuki wanted to know if there truly was a way to infiltrate the inverted castle, and Kusei answered that there was, though it would require some preparation. Still, he said he could guarantee a way in. That said, to use this method, the primary color kings themselves would need to remain on the surface. Rei realized that meant the rest of them would have to conquer the inverted castle entirely without the king's direct support. The Yellow King glanced aside and said the creature known as Kronos possessed truly terrifying power, then asked if Rei genuinely had the courage to face it regardless. He took a deep breath, then answered that yes, he was ready. Kusei said he understood and didn't even feel the need to ask further, since it seemed there was nothing left to worry about. With that, he stressed that they'd be leaving this task entirely in their hands. Afterward, the primary color kings gathered in a more private setting to discuss their strategy. Itsuki said it seemed the date for the operation had already been decided. Kusei confirmed it. 3 nights from then, they would launch the campaign to seize the inverted castle. Shina asked if they couldn't just do it right now. The Yellow King answered that they couldn't, stressing that the barrier surrounding the inverted castle was no ordinary obstacle. Even combining the full strength of all the kings, breaking through it would still prove incredibly difficult. So he was currently requesting the Magicians Association prepare a special tool. Itsuki said he understood, and it seemed that preparation alone would take 3 full days. Kusei turned deadly serious and made it clear that this operation would place the fate of the entire world on the scales, and that they would gather every last bit of their strength to bring the god of space and time to justice. Shina and Itsuki both nodded, agreeing to the plan. With that, Kusei rose from his seat and said each of them would spend the time until the appointed hour making their own preparations. He then left, saying this was a personal matter. There was someone he needed to speak with for a moment. After the Yellow King left, Shina laughed and remarked that this was a rare sight indeed. With that, she rose from her seat and said that in this case, they too should step in a little, leaving Itsuki confused and asking her to clarify. Shina explained that this time, the ones infiltrating the inverted castle wouldn't be them, the primary color kings themselves. So she stressed that this was exactly why they should train the ones who would be infiltrating it, even if only a little. The Blue King agreed and said that was a genuinely brilliant idea on her part. Afterward, Oikawa found himself at the cemetery, lost in thought about his 2 friends, Shion and Watanabe, until the Yellow King appeared, saying he'd guessed his son would be here. Oikawa wanted to know what his father was even doing at the cemetery. He said that even before the grand tournament began, Shion's behavior had already seemed strange, but he'd never imagined that sending Watanabe to keep an eye on him would lead to an outcome like this. He then stressed that he himself had pushed his son and Shion into a cruel situation, all because he'd failed to see through the demon's plan. With that, he made it clear he needed to apologize to his son for putting him through such a painful ordeal. Oikawa was completely caught off guard hearing that, but he said he'd already heard from the Blue King that his father had always been watching over him. Even after he'd left the Moonlight Apostles, and he knew it was his own father who'd requested he join under the Blue King's patronage. Still, he clenched his fist and stressed that up until now, he'd always been the one being saved by others. But from now on, he couldn't keep being someone who only ever got rescued. Because to repay Shion and Watanabe, he would fight with absolutely everything he had. Kusei said that sounded wonderful, and declared he too would fight right alongside his son. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Bastion's training grounds, Kai was utterly exhausted. Azuma asked why he wasn't resting, while Shiroi made it clear that Kai facing everyone alone was far too reckless. He told them all to be quiet and said he could still keep going, determined to level up as much as possible before the operation began. All just so he could land one direct hit on that worm Kronos. Kurahashi wondered aloud since when Kai had developed such fierce resolve. Yuri said that if this was what Kai had said, then they wouldn't hold back either. Meanwhile, Rei watched his brother's efforts and remarked that his sheer determination was genuinely astonishing. Aya figured it was because Kai had truly listened to his brother's entire story, start to finish. She then stressed that she felt exactly the same way herself, since after hearing a story like that, there was no reason for any of them to hold anything back. She then said she wanted to train a little with Rei, and he agreed, telling Aya to get ready too. Right then, someone appeared and said they'd lend the two of them a hand. It was Shina and Itsuki, and the Red Queen declared that Rei and Aya wouldn't find a better pair of training opponents anywhere. Rei was completely caught off guard, wondering if the two primary color kings were really going to be their sparring partners. Shina walked over to Aya and said she'd seen her at the grand tournament, remarking that she clearly had real potential. With that, she declared she would pass down her own magic to Aya personally. Itsuki told Rei that he too had something in mind he'd been thinking about beforehand. He then said he'd become Rei's opponent, and if his hunch was correct, it would push him one step further toward becoming stronger. Rei glanced at Aya and both of them agreed. So Rei asked the kings to train them for the 3 days remaining before the operation began. The day of the operation to seize the inverted castle had finally arrived. Rei thought about how far he'd come since that very first day. But this time, he had every one of his friends standing right beside him. So he believed without a doubt that he would defeat the god of space and time. Itsuki approached the Yellow King and handed him a tool capable of temporarily amplifying its user's mana. He explained they'd use it to carve a path straight through the barrier. With that, he asked if everyone was ready, and Rei answered that they were and would give it everything they had. With that, the primary color kings equipped the mana-amplifying tools and unleashed an immense surge of power, merging it together as one. Kai and Kurahashi stood there, jaws dropped, stunned by the sheer overwhelming amount of mana the kings were releasing. The Yellow King then gave the order for everyone to advance. With that, everyone activated their abilities in unison, and a path leading straight to the inverted castle began to form. Rei was stunned by the sheer terrifying scale of that skill. Once the path had formed, the Blue King announced that the other members were handling the dungeons back on the surface, and they should pour every last bit of their strength into defeating Kronos. Shina told Aya and the others to show everyone the results of their special training. Oikawa called out to his father and said he was ready. With that, Rei took the lead, calling for everyone to advance into the inverted castle. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the god of space and time thought to itself that it never expected humanity to actually break through its barrier, and it seemed they were far stronger than it had assumed. As it watched their movements through its own magic, it counted a total of 9 people, but what it truly wanted to know was how many of them would actually manage to reach it. Oikawa called out to Rei and said they were nearly at the inverted castle. It didn't take long before they reached the entrance. But first, everyone scanned their surroundings, checking for anything unusual or any hidden traps. Shiroi remarked that up close, the inverted castle was even larger than she'd imagined. Kurahashi looked down and said that falling from here would mean certain death, while Azuma stressed they couldn't afford to act recklessly. Right then, Oikawa called out to Rei and said the gate was still sealed shut. Rei answered that back in the world before his regression, this very gate had already been wide open. Kai began gathering his strength and said they'd simply have to force the gate open themselves. With that, he conjured his demon spear and prepared to hurl it. But suddenly, a violent tremor rippled across the entire area. That sent everyone into a panic, desperate to know what on earth was happening. Rei anxiously wondered if this was Kronos' doing, until Kurahashi told everyone to look up. One of them was named Seraphim, and it had reached level 100. The other statue was named Lucifer, also at level 100. Meanwhile, Kronos thought to itself that humanity's first trial had just begun. Right then, both statues lunged forward at once. Kurahashi shouted for everyone to run immediately. But the two creatures were far too fast, closing in and cutting straight through the middle of their formation. That instantly sent everyone into a state of tension. They split into two groups, running in opposite directions to separate the two statues. Shiroi glanced back and, seeing Seraphim closing in, began to panic. Rei thought about the level of these creatures and the fact that they were now fighting on incredibly disadvantageous terrain. But the red-haired man, out of patience, stopped and said he'd handle these two himself. With that, he readied his power and unleashed an atomic blast. The attack shot straight at Lucifer, but the creature effortlessly deflected Kurahashi's power. While the attack struck the wall of the inverted castle, the creature charged straight at the red-haired man. So Rei's group kept running, but he noticed a gap in the wall, torn open by Kurahashi's explosion. He figured they might be able to slip inside through there. With that thought, he stopped and told the other three to hold formation, then activated his mana hand. And right as Lucifer was about to land a direct hit, Rei clung to the mana hand anchored in the wall's gap and pulled everyone safely inside. Kurahashi let out a sigh of relief and said that thanks to Rei, they'd just been saved. Lucifer raised its head. Kai told his brother that damned statue was seriously nothing but trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aya's group was running from Seraphim, until Yashiro unleashed his ice dust ability and landed a hit on part of the statue's body. Seeing the creature stop its pursuit, Aya said Yashiro had done it. He answered that he'd only managed to temporarily disrupt its movement. Azuma called out to Shiroi and said he thought they should try a different approach, so the two of them stopped, though Aya had no idea what they were planning. Yuri told her to stay calm and just watch. Azuma stood in front of Shiroi and told her to go ahead and do it. The blonde girl then unleashed her power and, with everything she had, hurled Azuma straight into the wall of the inverted castle. That opened up an entry point for them as well. The big man laughed and called for everyone to follow through that opening. Aya and Yashiro couldn't believe their method. Yuri then used Mana Shift to conjure a staircase leading up to the gap. It didn't take long before everyone made it up there. Yashiro glanced around and remarked that they were lucky to have made it inside, while Yuri pointed out they'd now been separated from Rei and the others. But looking down and seeing Seraphim raising its head, she wondered how they'd deal with that creature. Aya stepped forward, releasing her power, and asked her friends if they could leave Seraphim to her. Rei made the exact same declaration, insisting he would absolutely defeat his own opponent. Azuma and Shiroi were stunned by the sheer amount of mana radiating off Aya. Yashiro wondered aloud if this was the result of her training with the Red Queen. Yuri smiled proudly for her friend and told her to fight with everything she had. Right then, Seraphim charged straight at Aya. While Lucifer chased after Rei, he readied his own power and conjured his abyssal blade. Kai remarked that this was the very power his brother had used when fighting him. Oikawa wondered aloud if Rei had learned to wield it without needing to absorb it from someone else this time. Meanwhile, Aya took a deep breath and activated an advanced fire spell. She then unleashed Nova Prominence at Seraphim, landing a direct hit. Rei gathered his own dark power and applied his abyssal blade technique against Lucifer, slashing it from every possible angle. Meanwhile, Kronos watched Rei's every movement and realized it had underestimated both him and his companions, having assumed at least half of them would have been eliminated early on. Still, it laughed and concluded that this only made everything far more entertaining.